A journal of Captain Cook's last voyage to the Pacific Ocean, and in quest of a northwest passage between Asia and America, performed in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, and 1779. Faithfully narrated from the original manuscript of Mr. John Ledyard. This His Excellency, Jonathan Trumbull, Esquire, Governor and Commander-in-Chief of the Militia of the State of Connecticut, and Admiral of the same. Sir, the affability and generosity I was honored with by you at my first arrival in my native country after a long absence was truly worthy the distinguished character you always have had, and I sincerely hope ever will sustain in this country. I have received it as a testimony of the original urbanity and dignified familiarity which distinguishes the magistrate from the tyrant, the people from slaves, and is still the boon of which every son of this country participates. Such virtues, like the rose in the bud, are lovely in ordinary life, but when transferred to the bosoms of the fair and great, become by the contrasting change more perfectly beautiful. This amiable character alone naturally inspires an attachment and a wish to participate of its favors. Under this influence, I have presumed to dedicate the following work to your patronage, being fully sensible that let its intrinsic merit be what it will, the approbation which I humbly hope for from you, beneficence will be absolutely necessary to its prosperity. I have the honor to subscribe myself your Excellency's most respect and most obedient humble servant, the author. A journal of Captain Cook's last voyage to the Pacific Ocean and in quest of a northwest passage between Asia and America. Performed in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, and 1779 by John Ledyard. Preface. The importance of nautical discovery has increased so much since the voyages of Vasco da Gama, Columbus, and Magellan that at this day mankind have the highest esteem for the information they receive in matters of this kind, and read the accounts of such travelers with the most liberal approbation and consummate satisfaction. The following voyage, among many others, it is presumed will share the praises of the civilized and enlightened world. The object was noble, it was gloriously concluded, and terminated happily. The discovery of a northwest passage from Europe to the East Indies has long been an object of emulation and enterprise, and competitors in fame have risen among every commercial nation in Europe to determine its existence or non-existence. It will be needless to recapitulate the various instances of this kind in this work, since they are to be found in works of that kind published by those navigators themselves. Neither do the many other discoveries made at different times in the Southern Hemisphere come properly within the limits of our present history. It may, however, be thought necessary to observe that all the former voyages made in quest of a northwest passage have been on the northeast side of America, whereas this was made on the northwest side of that continent. The voyage commenced on the 12th day of July, 1776, and terminated on the 6th day of October, 1780. The equipment consisted of 2 ships, the Resolution of about 600 tons burthen, and the Discovery of about 300 tons, the first commanded by Captain James Cook and the latter by Captain Charles Clerk. On the 12th day of July, 1776, the Resolution unmoored and dropped from Plymouth Sound into Corson Bay, and on the 13th weighed anchor again and came to sail, standing down the channel. The Discovery, who was to be our consort, was at this time detained at the Nore on account of her commander, Captain Clerk. Uneasy at his delays and anxious to proceed, Captain Cook was determined to wait for him at the Cape of Good Hope and left instructions behind proper for the occasion to be delivered to Captain Clerk when he should reach Plymouth. Our present destination was the Cape of Good Hope, and as it is seldom an occurrence happens in a passage so familiar as this, worthy of the notice of an ingenious reader, I shall only observe that we touched at Tenerife, looked into Porto Praya at St. Jago, and made the best of our way to the Cape. In general, we had a very favorable passage and arrived safely before the town, in Table Bay, in the middle of September following. The Discovery, after a very tedious passage, did not join us until 3 weeks after our arrival. The Resolution, in the meantime, had nearly refitted to renew the voyage, and was on that account able to assist in forwarding the Discovery, so that by the 27th of November both ships were in order for sea. The Cape of Good Hope is very romantic and somewhat majestically great by nature. The mountains that form the promontory are as rugged as they are lofty. They impel the imagination to wonder rather than admire the novelty. But the town and garrison, at their foot, display a contrast that mollifies and harmonizes so as to render the whole highly finished. The land near the town was entirely barren until improved by the industry of the inhabitants, which has rendered it very fertile. The adjacent country is highly luxuriant, and no place can boast a greater plenty or variety of productions. Their wines are very fine, particularly the Constantia, so much celebrated and so seldom drunk in its purity in Europe. As this was the only port we had the least expectation of visiting that was possessed by Europeans until our return, we improved it to the best advantage in accumulating the best stores and as great a quantity of them as possible against the day of adversity, which we had a right to anticipate, after our ships were already so filled that we could not stow in the whole above 18 months' provisions at full allowance, but reduced to an allowance of 2/3, the estimate would be 2 years' provisions. This was the case as soon as we left the Cape, and continued so the whole voyage, unless relieved by the adventitious supplies of some fortunate island. It was also expected that we should take with us a collection of animals in order to distribute them among the remote islands we should visit. We accordingly took on board 4 horses, 6 horned cattle, a number of sheep and goats, hogs, dogs, and cats, besides hares, rabbits, and monkeys, ducks, geese, turkeys, and peacocks. Thus did we resemble the Ark, and appear as though we were going as well to stock as to discover a new world. On the 1st day of December, we took our departure from this great promontory, and launched into that immense ocean which surrounds so great a part of the southern hemisphere. Our course from the Cape was about SSE half E, and as we advanced to the southward, the weather was not only very stormy and tempestuous, but rendered highly disagreeable when not so, by a constant series of fogs. On the 13th, we came in sight of land lightly covered with snow, which proved to be 2 islands discovered a few years since by Monsieur Marion. They are in lat. 46, 15. South. On the 23rd, we discovered a distant resemblance of land. On the 25th, we stood into the land and sent boats to reconnoiter the coast. On the 26th, having received a favorable report from the boats, we entered a deep bay that afforded us a good retreat and came to anchor. On the 27th, as a number of our people were rambling about the shore in the bay, one of them found a glass bottle suspended by a wire between 2 rocks. It was corked and sealed over with a parchment within it. He brought it on board to be examined by the captain, well imagining the circumstance to be very extraordinary. Upon examination, we found written in the French and Latin languages an account imparting that in the year 1772 this island was discovered by Monsieur de Kerguelen, that it contained plenty of water but no wood, that it was barren and without inhabitants, but that the shores abounded with fish, and the land with seals, sea lions, and penguins, etc. The contents of the parchment were entirely true, and a short account of the voyager who left it may therefore be necessary to render our discoveries the more complete. Monsieur de Kerguelen, a lieutenant in the French service, had the command of 2 ships given him, the Fortune and Gros Ventre. He sailed from the Mauritius about the latter end of the year 1771, and on the 13th of January following he discovered the island we are now speaking of and named it the Isle of Fortune. Soon after, Monsieur de Kerguelen saw land, as it is said of a considerable extent, upon which he sent one of his officers in a boat to sound ahead, but the wind blowing fresh. The captain of the other ship, Mons de Saint-Aloirn, in the Gros Ventre, shot ahead and finding a bay to which he gave his ship's name, ordered his yawl to take possession. In the meantime, Monsieur de Kerguelen, being driven to leeward and unable to recover his station again, both boats returned on board the Gros Ventre, and one of them soon after cut adrift on account of bad weather. Monsieur de Kerguelen returned to the Mauritius, and Mons de Saint-Aloirn continued for 3 days to take the bearings of the land and doubled its northern extremity beyond which it trended. East. After this, he shaped his course to New Holland, and from thence returned by way of Timor and Batavia to the Isle of France, where he died. Monsieur de Kerguelen was afterwards promoted to the command of a 64-gun ship called the Roland, with the frigate L'Oiseau, in order to perfect the discovery of the pretended land, but returned with disgrace. That the land we now fell in with is the same discovered by Kerguelen is certain, but that he ever saw a great country such as he pretends near this is very problematical. This land lies in late, 49.30 south and in 78.00 east long, from the meridian of Greenwich. Mons de Kerguelen had laid it down very erroneously, being nearly 2 degrees to the northward. It is rugged, detached, and almost totally barren. It seems to have been fitly appropriated by nature to be the residence of the innumerable herds of sea dogs and seals that cover its shores. There are also vast flocks of different kinds of seabirds. It is without any kind of woods or even shrubbery, and the only plant we could find of the culinary kind was a species of wild cabbage, which was as wretched as the soil it was indigenous to. On the 30th, we took leave of this forlorn land and proceeded to the southern extremity of New Holland, called Van Diemen's Land, from a Dutch navigator of that name. From the 1st of January 1777 to the 19th, we had a succession of hard gales of wind in which we lost one of our topmasts and were otherwise very roughly dealt with. On the 24th, the Discovery made the signal for seeing land, which proved to be New Holland. On the 26th, we stood off and on to find the bay called by Tasman, Frederick Henry's Bay. On the 27th, entered Frederick Henry's Bay and moored both ships. We remained at this place only a few days, in which time we procured a good recruit of wood and water and such grass for the animals on board as the country afforded. We caught a tolerable supply of fish with our seines, and this, joined with our exercises, refreshed the people. The accounts given by Captain Cook in a former voyage of New Holland are so full and perfect, and our present visit was so partial that it entirely excludes any of my observations. Yet I cannot but remark the disparity which is so obvious between a noble country and its ignoble inhabitants. The island of New Holland, for its boundaries are now ascertained, is by much the largest now known, and most eligibly situated on the map of nature, about one half within and the other without the Tropic of Capricorn, and its extent is fully sufficient to gratify the most ambitious with, even the Empress of Russia might be gratified with such a portion. From its northern extremity opposite New Guinea to its southern called Van Diemen's, it comprehends above 30 degrees of latitude, and from east to west about 43 degrees of longitude. The vicinity of its northern boundaries to the most commercial parts of the East Indies is also a most glorious circumstance. And yet, with all these advantages, the New Hollander is a mere savage. Nay more, he possesses the lowest rank even in this class of beings, at least those I saw to the southward were such. They are the only people who are known to go with their persons entirely naked that have ever been yet discovered. Amidst the most stately groves of wood they have neither weapons of defense nor any other species of instruments applicable to any other of the various purposes of life. Courageous to sea, they have no canoes, and exposed from the nature of the climate to the natural inclemencies of the seasons, as well as from the annoyances of the beasts of the forest. They have no houses to retire to, but the temporary shelter of a few pieces of old bark, laid transversely over some small poles. They appear also to be inactive, indolent, and unaffected with the least appearances of curiosity. They are of a middling stature, but indifferent in their persons. Of a dark complexion bordering on black, their hair a little woolly, their features discordant, and without any kind of ornament or dress. As we had observed no quadrupeds of the domestic kind here, we left a boar and a sow, which were presented to an elderly man among them. We also distributed as presents among them several medals to perpetuate the memory of the voyage. On the 1st of February, we left New Holland, and on the 10th were off Charlotte Sound in New Zealand. On the 17th, we entered a cove and both ships moored. New Zealand consists of 2 islands separated by a narrow strait called Cook's Straits. Taken collectively, they are about 600 miles long, but very unequal in breadth. They are situated between the 35th and 47th degrees of southern latitude, and between the 166th and 179th degrees of longitude east from Greenwich. And as the climate is admirable, so is the appearance of the soil. But near the seacoast, the land is inclined to be mountainous. It is almost everywhere covered with stately forests and almost impenetrable thickets. The country appears to be but thinly inhabited, and we conjecture that this failure in population originates chiefly from the constant state of warfare that subsists among the inhabitants, their feeble advancements in agriculture, and the desultory manner of their lives in general. The New Zealanders are generally well-made, strong, and robust, particularly the chiefs, who among all the savage sons of war I ever saw are the most formidable. When a New Zealander stands forth and brandishes his spear, the subsequent idea is, and nature makes the confession, there stands a man. It is their native courage, their great personal prowess, their irreversible intrepidity, and determined, fixed perseverance that is productive of those obstinate attacks we have found among them when we have appealed to the decisions of war. In the article of dress among them, there is but little diversification. In common, they wear a clout about the loins, fabricated from a species of grass, which they twist and unite together so as to resemble our manner of weaving. But if the season or their caprice requires, they add what they call the booga-booga, or the toga, and sometimes both. The booga-booga is a very coarse covering made with little trouble and affords a good shelter from cold or wet weather. The toga is different and is equally calculated for use and elegance. The booga-booga is formed round and converging to the top where there is an aperture just sufficient to admit the head to pass through, and when on, covers the body as low as the hip. If storms or they have occasion to stop where they have no other shelter, they squat down upon their hams, and then the bottom of the buga, reaching the ground, forms a shelter to the whole body, the head excepted, which looks in that situation as if it had been severed from a human form and fixed upon a haycock. The toga is their ne plus ultra in this sort of manufacture. It is in size and form like a common blanket. Its texture is simple, but the industry and ingenuity bestowed upon it in other respects render it compact, strong, and handsome. The materials of the manufacture are the grass before mentioned, which is a kind of silk grass, said to be indigenous to the country, and the hair of the dogs blended together. This garment they wear mantle-wise, commonly leaving the right arm and breast uncovered, carrying a spear in the right hand from 30 to 40 feet long. They paint their faces with a coarse red paint, and oil or grease the head and upper part of the body. The hair in both sexes, as well as their dress, is worn much alike, and being generally long and black, it is tied up in a knot upon the top of the head. They are very curiously tattooed or punctuated in different parts of the body, particularly in the face. The food of the New Zealanders is chiefly fish, some of which they dry and some they eat raw. They have also some yams upon the northern island, but not in plenty. They have no hogs or other animals except a few small dogs, which they eat occasionally. They have fine, large, strong canoes, some of which will carry upwards of 100 men, and in these they generally fight their enemies. Notwithstanding, New Zealand has been visited several times by different voyagers, and particularly by Cook, yet their ferocious manners have prevented their visitants from being otherwise than very partially acquainted with their manners and customs. But in general, they may be said to resemble those who have no other guide to knowledge or improvements, but the strong dictates of nature and necessity, and the direction of a few traditionary precepts, and these rendered imperfect by time and the imperfection of the mind. After a labored inquiry on our part, with regard to their ancestors and the original population of the country, the only information we have obtained is that their forefathers at some very remote period, but how remote they knew not, came from a far distant island called Hawaii. This is imperfect, but as we afterward actually discovered an island called by its inhabitants Chui, or rather as they pronounce it Hawi-Hi, I cannot think the information useless, but highly fortunate, as will be remarked hereafter. As to the religion of the New Zealanders, we know little about it. However, this I shall not hesitate to observe. They have some idea that respects a god, and they are not ashamed of him. And if marriage is a religious ceremony with them, they also do that great honor. For here, as well as among the tropical islands, adultery is punished with death, and the spurious offspring of such intercourse shares the same fate. But this last piece of policy, for I cannot call it virtue, will not, I think, redound to their honor. It seems, however, to be the case with all uncivilized beings to be actuated by extremes. They are susceptible of the tender passions, and are women of communicating as well as receiving the most ardent love. Belonging to the Discovery, there was a youth with whom a young Zealander girl, about 14 years of age, fell desperately in love. Nor was he wholly indifferent to this engaging brunette. What time he would spare, he generally retired with her, and they spent the day, but oftener the night, in a kind of seats which will be for in a conversation, in which, though words were wanting, their meaning was perfectly understood. The language of love among all the languages in this sublunary world is the soonest comprehended, but though our sailor appeared amiable in her eyes in the habit of a stranger, he was conscious that to ornament his person in the fashion of New Zealand would recommend him more to his mistress and the country he was in. He therefore submitted himself to be tattooed from head to foot, nor was she less solicitous on her part to set herself off to the best advantage. She had fine hair, and her chief pride was in the dressing of her head. The pains she took and the decorations she used would perhaps have done honor to European beauty, had not one thing been wanting to render it still more pleasing. Kawanahi, that was her name, though young, was not so delicate but that the mites of her country might be traced in her locks. To remedy this misfortune, she was furnished with combs, and taught by her lover how to use them. After being properly prepared, he would by the hour amuse himself with forming her hair into ringlets, rendering them fit for the residence of the little loves. The distaste arising from color gradually wore off. Their sentiments improved, and from imparting their passions they became at last capable and desirous of communicating the history of their lives to each other. Love and jealousy directed her inquiries concerning the women in the country from whence he came, wishing at the same time that he would stay with her and be a chief. He made her understand that the women in her country were man-eaters, and if he should stay with her he might also be eaten by them. She answered no and said she would love him. He said the men would kill him when left behind and alone. She said no if he did not shoot them. He acquainted her that 9 or 10 of his countrymen had been killed and eaten by them, though they did not shoot the men of her country. Her answer was, that was a great while ago, and the people who did it came from the hills a great way on. This excited his curiosity to know if any of her relations were among the murderers. She sighed and appeared much affected when he asked her that question. He asked if she was at the feast when they broiled and ate the men. She wept, hung down her head, and said nothing. He became still more pressing as she grew reserved. He tried every winning way that love and curiosity suggested to learn from her what he found she knew and seemed inclined to conceal, but she artfully avoided his inquiries. He asked her why she was so secret. She pretended not to understand him. Finding all his persuasions ineffectual, he turned from her, seemingly in great anger, and threatened to leave her. This had its intended effect. She caught him around the neck. He asked her what she meant. She said her countrymen would kill her if she should divulge anything. He said they should not know it. But won't you hate me? Said she. He said no, but love her more, and pressed her to his breast. She grew composed and finally informed him what she knew about the matter. She gave him to understand that one Kuboa, a very bad man, who had been often at the ship and had stolen many things, when he came to understand she was about to sail, went up into the hill country and invited the warriors to come down and kill the strangers. They at first refused, saying the strangers were stronger than they, particularly intimating the force of the firearms. He told them they need not fear, for he knew where they must come before they died, in order to procure grass for their cattle, and that on such occasions they left their firearms behind them in the ship, or carelessly about the ground, while they were at work. They said they were not enemies but friends, and that they must not kill men with whom they were in friendship. Kuboa said they were vile enemies and complained of their chaining him and beating him, and showed them the marks and bruises he had received at the ship, and told them, besides, how they might destroy their firearms by throwing water over them. Kuboa undertook to conduct them in safety to the place where the strangers were to come, and showed them where they might conceal themselves until he should come and give them notice, which he did. And when the men were busily getting grass and not thinking any harm, the warriors rushed out upon them and killed them with their patus, and then divided their bodies among them. She added that there were women as well as men concerned, and that the women made the fires while the warriors cut the dead men in pieces, that they did not eat them all at once. The warriors had the head, which was esteemed the best, and the rest of the flesh was distributed among the crowd. Having by various questions in the course of several days obtained this relation of which he said he had no reason to doubt the truth, he forbore to ask her what part of her relations and herself bore in this tragedy, as there was reason to believe they were all equally concerned. He was, however, very solicitous to learn if any such plot was now in agitation against the people that might be sent upon the same service to Grass Cove or elsewhere. Her answer was no. The warriors were afraid at first that the ships were come to revenge the death of their friends, and that was the reason why she was forbidden to speak of killing the strangers, or to confess any knowledge of it, were she asked the question. She said she was but a child about 10 years old, but she remembered the talk of it as a great achievement, and that they made songs in praise of it. On the 25th of February, the ships being ready for sea, the precaution of mustering the ship company was taken when it was found that one was missing. This was our adventurer, who with his faithful Kawanahi had completely made their escape. A messenger was immediately dispatched on board the Resolution to know how to proceed, and when the message was delivered, the captains and officers were joyous over their bottle. At first, it only furnished a subject of pleasantry, but it came at last to be seriously debated whether the man should be sent for back or not. Most were for leaving him to follow his own humor, but Captain Cook, thinking it would be a bad precedent and an encouragement to other enamorados, when they came to the happier climates to follow the example, was for sending an armed force and bringing the man back at all hazards. Of this opinion was his own captain, with whom he was a favorite, who gave orders for the cutter to be properly manned, a sergeant's guard of marines to be put on board, and his messmate to be a guide to direct them, for it was supposed he knew where he was. This was instantly done. It was midnight before the cutter reached the intended rendezvous, and 2 in the morning before the guard found the spot where the lovers were. They surprised them in a profound sleep, locked in each other's arms, dreaming no doubt of love, of kingdoms, and of descendants, of being the progenitors of a numerous family of princes to govern the kingdoms of Eake, Nomawi, and Avipoenamu. Love like this is not to be found in those countries where the boasted refinements of sentiment too often circumscribe the purity of affection and narrow it away to mere conjugal fidelity. God of love and romance, this pair ought to have been better heeded by thee, and at least secluded from the pursuit of those who never did, and perhaps never will be able to offer to thy deityship one single sacrifice of pure, sublimated romantic sentiment. Turn thine eyes now, and behold the predicament in which thy cruelty, thy caprice, and thy ingratitude, thou hypocrite, hath left the forlorn Kawanahi and her hapless mate. Even the rugged guard, when they came to bind their prisoner, could not but wish they had never seen the unfortunate shipmate, who was not only rendered unhappy in his affections, but had still to abide the rigid sentence of a country very unlike to love. But the situation of the guard was critical least the cries and lamentations of Kawanahi should rouse the savages to slaughter under the advantages of a dark night and a thick wood. They therefore hastened to the cutter, leaving this unfortunate girl the picture of most distressing anguish. It was noon the next day before they arrived at the ship, and the captains began to be anxious for the safety of the people. When they arrived, the prisoner was carried on board the Commodore, where he underwent a long examination and made a full confession of all his views and the pains he had taken to bring them to perfection. That he had considered the hazard and reward, and that the ardent love for his Kawanahi had determined him, and would, had the dangers that might have ensued been greater. Captain Cook, astonished at the young man's extravagant notions, pleased at his frankness, instantly forgave him and ordered him to his duty, telling him he was convinced that even his present situation and feelings must be a sufficient punishment for a much greater crime. On the 27th of February, both ships came to sail, and on the 26th cleared the land, passing through Cook's Strait. We took with us from New Zealand 2 boys. The oldest, called Tibarua, was about 17 years old. The other, called Koha, was about 10. Tibarua was the son of a chief stout and well-made, but of a ferocious, gloomy aspect. Koha was a young, lively, agreeable child. It is said they were purchased from their parents. If they were, it was upon such conditions as were kept concealed. They were, however, intended by Captain Cook as servants to Omai, the native of Auiite, and were to be left with him at that island. The cattle we had on board, which we brought from the Cape of Good Hope, were in good circumstances, having been well refreshed by being on shore, and we had procured a good supply of such wild grass as New Zealand afforded for their subsistence at sea. We had also made a considerable quantity of beer from the spruce of that country, which is good and in unbounded plenty. It is esteemed an excellent beverage and a great antiscorbutic. While it lasted, the allowance of spirits was withheld from the people. We also took with us celery and scurvy grass, both of which are natural to the country. Our course from New Zealand was generally EBN March is ever a blowing month, and we here felt its force, having from the 1st of that month to the 20th experienced a succession of hard gales, and as we approached the Tropic of Capricorn, violent rains. But these were sent in mercy to us, for we were much distressed for water. On the 29th of March we made land, which proved to be a new discovered island called by the natives Manganuanua. It lies in lat. 21.54 south and in 20159 east long. It is about 8 leagues in length and 4 in breadth. It makes a delightful appearance, and like other tropical islands in this ocean is covered thick with coconut, palm, breadfruit, and other trees, and productions common to the climate. On the 30th we went in with the land, and being about 1.5 miles from the shore, saw 500 or 600 people armed with spears and clubs drawn up in a body upon the beach, shouting and running about. But whether they appeared here to oppose our landing or only in consequence of their surprise could not be determined, though the shore did not appear favorable. So if we could find anchorage for the ships and some kind of a landing place, for we were very short of water and the weather was hot, but we were sometime withheld from doing this by the appearance of a canoe which we saw approaching the ship with 1 man in it. He approached the ship with diffidence, but did not seem much terrified. As soon as he was near enough to us, we showed him several European trinkets and made such signs to him as we thought he would best understand, meaning to conciliate his goodwill and prevail upon him to come on board the ship. He accepted some of the trifles offered him, particularly some shreds of scarlet broadcloth, but no iron. He would not come on board, but as he went away beckoned us to the shore and spoke to us. What we could understand of his discourse was a friendly assurance of good treatment, and that his country afforded both meat and drink. After this we sent 3 boats manned and armed to reconnoiter the shore and determine if it was acceptable to the purpose of watering. They were absent the best part of the day, and finally returned with an account that the island was surrounded by one continued reef of coral rocks and could not be approached. This is much the case with all the tropical islands in the southern and northern Pacific Oceans. The boats during their absence had been incessantly surrounded by the inhabitants, some in canoes, others on floats made of bamboo, and some swimming. The most of them brought something with them, some hogs, some fruit, and some the manufactures of the country, all of which were exchanged with us for almost nothing in our system, but highly pleasing to these newfound sons of man. The interview we had with these people fully convinced us that they were to appearance the same people who inhabit the tropical islands in the 2 Pacifics. What these appearances are that constitute such an opinion will be amply treated of when it will be more agreeable to the historian and the reader to attend to them. On the 31st, we again discovered land, which proved to be another new discovered island 20 leagues from Manganuanua called Augadu. This we passed without particular examination, judging from the tremendous surf upon its shores that it was equally inaccessible as Manganuanua. On the 1st of April, we were so fortunate as to fall in with another new discovered island called by the natives Waistu, situated in lat. 1951, south and long 175.25 east. This island we also found equally difficult to approach with our boats, but as their canoes are better calculated for a high surf, some of our officers were determined to land in them and take a view of the island. Omai, the Orahere Indian, was in their suite. When they landed, they were for some time unable to advance through the surrounding wondering throng. They had not proceeded half a mile before they were plundered of every article they had about them. Some things were taken by mere dexterity and others by force, which they thought prudent to submit to. After this, they passed unmolested until they thought proper to return. When they arrived again at the seashore, they found several natives of Huaina among the company. Huaina is one of the Society Islands 500 leagues to the eastward of this. The circumstance was known as soon as the natives came to understand that Omai was one of that country. Our adventurers were all surprised at the information, but particularly Omai, who, impatient and transported, flew into their arms in an excess of joy and wept for some time. It had its effect upon those who were less interested, and when the natives, who had just plundered the strangers, found Omai, a former neighbor of these foreign inhabitants who were now chief among them, they returned everything valuable they had taken from him and his companions, and loaded them with such presents as the country produced. As soon as these matters were settled, Omai desired to be particularly informed how they came there. In this he was fully gratified, and related it afterward to Captain Cook in these words. About 12 years from that time, 14 persons, including men, women, and children, were removing with their effects from Huain to Otaheite, which both belonged to a cluster of islands nearly in sight of each other called the Society Islands, and were overtaken in a storm, blown off from the land and driven they knew not where for the space of 13 days, during which time half their numbers had died through excessive fatigue and hunger, and that after that time they who had finally survived were rendered so extremely weak as to be insensible to what happened to them until they found themselves on that island and in the hands of the people they were then among. Omai offered to intercede with the captains for his countrymen if they would accept of a passage and return to Otaheite, which they declined. We had been laying to with the ships during this interview. On the 4th of April, we again came to sail. On the 7th, though we had caught several casks of rainwater, we were obliged to distill seawater into fresh water, for which purpose we had a machine on board. This water discolored the meat that was boiled in it and turned other things with a disagreeable blackness, but was nevertheless equal to rainwater, which cannot well be caught in a ship without tasting of the tar communicated from the rigging. Our course was now about SW until the 18th, when we fell in with a group of islands that were discovered about 30 years ago, called Palmerston Isles. Some of these isles are uninhabited, low, and without water. Those which are inhabited are somewhat higher, but inaccessible to our boats, and of consequence, we did not visit them. The inhabitants, according to the accounts of those who have visited them, do not differ from those of the other islanders hereabouts. We varied our course now from WSW to NW Palmerston. Isles are situated in lat. 18.11 south and 164.14 east longitude. On the 25th, we had hard gales of wind, thunder, and fierce lightning. Hove to during the storm. On the 26th, at night, we made sail and passed an island called Savage Island, discovered by Cook in a former voyage. On the 29th, we fell in with one of that group of islands called the Friendly Islands. This island by the natives is called Anamak Dai. But Abel Tasman, a Dutch navigator who first discovered those islands, called it Rotterdam, but I shall distinguish it by the name of Anamuka. On the 30th, we entered a roadstead on the north side of the island and came to anchor with both ships. We were immediately surrounded by the natives in their canoes, as usual among all these islands, and without any ceremony entered into a free brisk traffic with them for their hogs and tropical fruits, which they exchanged very eagerly for little iron instruments or almost anything of European manufacture. with which they were somewhat considerably acquainted from the visits of former voyagers. On the 2nd of May, we got such of our livestock on shore to graze as had survived the long and distressing passage we had undergone from New Zealand hither, particularly for the want of water. We also sent a guard on shore and people to collect wood and water, as this was the first opportunity we had hitherto had of a free intercourse with the inhabitants of the southern tropical islands, and as individuals were possessed of a plentiful supply of articles for the traffic which they might dispose of to the natives for less than their real value, and by that means hurt the trade that respected the supply of ship's provisions. Cook laid some restrictions on private bargains until further orders, which had a very good effect. We remained here until the 4th of May, when, after a most salutary refreshment of our people and the cattle we had on board, besides having procured a considerable supply of pork which we salted, we set sail for a group of small islands within sight, to the northward, called the Appy Islands by the natives. I think we reckon 35 of those islands, but except 4 of them, they are very diminutive, and only resorted to occasionally from the larger ones, the principal of which is called by the natives Ulatum, which is about 3 miles in circumference and thickly inhabited. We were 3 days cruising about among these islands, and on the 7th of May, we anchored at Cab Fin, where we remained until the 25th and procured a fine supply of provisions and had a very friendly interview with the inhabitants. On the 26th, we again came to sail and returned to Anamooka, but having very bad weather, we did not reach it until the 7th of June, when we anchored in our old berth. We tarried here only 4 days, and, on the 12th, set sail for an island called by the natives Tongatabu, and by Tasman Amsterdam, as being the largest island in that group, which collectively we called the Friendly Isles. Tongatabu, lying SSW about 9 leagues from Anamooka, we reached it the same night, though we passed through very difficult navigation and anchored in a fine harbor on the north side of the island about 1/4 of a mile from the shore. The inhabitants, who had heard of our arrival and expecting a visit from us, came off to us in the number of 200 or 300 canoes, bringing large supplies of hogs and the provisions of the country. On the 10th of June, we carried 2 large tents, 2 astronomical tents, and a marquee ashore, accompanied by a strong guard of marines, and erected them on a spacious green encircled by a grove of tall trees about 40 rods from the waterside, which lay north of our encampment. On the east, we had a beautiful lagoon that reached several miles into the country, on the margin of which were dispersed some houses. On the south branch of the same lagoon, and on the west, a thick tall woods in which were interspersed several more houses. After our tents were pitched and the guard appointed, Cook went on shore, attended by a chief called Polahau, who was the supreme governor of all these islands, and invited him to his marquee. Polahau was a man about 55 years of age and about the middle stature, but excessively fat and corpulent, yet active and full of life. He was exceedingly good-natured and humane, very sensible and prudent, and remarkably timorous. He was attended by another chief called Finau, who was one of the most graceful men I ever saw in the Pacific Ocean. He was about 5 feet 11 inches high, fleshy, but not fat, and completely formed. He was open and free in his disposition, full of vivacity, enterprising and bold, expert in all the acquirements of his country, particularly in their art of navigation over which he presided. And what is esteemed among them as a necessary ingredient in a great character was possessed of uncommon strength and agility. He was besides extremely handsome. He had a large, prominent eye full of fire and great expression, an aquiline nose, and a well-formed face. His hair, which was long, hung after the manner of the country in thick bushy ringlets over his shoulders. With all these accomplishments, he was extremely popular among the people and the idol of the fair, having himself one of the most beautiful brunettes for a wife that the hands of nature ever finished. But during our stay, he was seldom with her or with us. His active soul was ever on the wing, and in his canoe, which sailed extremely swift, he would in 24 hours surround the whole group of islands and almost visit them individually. If we lost any goods, and they were carried either inland upon Tongatabu or to any of the detached islands, our only confidential resource was Finau. Or, if any other emergency required dispatch, policy, courage, or force, Finau was the man to advise and act. In short, without his particular assistance joined to that of Polahau, our visit at this large populous island would have been one continual broil, proceeding from the pilfering disposition of the inhabitants, our methods of obtaining satisfaction, and their tumultuous and factious dispositions. But that my accounts of these 2 noble Indians may be entirely true and impartial, I must observe that notwithstanding this general attachment to our interest and friendship, which did them so much honor, and us so much essential service, they sometimes fell into temptation themselves and did as others did. How often, Finau, have I felt for thee the embarrassments of these involuntary offenses against a people thou didst as well love, and wouldst as soon have befriended, when thou wast accused, and stood condemned as when not, and at that instant would most willingly have shared with thee those distresses which resulted only from imputed guilt and a theory of moral virtue thou couldst be no farther acquainted with than from the dictates of uncultivated nature, or imagine from the countenances of strangers, more savage themselves with all their improvements, than thou were without a single one of them. The conversations at the marquee between Cook and these two chiefs could be carried on but very indifferently from our ignorance of the language, which, though radically the same as at New Zealand and OBT, yet differing in the dialect, confounded us a good deal at first. It was, however, apparent that they were extremely friendly and disposed to do us all the good they could and as little ill as possible. For Polahow intimated plainly to Cook that it did not lie in his power to do good at all times on account of his numerous subjects, who would be said on such an occasion as our visit, even wrangle with one another and perhaps with the strangers. And when they went out of the Marquis, Polahow, to convince Cook in a stronger manner than he could by word, of his sincerity, led him, accompanied still by Fainow, to a snug, commodious house of his own that was situated in a thick, embowering shade about 20 paces from one of our tents, and made him an offer of it. This Cook accepted, and afterwards made occasional use of, and sometimes Polahow lodged in it himself. It was now near sunset, and Cook, being desirous of teaching the natives, once for all, what he expected of them relative to their conduct at the tents, desired Polahow and Fainow to signify to their people that, at the going down of the sun, they must retire, and by no means approach the ground they had given us until it again rose, or his guard would kill them. Fainow instantly stepped onto the green, and proclaimed this intelligence to the natives that were present, who all instantly retired. At the same time, a picket marched while the drum beat a retreat to possess an advanced spot that commanded a view of our encampment and the ships in the harbor. This well-timed parade had a very good effect, and was a means ever after of supporting that dignity and ostentation which much excels precept or force when applied to such wild, untutored creatures as these were. Cook invited Polahow and Fainow on board with him, but only the latter went. Polahow declined the offer on account of a kind of asthmatic complaint that was particularly troublesome to him in the night, but chiefly from a view the good old man had in lodging in his house to observe the conduct of his people with regard to us. It was just dusk when they parted, and as I had been present during part of this first interview and was detained on shore by my duty, I was glad he did not go off, and asked him to my tent. But Polahow chose rather to have me go with him to his house, where we went and sat down together without the entrance. We had been here but a few minutes before one of the natives advanced through the grove to the skirts of the green, and there halted. Polahow observed him and told me he wanted him, upon which I beckoned to the Indians, and he came to us. When he approached Polahow, he squatted down upon his hams and put his forehead to the sole of Polahow's foot, and then received some directions from him and went away, and returned again very soon with some baked yams and fish rolled up in fresh plantain leaves, and deposited in a little basket made of palm tree leaves, and a large coconut shell of clean fresh water and a smaller one of salt water. These he sat down and went and brought a mess of the same kind, and sat them down by me. Polahow then desired I would eat, but preferring salt, which I had in the tent, to the seawater which they used, I called one of the guards and had some of that brought me to eat with my fish, which were really most delightfully dressed, and of which I ate very heartily. Their animal and vegetable food is dressed in the same manner here as at the southern and northern tropical islands throughout these seas, being all baked among hot stones laid in a hole, and covered over, first with leaves and then with mold. Polahow was fed by the chief, who waited on him both with victuals and drink. After he had finished, the remains were carried away by the chief in waiting, who returned soon after with 2 large separate rolls of cloth and 2 little low wooden stools. The cloth was for a covering while asleep, and the stools to raise and rest the head on as we do on a pillow. These were laid within the house, or rather under the roof, one side being open. The floor within was composed of coarse dry grass, leaves, and flowers, over which was spread large, well-wrought mats. On this Polahow and I removed and sat down while the chief unrolled and spread out the cloth, after which he retired, and in a few minutes there appeared a fine young girl about 17 years of age, who, approaching Polahow, stooped and kissed his great toe, and then retired and sat down in an opposite part of the house. It was now about 9 o'clock and a bright moonshine. The sky was serene and the winds hushed. Suddenly I heard a number of their flutes beginning nearly at the same time burst from every quarter of the surrounding grove, and whether this was meant as an exhilarating serenade or a soothing soporific to the great Polahow, I cannot tell, though in fact from the appearance of the young girl and other circumstances I must confess my heart suggested other matters. But my heart at that time was what Polahow's ought to have been and not what it was. I appeal to anyone Polahow immediately on hearing the music took me by the hand, intimating that he was going to sleep, and showing me the other cloth, which was spread nearly beside him, and the pillow invited me to use it. I pretended to acquiesce, but a bed of flowers only added to my uneasiness. As soon as Polahow had lain down, the girl approached him and spread the cloth over him, after which she sat down behind him as he lay upon his side, and began one of the most extraordinary operations I ever before had seen or heard of, which was patting him on the posteriors, with the palms and back of her hands alternately in a constant and quick succession of gentle strokes, which she continued with unremitted uniformity and celerity until she found her lord fast asleep, when she gently rose and went off. This performance lasted about 3/4 of an hour, and both the novelty of it and the situation I was in respecting a variety of objects and sentiments left me in a kind of listless reverie. Whether this ceremony respected Polahow merely as a mark of distinction, or whether the operation was applied as a provocative to certain passions, as a lullaby to sleep, or to assuage the embarrassment he was under in that attitude from his asthmatic complaints, I cannot determine. "It is true," said I, rising from my reverie and walking out into the middle of the green in the full moonshine, where I could extend my prospects and where the sound that proceeded from the circumambienting flutes would more regularly pass the ear. "It is true that of all the animals from the polypus to man, the latter is the most happy and the most wretched. Dancing through life between these two extremes, he sticks his head among the stars, or his nose in the earth. Or suspended by a cobweb in some middle altitude, he hangs like a being indigenous to no sphere or unfit for any. Or like these Indians, he is happy because he is insensible of it, or takes no pains to be so. On the 10th, we got what few sick we had on shore, and also brought our cattle on shore. We also established a mart upon the green before our encampment, and appointed particular persons to traffic with the natives for the provisions of the country, and that the trade should wholly center there. Nothing was purchased at the ships. By this means we had every day a regular fair exchange. The natives sat down in a circle on the outside of the green with their goods, and our purveyors walked round and purchased. They came constantly every day by 7 or 8 in the morning, and went regularly and happily away before sundown in the evening. We had also our wooders and waterers and sailmakers on shore, and everybody was busily employed and the utmost expedition made in getting ready for the sea again. After the markets were over, there being generally an hour or two, and sometimes those before dark, the natives, to entertain us and exhibit their own accomplishments, used to form matches at wrestling, boxing, and other athletic exercises, of which they were very vain, and in which they were by far the best accomplished among all the people we had ever visited before or after. These exercises were always performed on the green within the circle, and among the Indian spectators there were a certain number of elderly men who presided over and regulated the exercise. When one of the wrestlers or combatants was fairly excelled, they finished it by a short sonorous sentence which they sung, expressing that he was fallen, fairly fallen, or that he was fairly conquered, and that the victor kept the field. From this there was no appeal, nor indeed did they seem to want it, for among their toughest exercises I never saw any of them choleric, envious, malicious, or revengeful, but preserving their tempers, or being less irascible than we generally are, quit the stage with the same good nature with which they entered it. When they wrestle, they seize each other by a strong plaited girdle made of the fibers of the coconut and wore around the waist for that purpose, and describe near the same operations in this contest that we do in what we call hugging or scuffling. In boxing, their maneuvers are different. They have both hands clinched and bound around separately with small cords which perhaps were intended to prevent their clinching each other when closely engaged and preventing foul play. Or it might be to preserve the joints of the fingers, especially the thumb, from being dislocated. Perhaps the best general idea I can convey of their attitudes in this exercise is to compare them with those of the ancient gladiators of Rome, which they much resemble. They are very expert and intrepid in these performances, but as they are mere friendly efforts of skill and prowess, they continue no longer than the purposes of such a contention is answered. And the combatant, as soon as he finds he shall be conquered, is very seldom such an obstinate fool as to be beat out of his senses to be made sensible he is so, but retires most commonly with a whole skin. But the exercise of the club is not so, and as these contests are very severe and even dangerous, they are seldom performed. We never saw but one instance of it, but it was a most capital one, as the performers were capital characters, and though we expected the exhibition would be very short, yet it lasted near 20 minutes, protracted by the skill of the combatants in avoiding each other's blows, some of which were no less violent than artful. After being pretty well buffeted about the body, a fortunate blow upon the head of one decided the matter, and the conquered was carried off, while the victor, elated with success, stood and enjoyed the subsequent shouts of praise that proceeded from the spectators. When these shouts ended, the young women round the circle rose and sung, and danced a short kind of interlude in celebration of the hero. But alas, what did this avail him when a son of Polahaus entered the lists brandishing an enormous club and exposing his brawny shoulders and that arm that had so long met with no rival, and that front which wore the marks of many a victory. This young chief was a spurious descendant of Polahaus and about 24 or 5 years old, and was so well known not only at Tongatabu, but among all the neighboring islands for his feats with the club, that he could have late meet with no competitor, which was the case now. And after he had waited on the green until he had received 2 shouts, he retired, and the exhibition ended. He had one eye knocked out, and his head and body had been at different times so beat that he was one entire piece of scarification. When these exercises are meant to be full and well conducted, Polahau is generally present, and when that is the case, every pair who enter the lists walk up within 15 or 20 feet of their prince and compliment him after the manner of the country, which is by setting down cross-legged before him and instantly rising again, and whether successful or otherwise, before they quit. The lists repeat the same compliment. This exercise of the club seems in all its parts to resemble that of the gladiators among the ancients, and so indeed do the other games of wrestling and boxing. These exhibitions on the part of the natives were considered by us in a kind of dubious light, for though they evidently entertained us, we were not certain they were only intended for that purpose, and if they happened to be numerous, on any of those occasions we had always the guard under arms. The spectators on some of those occasions amounted to above 10,000 people. However, we never let them know by any superfluity of parade or other means that we were jealous of their numbers or their boldness and skill, though we certainly were, and prudence demanded it. Our only defense was certainly our imaginary greatness, and this would unavoidably decline if not preserved by some studied means. It was therefore determined to preserve and if possible to promote this imaginary superiority, and as nothing could be more conducive to accomplish it than some extraordinary exhibition that would be incomprehensibly great to them, and without any hazard or miscarriage on our part, we were resolved to play off some of our fireworks that were brought from Woolwich for some such occasion. This was made known to the natives at the conclusion of one of their games, on which occasion they expressed great satisfaction, and a night being pitched upon, everything was prepared for the occasion. The natives expected it would have been a hiva, as they call their games, at least somewhat like their own, and according to our personal appearance anticipated the satisfaction of finding us inferior to them. But in this they were totally mistaken, for when the first skyrocket ascended, full 1/2 of several thousand Indians ran off and appeared no more that evening. Some of those who remained fell prone upon the earth with their faces downward, and some in other attitudes, but all expressive of the most extreme surprise and astonishment. Polahau and Fainau, who sat next to Cook and his officers with some other Indian chiefs and women of distinction, were not less astonished than the multitude, and would instantly have worshipped Cook as a being of much superior order to themselves, and entreated him not to hurt them or their people, adding that they were friends and would always continue such. Cook assured Polahau that he nor any of his people should be hurt, and begged him to speak and pacify the people and persuade them to stay and see the rest of the Hava. After this were exhibited some flower pots, horizontal wheels, roses, water rockets, crackers, serpents, and sea. And it is hard to say whether they were upon the whole most terrified or delighted. When the entertainment ended and the assembly began to disappear, nothing was heard but cries expressive of the wonders they had seen, the greatness of our Hiva, and the poorness of their own. Indeed, this and the exhibition of our mathematical and philosophical apparatus at our astronomical tents confirmed them in the fear and admiration of our greatness. And these circumstances received a great addition from an eclipse of the sun which happened during our stay, thus we foretold to them, and also acquainted them with the time it would disappear. These circumstances, joined with others, secured us indeed from open insults, but were ineffectual to prevent those of a more distant kind. Thefts, and indeed robberies, when occasion offered, grew daily after the first week to disturb us. At first, the interpositions of Polahau, and particularly Fainau, tended partly to alleviate these inconveniences by restoring our purloined property, or by making compensation for the defaults of their people by presents of hogs, and the fruits of the country, which indeed went a great way with Cook, who, as he was purser of the ships, was often influenced more by acquiring a hog from the natives than the fear of losing the friendship of his hospitable allies, or the honor of being always nice in the distribution of impartial justice. But then it must be remembered that the ability of performing the important errand before us depended very much, if not entirely, upon the precarious supplies we might procure from these and other such islands, and he must of consequence be very anxious and solicitous in the concernment. but perhaps no considerations will excuse the severity which he sometimes used towards the natives on these occasions. And he would perhaps have done better to have considered that the full exertion of extreme power is an argument of extreme weakness, and nature seemed to inform the insulted natives of the truth of this maxim by the manifestation of their subsequent resentments. For before we quit Tongatabu, we could not go anywhere into the country upon business or pleasure without danger. It will be needless to particularize the instances of punishment inflicted upon the natives, or the instances of satisfaction made to Cook on those occasions. But as one was something more curious and less disgusting than some others, I shall mention it. We had 2 fine fowls, a peacock and hen, that we had brought from home at the expense of much care and trouble, and they had been too long admired and gazed at by the people not to wish them their own, and the opportunities that daily offered to take them were too favorable not to determine them to make them such. The morning after they were missing, Cook perceived it would be a serious, if not an unfortunate circumstance without the exertions both of policy and dispatch, and therefore sent an officer from the ship to the tents with orders immediately to put poor Polahow under an arrest and the guard under arms. And upon the back of those orders came others to arrest Fainow too, but Fainow happened on purpose to be absent and had in fact stolen the fowls, and we knew it was folly to pursue him, so were glad to secure Polahow, who really happened at this time to be innocent. It was a matter peculiarly aggravating to Polahow to be confined by a stranger in his own dominions, in his own house, in the sight of his own people, and at the same time unconscious of any demerit. Increased still more by the weeping and distracted multitude about him and the moving entreaties of his little grandson to the guard, and still more when he saw the angry Cook appear with another guard from the ships. But notwithstanding this conflict, he saluted Cook to the greatest advantage and manifested a dignity that even did honor to his perplexed situation. An event of such importance soon collected a great concourse of people and a number of armed chiefs who formed a body in the adjacent grove, and seemed determined to rescue their prince or perish in the attempt. Cook saw this with concern, particularly as it contradicted him in his opinion so agreeable to his importance that the natives would never dare to attack him, and he was determined instantly to try it. But nevertheless, to prevent the misfortunes that might arise from too much precipitancy, first visited Polahow to advise his people to withdraw, assuring him that as soon as the goods were restored for which he was confined, he should be set at liberty. But if his people attempted to do it by force, that he would instantly and could easily destroy them, and then ordered the drum to beat to arms and the guard to form, at the same time placed a number of men round them with their bayonets pointed at his body. This was too much, and the terrifying parade and pompous style of the guard, and all the flourishes of our operations struck not only him, but the chiefs. The old man rose and spoke to his chiefs, from which we could collect that the power of our fireworks was much insisted on, as well as the immediate danger of his own life, which they could not rescue, and the promises Cook had made him, for which reason he desired them to withdraw, which however they did with great reluctance. A partial peace being thus effected, Polahow's distress began to subside, and though he was not altogether indebted to Cook on that account, yet he was willing to express his gratitude, though it was only sacrificing to his timidity. He, therefore, desired the liberty to speak with some of his chiefs, whom he dispatched after a short conference to contrive some way to appease the threats of Cook, and if possible procure him his liberty. The next day, Fainow, having heard of the situation of Polahow, and finding himself circumvented by the very means that were most distressing to him, returned, in spite of shame and all the contending passions that fluctuated in his manly heart, to deliberate his lord and friend Polahow. When he came to the tents, grief, sorrow, remorse, and fear were so strongly delineated in his whole appearance that it was impossible for Cook himself not to feel a sympathetic distress, especially from his interview with Polahow, whose feet he wet with his tears and wiped them with the hair of his head. As soon as these emotions had subsided, he told Cook he should have the fowls before sundown, and begged him instantly to release Polahow, which Cook ventured to comply with, and the guard from this quarter was accordingly taken off. But Fainow, as prudent as valiant, perceiving by the methods Cook had taken in this matter that it was a circumstance of great importance in our estimation for them to make free with our property without our consent, and that it conferred the idea of shame and guilt on those who did, and that he himself being a chief of great distinction, it would render the shame, if imputed to him, still more flagrant, was determined not only to throw off the odium of the imputation from himself by laying it at the door of some obscure persons, but by a munificent present to Cook, to prevent any inquiry who those unknown culprits were, or if they should finally be forgiven. These were Fainow's intentions, and he took care immediately to set them out to the best advantage with Cook, and he knew besides that he had many friends among the strangers, which was true, for everybody loved Fainow. Accordingly, he dispatched his swift sailing canoes to some of the nearest circum-adjacent islands to procure what he knew would be highly delectable to Cook, a quantity of fine red feathers. And besides this, they were to come loaded with provisions, which had for some time past from our feuds with the natives been getting scarce. On the other hand, Polahow had dispatched numberless little troops into the country upon the same business. The news of this disturbance and the happy termination of it had now become very diffusive, and the next day we had a vast concourse of people as well as an accumulation of provisions, such as we had never before seen nor could have conceived, for besides the provisions that had actually been sent for, those who came merely as spectators of what they knew would produce some kind of entertainment had also brought something, and hardly anybody came empty-handed. Cook, anticipating the events of the day, had made such regulations on board and on shore as he thought necessary, and having received the lost fowls according to Fainau's promise, and being full of the idea of receiving the supplies of provision promised him by Polahow and Fainau, came on shore the next day dressed, with a number of his officers attended by 2 French horns, and made from his part a day of pleasure. The 2 parties sent out by Polahow and Fainau arrived nearly together, about 11 o'clock in the forenoon. Their approach was soon known by the movements of the people. Polahow's party arrived first, and entered upon the green before our encampment in pairs through an avenue among the people, and making a very formal and regular procession, they retired after they had disburdened themselves of their loads by the same route in which they entered. The manner of their bringing their loads was upon a short pole carried upon the shoulders of 2 men, from the middle of which hung suspended the provisions, sometimes consisting of baskets of fish, of bunches of yams, breadfruit, plantains, bananas, shaddocks, coconuts, and every now and then a hog. And every couple as they retired turned towards Polahow, as he and his chiefs sat among Cook and his officers, and complimented him. This procession was not half over before Fainau's men entered the opposite side of the green in the same manner. But the first of them were so gorgeously set off with aprons and mantles of red and yellow feathers that they entirely took our attention for some time from Polahow's men, who nevertheless were much more numerous than his. About 2 o'clock this procession of wealth ended, and Cook with his officers, Polahow, Fainau, and a numerous company of respective suites dined. In the meantime, the natives were forming 2 lofty edifices composed of sticks laid transversely over each other in 4 squares, beginning with a base about 12 feet, and contracting it gradually until it rose about 40 feet high. The one they called Polahow, and the other Fainau. And the former was the highest. These they filled with yams to the top, and to crown the oblation deposited on the summit of each 2 large barbecued hogs. After dinner there was a grand heva, as they denominate all their games, but this was a kind of war dance, and different from anything we had hitherto seen among them, but had nothing in it that deserves particular description, though it seems to be in the highest estimation among them. In the evening the people withdrew, but some of them, living at too great a distance to return, that night slept at a little distance in the woods. The next day we were fully employed in carrying part of the provisions on board, nor did we complete this business under 2 succeeding days. Our decks were full of hogs, notwithstanding we had been killing and salting night and day, and we had got full yams enough to last us 2 or 3 months. We were fully convinced that we were strangers to the unbounded plenty of those happy islands, and Cook, not to be behindhand with those 2 munificent chiefs, presented them with a horse and a mare, a bull and a cow, and 2 goats, besides other things of the greatest value to them, and with which they were highly delighted. We had now been at Tongatabu 26 days, and possibly should have remained there longer, but for the supply of provisions we received by this last present from Polahow and Fainau, which enabled us to sail immediately. On the 7th of July we got everything on board, when we invited Polahow, Fainau, and several other chiefs, and made them all rich presents, particularly the 2 first. In the afternoon we took our leave of them, and unmoored, and came to sail plying to windward, through a different passage to the eastward, but meeting with obstructions did not clear Tongatabu until the morning of the 19th, when we reached the island Aowe. This also was one of the Friendly Islands, and was called by Tasman Middleburg. It is about 30 miles SE of Tongatabu, and is a most beautiful island, thickly inhabited, and between 30 and 40 miles in circumference. We stayed here until the 18th, when we weighed, sailing ESE as near as we could lay, our appointed rendezvous, in case of separation, being the island of Otaheite, and as we had nothing very interesting on our passage thence, the time may not be misapproved if we give some further description of Tongatabu. This island lies in late, 2119 south, and longit, 184.20 east from the meridian of Greenwich, from which we always calculated. It is about 130 miles in circumference, but of an irregular form. It is very low, and the soil beyond comparison rich and exuberant. It affords but very indifferent water, and is subjected to heavy dews, and we had while there the shock of an earthquake. The surrounding shores and the soundings near the land are all coral rocks. The internal parts of the island as well the outsides of it are covered with a kind of lava, which is the case with most of the islands in this ocean. The inhabitants, like those of the other inhabited islands we visited in its neighborhood, are a very fine people, exceeding in beauty, stature, strength, and the improvements of their mental capacities any of the great variety of people among the islands scattered throughout this ocean. If this can be an exception, they are indeed not quite so light-colored as at Oraheen and the Society Isles. The manner of their cultivating their land exceeds even the inhabitants of some islands we afterward discovered and called Sandwich Islands. The pains they have taken to clear up the woods when we consider the disadvantages they must have labored under for want of husbandry implements is astonishing, and as strong a proof of their unlimited industry as the elegance in which they have laid it out and otherwise improved it is of their rural taste and good judgment. These enclosures also indicate separate property among them, which was a certain intimation, in my opinion, of an energetic jurisprudence and increasing civilization. Their language is radically the same as that which pervades all the tropical islands in this part of the ocean, and I may more particularly say so not only of their animals and the common productions of nature, but of their manners and customs throughout. A minute detail of their history in these respects would be unnecessary, as that of Otaheite or of Sandwich Islands, of which I shall treat more largely hereinafter, will apply to them with the strictest propriety in everything that concerns a reader who makes his speculations upon a more general and comprehensive scale than those who are pleased, even with the repetition of things of now more consequence in their first relation. On the 13th of August we made the island of Otaheite, about 8 leagues distant. On the 14th we stood in for the land and anchored in a small bay on the east side of the island, called by the natives Orahini Puha. We were immediately surrounded by the inhabitants in their canoes, and the little village within the bay was full of people dancing and running about with joy at our arrival, which was increased when they found it was Cook, or Tuti, as they pronounce it, who was known among them from a former voyage here. A boat was soon hove out, and Cook with other gentlemen, and Omai went on shore, where they were very much surprised to find a large wooden cross about 9 feet high erected in the village with an inscription in the Latin language, importing that in February 1777 2 Spanish ships had been there, and taken possession of the island in the name of His Catholic Majesty. This was also confirmed by many subsequent appearances as well as from the information of the inhabitants. At a little distance from this, they found a house, built with boards a little in the European style, and within it a large mahogany chest, with a Spanish lock to it. This the natives readily opened and showed us several Spanish garments, which they said belonged to a man the Spaniards had left there, who was now dead, and gave us furthermore to understand that the Spaniards had taken 3 of the natives with them when they went away, and when we asked where they came from, they pronounced the word Lima, which we made no doubt was Lima in Spanish America. We also found afterwards that the Spaniards had left several American hogs and a bull and a cow among them, but the 2 latter were dead. What the purport of this visit from the Spaniards could be, time must discover. When our boat returned, they brought off the cross the Spaniards had erected, erased their inscription, and after putting on one in favor of His Britannic Majesty, erected it again in the place from which we took it. The next day we had a number of visitors, among whom was a sister to Omai, who came to welcome her brother to his native country again. But the behavior of Omai on the occasion was consonant to his proud, empty, ambitious heart, and he refused at first to own her for his sister, the reason of which was her being a poor, obscure girl, and as he expected to be nothing but king, the connection would disgrace him. On the 22nd of August we unmoored and came to sail steering for the old rendezvous, a bay called by the natives Manave, and by us Port Royal, from its excellency as a harbor. On the 23rd both ships entered and moved about noon in Manave Bay. We were immediately visited according to custom by the natives in their canoes, who were almost frantic with joy to see us, and without any ceremony ran down between decks crying out for some of their old acquaintance, many of whom they found and embraced with the greatest affection. Captain Cook and Lieutenant Gore were particularly recognized and found more old acquaintances than they knew how to dispose with. In short, the ship was so crowded and confused that we could attend to no duty the remaining part of the day. Cook fairly gave it up as a day of festivity, not only to the Otaheitans, but to his own people, particularly those who had been there before, who were apparently, and many in reality, as much and perhaps more pleased than if they had been moored in any part of Great Britain. On the 24th, we sent all our tents, sails, watercrafts, and whatever stores wanted airing or repairing. The tents were erected on the same spot where they formerly were, and a guard of marines set over the whole. This island has so often been visited by the English, French, and Spaniards, particularly by the former, who first discovered it between 20 and 30 years ago, together with the islands in the neighborhood, as its history now as far as could be obtained is almost universally known. But as every visitor furnishes some new additional circumstances, these ought not to be omitted, and are what I shall chiefly confine myself to, together with a general description of the country, its inhabitants and manners, for the information of such as may not yet have been made acquainted with them. Manavai Bay is situate in latitude 17-19 south, and longitude 211 east. The island taken collectively consists of two peninsulas, nearly of an equal magnitude, and is about 160 miles in circumference, the form being somewhat irregular. The internal parts of the island are high and craggy, but towards the sea the land either consists of gentle slopes or level plains that reach the sea, after which it proliferates in a continued bed of coral, which like a border surrounds the whole. This is the case with all the islands in the neighborhood, and this invariable uniformity in their conformation is remarkable. The country is very fertile, particularly the plains where the inhabitants reside. It produces breadfruit, coconuts, bananas of 13 sorts, plantains, and fruit not unlike an apple, sweet potatoes, though not in plenty, a few yams and sugar canes, besides a number of curious plants, and the most of these the earth produces spontaneously. They have no European fruit, garden stuff, pulse, legumes, or grain of any kind. Perhaps the breadfruit may deserve a particular description. It grows on a tree of about the size of a middling oak, with large leaves deeply sinuated, and when broken from the branch exudes a white milky juice. The fruit is about the size of a child's head and nearly shaped like it. It is covered with a skin the surface of which is reticulated, and it has a small core. It is quite white, and when roasted or boiled has the consistency of new wheat bread, and resembles it in taste, only it is sweeter. It abounds also, though in no great plenty, with hogs, dogs, and poultry, all which are tame, and upon the coasts are plenty of fish. The inhabitants are of the largest size of Europeans. The men are tall, strong, well-limbed, and fairly shaped. The women of superior rank among them are also in general above our middle size, but those of the inferior rank are below it. Some of them are quite small, which defect in stature may probably proceed from their early commerce with the men, in which they differ from their superiors. Their complexion is clear olive or brunette, and the whole contour of the face quite handsome, except the nose, which is generally a little inclined to be flat. Their hair is black and coarse. The men have beards, but pluck the greatest part of them out. They are vigorous, easy, graceful, and liberal in their deportment, and of a courteous, hospitable disposition, but shrewd and artful. The women cut their hair short, and the men wear theirs long. They have a custom of staining their bodies, in a manner that is universal among all those islands, and is called by them tattooing. In doing this, they prick the skin with an instrument of small, sharp bones, which they dip, as occasion requires, in a black composition of coal dust and water, which leaves an indelible stain. The operation is painful, and it is some days before the wound is well. Their clothing consists of cloth, made of the inner rind of the bark of 3 different kinds of trees: the Chinese paper mulberry, the breadfruit tree, and a kind of wild fig tree, which in the conformation of different sorts of cloth are differently disposed of by using one singly, or any 2, or all of them altogether. The principal excellences of this cloth are its coolness and softness, its imperfections being pervious to water and easily torn. And they sometimes, especially if it is wet, wear fine mats, of which they have a great variety. This cloth they wear in different ways, just as fancy leads them, but very seldom cover any part of the body except about the loins. And there is little difference in this respect either with regard to sex or condition, unless it be in the quantity put on, which is generally the greatest, on the people of superior rank. Neither do they cover their feet or seldom the head, nor this part only with a temporary kind of bonnet made in a few minutes of palm tree leaves, which they fling away an hour after. At one of their hivas indeed, or on some such occasion when the women are dressed, they wear a kind of turban on the head which they highly esteem. It consists of human hair painted in threads, scarcely thicker than sewing silk, and is when extenuated several hundred yards in length. The children of both sexes go quite naked until they are 4 or 5 years old. The houses, or rather dwellings of these people, are simple structures, but have an air of neatness and elegance, and are very well calculated for the climate. They are generally of an oblong square, and one of a middling size is about 30 feet long and 10 broad. The roof is raised on 3 rows of pillars parallel to each other, one on each side and the other in the middle. The roof consists of 2 flat sides terminating in a ridge, and is thatched with palm leaves. The floor is covered with dry grass, over which is spread mats on which they sit by day and sleep by night, and everything is preserved exceedingly neat. The food of the inhabitants is much the greatest part of it vegetables, of which the breadfruit forms the principal part. The chiefs eat but little pork, The commonalty, less, and the women none, unless by stealth. Dogs and fowls are their most frequent dish, and the dogs are preferable to their fowls. They are indeed a very fine dish, especially cooked in their way. The process is simply this: while the animal is dressing, they dig a hole about 2 feet deep, in which they kindle a fire and heat a quantity of stones. When they are sufficiently heated, they take out about half of them, leaving the rest to cover the bottom of the hole. The dog, when cleaned and dressed, is wrapped up with several folds of green plantain leaves and laid in the hole. Then the remainder of the stones are laid around it, and the lightest of them upon the top of it. Then another quantity of leaves are laid thick over the hole, and last of all the hole is covered over with the mold. If the animal is large, it will remain 2 hours. If smaller, less time before it is prepared. This is the only method they have of cooking their food, whether flesh, fish, fowl, or fruit. But the smaller fish are eaten raw, and salt water is their only sauce. For drink they have in general nothing but water or coconut milk, but they mostly use water only. They have a drink compressed from the root of a plant they call ava, but this rather stupefies than exhilarates, though it is used by them as a spirituous drink. This, however, is seldom drank by the poor sort, and never by the women, unless very secretly. They are neat both in cooking and in eating almost to an extreme. The men and women never eat together, though it be husband and wife, nor do the men generally eat out of the same dish. They eat with great voracity, though they consume but a moderate quantity, and notwithstanding their mouths are crammed as full as they can contain, yet are they very conversable and full of talk at their meals. Preparatory to all their meals, it is custom to lay aside a little modicum of what they are eating in some byplace which they do as an offering to their god or gods. After meals at midday they generally sleep. Indeed, they are extremely indolent, and sleeping and eating is almost all they do. Their amusements are music, dancing, wrestling, and boxing, all which are like those at Tonga-Taboo. The language at Otaheite is the same that is spoken throughout all the South Sea Islands, and will therefore serve as a specimen for the whole, but how it should equally correspond with that of New Zealand is still more remarkable, and I have on that account added a column of the New Zealand language opposite to that which contains the Otaheite language. The words in each column have their signification explained in English in a third column, words omitted. By this specimen, without adding a great number of words, it appears a demonstration that these two languages were aboriginally the same, and will have its influence in supporting the conclusion that the people who make use of it were also originally the same. That the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands are the same people with each other and all derived from the same common source is beyond doubt, but from what source is yet difficult to determine. If we endeavor to determine the question by reasons founded on the analogy of language, as well as manners, we shall most certainly conclude that they all originally came from the westward, that is, from Asia. But if we give due weight to the 1,000 adventurous circumstances that attend a fortuitous emigration, as well as the more solid and rational consideration of the situation of those isles, particularly respecting the winds, as well as a variety of other causes, it is as probable, and perhaps more so, they came from the eastward, which is America. It opens a wide field for speculation, however, and as the object respects the ways of God to man upon a large scale of inquiry, men of every caste will pursue it with equal curiosity. I never invite the misanthropist to the curious inquiry, but perhaps some future occurrences may elucidate the matter. As to the religion, laws, and government of the people, much has been said about them by former voyagers, and in truth too much, especially about their religion, which they are not fond of discovering, and therefore, when urged on the matter, have often, rather than displease those who made the inquiry, told not only different accounts, but such as were utterly inconsistent with what we knew to be true from ocular demonstration. They assured us, for instance, that they never sacrificed human bodies, but an accident happened that contradicted it, and gave us the full proof of it, its operation and its design, which were the same as I have mentioned at Sandwich Islands, and was an oblation to the god of war made previous to that undertaking. In short, the only standard that seems justifiable to judge by is what we saw practiced. That was obvious, and the inferences that naturally followed could not well be misunderstood. They believe the immortality of the soul, at least its existence in a separate state. But how it exists, whether as a mere spiritual substance or whether it is united again to a corporeal or material form, and what form is uncertain. It is supposed they have notions of transmigration. Our conjectures originate from observing that universal, constant, and uniform regard which they pay in a greater or less degree to every species of subordinate being, even to the minutest insect and the most insignificant reptile. This was never esteemed a philosophical sentiment or a mere dictate of nature, because the people who entertain these notions are not led to embrace them from the unbiased impulses of nature, which would lead them to regard their own species more than those of any other. It must therefore be from other motives, and know of none so probable as religion or superstition, which are indeed synonymous terms when applied to these people. Besides, it is well known to have been a religious sentiment among many other people, both ancient and modern, who claim the appellation of civilized. It exists now among several Asiatic sects, both east and west of the Ganges, particularly among the Banyans, so called from abstaining from the use of all animal food. It is well known that some tribes in Asia have built hospitals for certain species of subordinate beings. The Otaheitians do indeed eat animal flesh, but it is certain they do not allow their women to eat much of it, and that either do not universally eat of it. We know of 2 certain instances wherein they do not, and those respect 2 birds, the kingfisher and the heron. They are besides very observant of the manner in which they kill the animals they do make use of, endeavoring to mitigate the pangs of the dying animal, and also to soften the act that deprives it of life, for which purpose they strangle or drown them. And having previously disposed of the animal so as they are sure it will die, they run out of sight and leave it until expired. In other respects, they extend this regard still further. There are a great many rats about their dwellings, but though a rat should steal into one of their dishes of food and destroy it, or should the cat their death, or do any other of those mischievous tricks they are addicted to, and should they catch him in the fact, he would only signify his displeasure by waving his hand to it very friendly and politely to be gone. And when they are stung by a fly or a mosquito, they only frighten it away. If the system of transmigration forms any part of the Otaheitian religion, it is likely to compose a considerable part, if not the whole of it. If it can be reduced to any system at all, one argument is its universality and strict observance among the people, and another is that all the customs of mankind appear to be derivative and traditionary, and that this sentiment in religion exists in Asia, from whence it is probable it emigrated with the people, and that this sentiment, where it does exist, and originally did exist, originally did form a system as materially distinct from any other as systems generally are, and perhaps more so as the combination of those sentiments which form it, were when primarily promulgated the most wild, fanciful, innocent, mischievous, subtle, and therefore the most curious opinions that ever entered the head of that child of contradictions, so well known by the name of man to conceive of. Why? What amazing quantities of beef, mutton, pork, and fowl hath it saved in Indostan? And on the other hand, how hath it increased the prolific generation of flies, mosquitoes, rats, tarantulas, toads, and snakes? Are not the plains of Siam, Pegu, and Africa rendered the most delectable spots on earth by it? They have other religious customs that as plainly indicate their source as this, but they are simple, detached, individual, and various. They seem to be fragments of many different theories. To unite them, if possible, would discover their absurdity, and they seem to be kept by the priests for charge. Circumcision is one of them, though in a well-known compilation of a former voyage it is said not to be a religious custom. But if Cook had then taken it for granted that the Otaheitians were the greatest liars on earth, especially when queried about their religion, he would not have believed their report, and to say that the prepuce of the male was abscinded merely from motives of cleanliness was to say nothing even suppose it had that effect. If it had been enjoined the Otaheitians to cut off their noses for religion's sake, and they had said the amputation was from motives of cleanliness, the story would have been much more plausible. And as for the particular form of the incision, it is not different from that now used upon the Jews, as theirs may be from the form of the operation by Father Abraham. Besides, they have the finest instruments to perform the ceremony, and the Otaheitian has only an oyster shell, and the member is a delicate, a nervous, and sensible member. Sacrificing is another of those religious ceremonies that is incomparable with the system of transmigration. And indeed, as the oblation consists of a human being, it is different from any civilized usage, is a solitary, wandering, barbarous custom, and is therefore found nowhere but among detached and scattered people, and though always found, there does not appear to be comprised in any code or system of other customs where we find such, which indeed is seldom as the instance of transmigration here. Their notions of a deity, and the speculative parts of their religion is involved even among themselves in mystery and perplexed with inconsistencies, and their priests, who alone pretend to be informed of it, have by their own industrious fabrications and the addition of its traditionary fables rolled themselves up in endless mazes and inextricable labyrinths. None of them act alike in their ceremonies, and none of them narrate alike when inquired of concerning the matter. Therefore, what they conceive respecting a god we cannot tell, though we conclude upon the whole that they worship one great supreme, the author and governor of all things, but there seems to be such a string of subordinate gods intervening between him and the least of those, and the characters of the whole so contracting, whimsical, absurd, and ridiculous that their mythology is very droll, and represents the very best of the group no better than a harlequin. The government at Otaheite resembles the early state of every government, which in an unimproved and unrefined state is ever a kind of feudal system of subordination, securing licentious liberty to a few and a dependent servility to the rest. Otaheite, as I have had occasion to observe before, consists of 2 peninsulas. Each of these are presided over by chiefs they distinguish by an appellation, signifying the great chief, and this is the first order among them. The lesser division of the island consists of circles, or districts, of which there are in the whole about 100. Over each of those districts a chief presides, whom they call chief, without the affix great. This constitutes the second order. The third order are those who occupy and improve certain portions of land in each district, for which he is accountable to the chief of the district. He is a land or tenant. The fourth order are those who labor and cultivate the land and do other services under the tenant, which constitutes the fifth and last order. The priests are chiefs by rank, though they do not immediately intermingle in the civil department. 102 was supreme chief of the northern peninsula and was possessed of the government by a collateral right, his predecessor, the amorous Queen Oberea, dying without issue. The supreme chief is by everybody much respected and reverenced, but he did not appear to me to hold any particular power without his own district any more than the other, except in these 2 instances, which are a negative respecting war and respecting peace. With regard to distributive justice and the most sensible parts of their government, we are little informed, but it cannot be supposed to be very regular. There is apparently but little opposition of interest, and every desire and every appetite being easily gratified, there cannot be many enmities. We left at this island 2 cows and a bull, 2 ewes and a ram, a pair of goats, several pair of geese, and a great variety of European seeds, which we planted, and while we stayed, took care of. On the 29th of September, we came to sail, leaving Otaheite, and on the 30th anchored in a fine bay at the island called by the natives Imayo, where we continued until the 13th of October, and procured a considerable addition to our flock of provisions. From hence we proceeded to the island of Huehain, where we arrived and came to anchor in a bay on the east side of the island on the 13th. On the 14th, finding our berth foul, we hove up, warped nearer inshore, and took fresh moorings. As this was the native island of Omai, and where he was lastly to be left, and proposing to remain at it some time on that account particularly, we sent the tents on shore with the usual guard. Omai had, ever since our arrival among these isles, been declining not only in our estimation but in the opinions of the natives, among whom he was envied for undeserved riches and despised for his obscure birth and impudent pretensions to rule and command. In short, his ignorance and vanity were insupportable. Captain Cook, however, was determined to support him while under his care and leave him in as happy a situation after he was gone as possible. He accordingly purchased about 1.5 acres of the best ground of the chiefs, for which he gave them the usual articles of traffic: axes, hatchets, saws, nails, knives, and sea. And this he circumscribed with a deep ditch, hove up the ground within, and laid part of it out in a garden wherein were planted and sown a variety of European garden seeds. And upon the corner of the garden fronting the beach he built him a small house, or rather box, for it was chiefly meant only to preserve his effects from the ravages of the people he was to be left among. It was about 10 feet by 12, composed of a slight frame and covered with board. We viewed in the country there was no ironwork about it for fear that should be a temptation to the natives to hurt the edifice on that account. It took 30 days to build it from the materials we made use of, and when finished, all Omai's effects were put into it, and he went on shore and took possession of it. Cook also left the 2 New Zealand boys here as companions and servants to Omai. We also left him a horse and mare, a cow with calf, sheep, goats, turkeys, geese, a pair of rabbits, a monkey, and 2 cats. On the 1st of November, being ready to sail, Captain Cook made an entertainment in behalf of Omai at his little house, and in order to recommend him still further to the chiefs of the island, invited them also. Everybody enjoyed themselves but Omai, who grew more dejected as the time of his taking his leave of us forever approached the nearer. And when he came finally to bid adieu, the scene was very affecting to the whole company. It is certainly to be lamented that Omai will never be of any service to his country from his travels, but perhaps will render them and himself too the more unhappy. On the 2nd, after getting everything on board, we left the bay under an early SW, and saluted Omai with several guns as our last adieu, and at the same time to impress an idea of greatness on the natives, and the consequence of our resentments, should they hurt Omai after our departure. On the 3rd of November we reached the island of Ulietea, and on the 4th entered a deep bay in that island, and came to an anchor close in with the shore. We continued at Ulietea near a month, and were generally employed in augmenting some part of our stores or adding to our provisions, which was one great concern, as this was the last of these happy islands. we should touch at for provisions, and where we should procure our next supply we knew not. We had, ever since our arrival at the Friendly Islands to this time, including 9 months, eaten no kind of the ship's provisions, and had added to this salvage about 9 months' supply of pork more, and 2 or 3 of yams and plantains, to which we had become so habituated that we had in a manner lost the relish of our biscuit, especially when we could get breadfruit. As we were now about to take leave of these islands, several of our people who had been waiting for the opportunity to make their escape and stay behind began to put their resolutions into execution. The first was one of the Marines, who quit his post when on sentry at the tents about midnight and went off with his mistress. The consequence of this was that armed boats were sent round the island in search of him. They were gone 2 days before they found him, and he was betrayed by powerful presence to those who knew where he was, or he would never have been found. He had quitted his military garb and assumed the dress of the country, and when taken was sitting with his girl, who was dressing his head with flowers in the house of her parents. She was a woman of good and numerous connections, and when she found the desperate situation of her dear soldier, she flew into the woods and collected a body of her male friends to assist her in rescuing him from the hands of his enemies. In fact, they would have done it, had we not hastened with the prisoner to the boats, where we had hardly arrived before 200 and more appeared all armed, coming down the hills. The young lad bore the fate he anticipated with fortitude, though he lamented the loss of his lover. He was confined at his return and expected a very severe punishment, but it did not happen so, and his remarkable good character finally excused him. This circumstance, added to some private hints, alarmed Cook, and fearing as his departure grew nearer that his men might go off as a body, determined him immediately to haul off and wear an anchor in the middle of the bay, where the means of escape would be less practicable. But the very night before this took place, one of the midshipmen and a gunner's mate from the ship absented themselves. This was still more alarming, and as soon as the ships were removed out into the bay, Cook confined the son and daughter by marriage of the chief of the island on board the ship, and then published his reasons for doing it to the people, and desired them to inform the father of the young prisoners and other chiefs that, unless they returned the deserters, they should never more see their young prince or his partner. He at the same time offered large premiums to those who should bring him back, for it was found that we could not interest ourselves in the pursuit of them, being convinced they were not upon the island. These measures were calculated to influence both the chiefs and the people, the affections of the former and the interest of both. But after waiting several days to no purpose and being anxious to depart, Cook applied himself to another stratagem. He gave out that since he could not obtain his people, and not being willing that the innocent captives he had on board should so dearly suffer for the transgressions of his people, he had determined to deliver them from their confinement, and as he should then take his final farewell of them, and wanted to leave them upon friendly terms, he invited the chiefs and people, as many as would, to pay him a visit and bring, if they had anything to market, for which should end with a grand feast on our part. This took, and the next day after it was issued, we were visited by the people of all denominations from different parts of the island. The chiefs, particularly the father of the young captives, were in raptures, and their first interview was extremely affecting. Nothing was seen or heard on board the ships and in the canoes but shouts of joy and merriment. Cook, as soon as he saw the provisions pretty well purchased up, and the people beginning to disperse, hoisted a private signal to the boatswain, and the boats were all instantly manned, armed, and regularly detached in different parts of the bay. This appearance alarmed the natives, and they betook themselves to flight, and to complete the alarm and inform the boats without to begin their duty, one of the cannons was fired. This produced the desired confusion and terminated in the capture of almost every canoe and in the imprisonment of all the chiefs on board each ship. The great chief now found the measure of his misfortune to be complete, and absorbed in grief, fell upon his children and swooned upon their necks. I would not have been the author of such grief for 2 deserters. As soon as this tumultuous scene had a little subsided, Cook informed them that he would never release either of them or the canoes that were taken or the people in them until he should recover his 2 fugitives. It was too late to temporize or evade in the matter. The great chief immediately informed Cook that if he would let any 4 of the chiefs then present go, as he should order, he would endeavor to get his men, but declared he was afraid he never should, for he said they were gone to the island Bolabola. Whether he was afraid to pursue them, but added that he would send to the chief of Bolabola and get his consent if he could. This accordingly done, and Cook, taking advantage of every circumstance, sent by the same chief a small present to the chief of Bolabola, accompanied by a threat that if he did not aid and assist in procuring his men, he would come with his ships and destroy him and his people without mercy. In the meantime, Cook took care by every art to mitigate the sorrow of his royal captives, and make their confinement sit as easy as possible. And finding it added too sensibly to the other griefs of the principal chief to see so many of the people confined, ordered them to be liberated, but kept their canoes. They were accordingly all put on shore but the chiefs. 2 days elapsed, and we had no intelligence of the deserters or those that went after them, and at length a third. On the 4th, however, a number of canoes were seen entering the bay, shouting and expressing their joy, and as they approached we saw, with our glasses, our 2 men bound hand and foot by the Indians. A circumstance we were glad to observe, as it extremely mortified them, and discovered how interesting the pursuit had been to the chiefs who went after them. They were no sooner brought on board than the guard was dismissed and the sentinels taken off over the chiefs, and as they now saw the real cause of their confinement at an end, they were under no further apprehensions and were fully convinced of our future friendship, as if this cause, which had interrupted it, had never happened. This matter, so full of danger and distress to the whole island, being thus happily terminated, they forgot their sorrow and spent the 2 remaining days with us with great cheerfulness, which Cook heightened in many respects, particularly by many valuable presents among the chiefs, particularly the great chief, his son and daughter, and those who went after his men that absented themselves. To these he was very liberal. Our deserters were taken at an obscure little island east of Bolabola, distant from that island 10 leagues. The midshipman was reduced and put upon the forecastle. The gunner's mate was reduced and punished. On the 7th of December we came to sail and ran over to Bolabola to get part of a broken anchor we were informed was there and supposed to be left there by Monson Bougainville. This we purchased of the chief of the island in order to work up into articles of trade if a future opportunity should require it. We left the island of Bolabola the same night, steering N by E upon the trade, blowing E by N. The Society Islands. We reckon only 8 in number, including Otaheite, Imaya, Huehaini, Ulalea, Bolabola, Maurua, Fuba, and Otaha. The 3 last we did not visit. The people, manners, and customs being the same among them all, I have not treated of them respectively, and what is said of Otaheite is applicable to them all. The first 5 are nearly of an equal magnitude, except Otaheite, which is about twice as large as either of them. The whole group takes in about 2 degrees of latitude and 3 of longitude. On the 22nd, we crossed the equator. On the 23rd, we were by observation in late 1 north, longit 203, 55 east. In the evening, we saw low land ahead. On the 24th, we came up with it and anchored within a cable's length of the shore. This is a low, small island, mostly a bed of coral rock, and scarcely more than 15 feet above the surface of the water in the highest part of it. But as it was our first discovery in the northern hemisphere and produced us a noble supply of turtle, we kept a merry Christmas at it. We caught above 300 large turtles to 1 ship, but our people suffered much in their enterprises on shore for this purpose. The Discovery had nearly lost 2 men in them. Besides the great quantity of turtle upon this island, it was covered with innumerable flocks of seabirds. The shores also covered with fish, particularly sharks, of which none of us had ever seen the like in numbers. On the 1st of January, 1778, we unmoored and continued our course to the northward, steering N by E and NNE. On the 19th, our lat was 2120 north, longit 198 east, and about 2 o'clock we discovered high land, bearing NNE right ahead. This was immediately determined from our position to be a new discovery, and of course gave everyone joy. As we continued our course standing for the first discovered land, which now appeared to be an island, we saw more land to windward of the former, bearing Eni, which had also the appearance of an island. Towards evening, the wind failing, we could not get in with the land, and therefore tacked and stood off SE and SSE with all the sail we could set, hoping by a good board the next morning to weather the windward island. But in this we were much deceived, finding, as we approached the first discovered island the next morning, that we had fallen to leeward 2 leagues owing to a leeward current. As we approached near the shore, we could discern the land to be cultivated, saw smokes, and soon after houses and inhabitants. When we were near enough the shore to examine for a harbor, we bore away and ran down the coast westward and northward in quest of one, and about 4 o'clock entered a shallow bay. It afforded but indifferent prospects, but it was thought best not to risk a further pursuit, and we accordingly ran in and anchored in 7 fathoms water, 3/4 of a mile from a village we saw in the bight of the bay, and 1/4 of a mile from a reef that projected from the western extremity. We had been approached several times by some canoes at a distance, but none of them would come near enough to converse with us, or that we might see what sort of people they were until we anchored and furled our sails. They shook their spears at us, rolled their eyes about, and made a variety of wild, uncouth gesticulations. But we had exchanged but a few words with them before we found to our joy and surprise that with little variation their language was the same as that of our acquaintance at the southern islands. In a little while after we had anchored, a number of canoes were around, and at length some of them came on board. They were exceedingly wild, ran up to us and examined our hands and faces, then stripping up our shirt sleeves and opening the bosoms of our shirts to view such parts of our bodies as were covered by our cloaks. They then inquired if we could eat, which we discovered by eating some biscuit. As soon as they observed this, they ran to the side of the ship and called to those in the canoes, who hove on board several little pigs and some sweet potatoes. Among other acts of hospitality exhibited on this occasion was the presentment of an Indian's arm roasted, which they signified to us was very good eating. But our surgeon, to whom this offer was first made, imprudently prevented anything curious that might have been discovered on this occasion by expressing the greatest degree of abhorrence at the action, which so frightened the Indian that he immediately went off with it, and we never after saw another instance of it while among them. They had no knowledge of iron or European articles, but the moment we discovered its obvious importance, they were in raptures about it, and gave us anything they possessed in exchange for it. The next day we were visited by a great multitude of canoes, bringing yams, sweet potatoes, hogs, plantains, and other tropical fruits, which they greedily exchanged for little bits of old iron, nails, and other articles. The third day after our arrival, we went on shore and trafficked with them there and viewed the country, of which I shall give a full account hereafter. We remained at this place about a week and then sailed to visit some other islands to the NW and passing two small barren islands anchored off the westernmost called Niihau. The island we left was called Ottawai. We traded with the natives at Niihau as we had done at Ottawai. We remained at Niihau until the 2nd of February. The island we had seen to windward of that of Ottawai, the two barren islands, and Niihau made 5 in number, and Cook was strongly of the opinion that there were more farther to the eastward, which proved to be the case, as we shall see in the sequel of the history. The group already known he collectively called Sandwich Islands. Niihau is situated in late, 2144 north, Longet, 199 east. I have deferred any particular account of these islands at this time, not only because our stay was short among them, but because we afterwards visited them and others of the same cluster to the eastward on our return from the northward, 12 months after, when we had a more extensive acquaintance with them, and consequently a better fund of information. On the 2nd of February, we again launched into that extensive ocean that separates America and Asia, and continued our course to the northward and eastward, intending to fall in with America in about 40 degrees of north latitude. We had in general a very comfortable passage until after we made the coast, when we had a series of very bad weather. On the 7th of March, we fell in with the coast of America in lat. 49, DEG, N long, 233 E, a little below Cape Blanco, and tracing it northerly until the 28th, we entered an inlet in 49 N. From the 7th to the 28th, we had the ruggedest weather we had yet experienced. The weather was cold, the gales of wind were successive and strong, and sometimes very violent. Our ships complained. We were short of water and had an unknown coast to explore, and the very day we purposed to reconnoiter for a harbor, the wind veered to the ENE and forced us off the coast a full week. We entered this inlet about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The extremes of the opening at the entrance were about 2 miles distant, and we had the prospect of a snug harbor. It was a matter of doubt with many of us whether we should find any inhabitants here, but we had scarcely entered the inlet before we saw that hardy, chattering, that glorious creature man approaching us from the shore. As we advanced into the inlet, we found it still more favorable and perceived several small islands between the two shores. Night approaching, we came to an anchor between one of those islands and the eastern shore, about 1/4 of a mile from each. In the evening, we were visited by several canoes full of the natives. They came abreast our ship within 2 rods of us, and there stayed the whole night, without offering to approach nearer or to withdraw farther from us, neither would they converse with us. At the approach of day, they departed in the same reserve and silence. On the 30th, we sent our boats to examine a small cove in the opposite island, which, answering our wishes, we moved with both ships into it, and moored within a few rods of the surrounding beach. This inlet, proving to be a sound, was called George's Sound. It lies in lat. 49, 33, N, and in 233.16 E long. And as it afforded excellent timber, we furnished ourselves with a new mizzenmast, spare yards, and other spars besides wood. It also afforded us excellent water, a variety of good fish, and the shores with some excellent plants. The country round this sound is generally high and mountainous, though further to the northward and eastward it appears more open and level. It is entirely covered with woods, such as maple, ash, birch, oak, hemlock, but mostly with tall, well-grown pine. We also found currant bushes, wild raspberry and juniper bushes, and little crabbed apple trees, but could not learn whether they bore any fruit, neither is it probable they do. We saw no plantations or any appearance that exhibited any knowledge of the cultivation of the earth. All seemed to remain in a state of nature, but as our observations did not extend 3 miles into the country, they are imperfect. Neither did we explore the sound highest up than 3 leagues, as that satisfied us that it was of no great extent beyond. The light in which this country will appear most to advantage respects the variety of its animals and the richness of their fur. They have foxes, sables, hares, marmosets, ermines, weasels, bears, wolves, deer, moose, dogs, otters, beavers, and a species of weasel called the glutton. The skin of this animal was sold at Kamchatka, a Russian factory on the Asiatic coast, for 60 rubles, which is near 12 guineas, and had it been sold in China, it would have been worth 30 guineas. We purchased while here about 1,500 beavers, besides other skins, but took none but the best, having no thoughts at that time of using them to any other advantage than converting them to the purposes of clothing. But it afterwards happened that skins, which did not cost the purchaser 6 sterling, sold in China for $100. Neither did we purchase a quarter part of the beaver and other fur skins we might have done, and most certainly should have done had we known of meeting the opportunity of disposing of them to such an astonishing profit. On the 1st of April, we were visited by a number of the natives in their boats, which resemble our bateaux. They are about 20 feet in length, contracted at each end, and about 4 feet broad in the middle, and 2.5 feet deep from end to end. They are made from large pine trees, and we suppose burnt out. This was the first fair opportunity after our arrival that I had of examining the appearance of these unknown aborigines of North America. It was the first time, too, that I had been so near the shores of that continent which gave me birth from the time I at first left it, and though more than 2,000 miles distant from the nearest part of New England, I felt myself plainly affected. All the affectionate passions incident to natural attachments and early prejudices played round my heart, and indulged them because they were prejudices. I was harmonized by it. It soothed a homesick heart and rendered me very tolerably happy. I had no sooner beheld these Americans than I set them down for the same kind of people that inhabit the opposite side of the continent. They are rather above the middle stature, copper-colored, and of an athletic make. They have long black hair, which they generally wear in a club on the top of the head. They fill it when dressed with oil, paint, and the down of birds. They also paint their faces with red, blue, and white colors, but from whence they had them, or how they were prepared, they would not inform us, nor could we tell. Their clothing generally consists of skins, but they have 2 other sorts of garments. One is made of the inner rind of some sort of bark, twisted and united together like the woof of our coarse clothes. The other very strongly resembles the New Zealand togo, and is also principally made with the hair of their dogs, which are mostly white and of the domestic kind. Upon this garment is displayed very naturally the manner of their catching the whale. We saw nothing so well done by a savage in our travels. Their garments of all kinds are worn mantle-wise, and the borders of them are fringed or terminated with some particular kind of ornament like it. Their richest skins, when converted to garments, are edged with a great curiosity. This is nothing less than the very species of wampum so well known on the opposite side of the continent. It is identically the same, and this wampum was not only found among all the aborigines we saw on this side of the continent, but even exists unmultiplied on the opposite coasts of North Asia. We saw them make use of no covering to their feet or legs, and it was seldom they covered their heads. When they did, it was with a kind of basket covering made after the manner and form of the Chinese and Chinese Malayan hats. Their language is very guttural, and if it was possible to reduce it to our orthography, would very much abound with consonants. In their manners, they resemble the other aborigines of North America. They are bold and ferocious, sly and reserved, not easily provoked but revengeful. We saw no sign of religion or worship among them, and if they sacrifice, it is to the God of liberty. When a party was sent to procure some grass for our cattle, they would not suffer them to take a blade of it without payment, nor had we a mast or yards without an acknowledgment. They intimated to us that the country all around further than we could see was theirs. Water and wood they charged us nothing for. Captain Cook would not credit this fact when he first heard it, and went in person to be assured of it. And persisting in a more peremptory tone in his demands, one of the Indians took him by the arm and thrust him from him, pointing the way for him to go about his business. Cook was struck with astonishment, and turning to his people with a smile mixed with admiration, exclaimed, "This is an American indeed," and instantly offered this brave man what he thought proper to take. after which the Indian took him and his men to his dwelling and offered them such as he had to eat. This characteristic of theirs, and having found but one instance of them among them, set these people high in Cook's opinion. The houses we saw near this cove appeared to be only temporary residences, from whence it was supposed that in winter they retired into the interior forest, and in summer lived anywhere that best answered the purposes of fishing or hunting. The food we saw them use consisted solely of dried fish and blubber oil, the best by far that any man among us had ever seen. This they cut into skins. We purchased great quantities of it, and situated as we were with respect to butter or suet, it was a very good succedaneum to either and was constantly used to fry with. Besides, it furnished our lamps and answered many other purposes useful and necessary. Like all uncivilized men, they are hospitable, and the first boat that visited us in the cove brought us what no doubt they thought the greatest possible regalia, and offered it to us to eat. This was a human arm, roasted. I have heard it remarked that human flesh is the most delicious, and therefore tasted a bit, and so did many others without swallowing the meat or the juices. But either my conscience or my taste rendered it very obnoxious to me. We intimated to our host that what we had tasted was bad, and expressed as we could our disapprobation of eating it on account of its being part of a man like ourselves. They seemed to be sensible by the contortions of our faces that our feelings were disgusted, and apparently paddled off with equal dissatisfaction and disappointment themselves. We were complimented once before in the same style at our first discovery of Sandwich Islands. The custom of eating human flesh is very extensive and pervades much the greatest part of the habitable earth, and as it seems aboriginally to have been derived from the antecedent custom of sacrificing human flesh, it would be curious to inquire into this matter. The custom of sacrificing is very ancient. The first instance we have of it is in the lives of Cain and Abel. Their sacrifices consisted in part of animal flesh, burnt upon an altar dedicated to their god. This custom exists now among all the uncivilized and Jewish nations in the essential rites requisite to prove it analogous to the first institution. The only mutilation in the ceremony materially different is that the barbarous nations have added human flesh. Whether this additional ingredient in the oblation took place at a remote subsequent period by the antecedent intervention of any extraordinary circumstance independent of the original form does not appear unless we place the subsequent period below the time of Abraham or perhaps below the time of Jephthah. The circumstance of Abraham's intended sacrifice of Isaac, to which he was enjoined by the deity, though he absolutely did not do it, yet was sufficient to introduce the idea that such a sacrifice was the most pleasing to God. And as it was an event very remarkable, it probably became a historical subject, and went abroad among other tribes, and was handed down among them by tradition, and liable to all the changes incident thereto. And in time, the story might have been that Abraham not only offered, but really did sacrifice his own son. But perhaps the story of Jephthah, judge of Israel, is more to the point. It is said he sacrificed his daughters as a burnt offering to the god who had been propitious to him in war, which does appear to be an act independent of custom or tradition, as it transpired wholly from the obligations of a rash vow made to the deity in the fullness of a heart surcharged with hopes and fears. It is also a fact that after this, particularly in the reign of the wicked Ahaz, it was a general custom, especially among the heathen, to make their children pass through the fire, by which I suppose it is understood that they were sacrificed with fire. It seems then that the circumstance of adding human flesh in the ceremony of sacrificing did take place before the years antecedent to Christ, and most probably from the example of Jephthah. After this we find it shifting places, attending the diffusive emigrations of the tribes, and commuting with mankind in general, but especially with those disunited with the chosen descendants of the great Abraham, whose descendants, being constantly favored with civil and religious instructions from heaven itself, were not only preserved from superstition and barbarity themselves, but were the means of furnishing the detached heathen with a variety of customs and ceremonies that from the mere light of nature they never could have thought of, nor could they preserve pure and uncorrupt after they had adopted them. Even the favored Israelites were perpetually deviating into schisms and cabals, and frequently into downright idolatry, and all the vanity of superstition and unbridled nonsense from the imbecility of human policy when uninfluenced by heavenly wisdom and jurisprudence. It is no wonder, then, that the separate tribes from the house of Abraham, though they primarily received many of their principles of civil and religious government from a pure fountain, should debase and contaminate them by the spurious conjunction of things derived from their own imaginations. And this seems to have been the course of things to this day. There has always been a part of mankind conspicuous for knowledge, superior in wisdom, and favored by heaven, from whom others are separated. And these, like the moon, have only shown with borrowed light. Some customs may be local and indigenous to particular times and circumstances, both in the civilized and uncivilized world, but far the greater part are derivative and were originally bestowed on man by his supreme governor. Those that we find among the civilized and wise, measured on a philosophic scale, are uncorrupted, while those that we find existing in parts remote from civilization and knowledge, though they have a resemblance which plainly intimates from whence they came, are yet debased and mutilated, and by some hardly known. But who that had seen a human body sacrificed at Otaheite in their god of war would not perceive an analogy to ancient custom on those occasions, and attribute it rather to such custom than any other cause whatever. And the custom is not confined to Otaheite alone. It pervades the islands throughout the Pacific Ocean. It was the case with the ancient Britons. The Mexicans propagated society by this carnivorous species of sacrifice. This could not be the effect of accident, want, or caprice. It may be worth notice to remark furthermore that in the time of Ahaz these sacrifices were made in high places. It was so in Mexico, so at Otaheite and other islands. The Mexicans fling their victims to the top of their temple dedicated to their god of war. The Otaheitans and the other islanders prepare those oblations on their morais. These people are possessed of a variety of implements, calculated for war, hunting, fishing, and other purposes, some of which are remarkably analogous to ancient models, particularly the lance, which is every way similar to that used in ancient tournaments and feats of chivalry. They have also a kind of armor that covers the body from the breast downward to the knees. This consists of moose skin, covered externally with slips of wood sewed to the leather transversely and made short or long as best suits the part of the body it covers. They have also good bows and arrows and stone hatchets, also a variety of snares both for fowl and quadrupeds. Their fishing gear is highly curious. I can give no adequate description of the variety and singularity of these matters. They have near a dozen different kinds of fish hooks, and all made of wood. But was an European to see any one of them without any previous information of their design, he would as soon conclude they were intended to catch men as fish. They have a harpoon made from a mussel shell only, and yet they have so disposed of it as to subdue the great Leviathan and tow the unwieldy monster to their shores. Let no man think meanly of himself, but claim that glorious rank his amazing powers so justly entitle him to. If Descartes and Newton, from the improvements of ages, could produce at last the magnificent system of philosophy that hath immortalized them, why should not these glorious savages who, without any of those great collateral assistances without which they could have done nothing, have discovered such astonishing sagacity, be entitled to equal veneration, and the name of Ben Uncas be as great as that of Isaac Newton? We found a few copper bracelets and 3 or 4 rough-wrought knives with coarse, wooded hafts among the natives at this place, but could not learn from the appearance of either of those articles or from any information they could give us how they became possessed of them. But it was generally thought they came from a great distance, and not unlikely from Hudson's Bay. Commerce is diffusive, and nothing will impede its progress among the uninformed part of mankind. But an intervention of too remote a communication by water, and as this cannot be the case with regard to the inhabitants of a continent, it seems entirely conclusive to suppose no part of America is without some sort of commercial intercourse, immediate or remote. On the 26th of April, we towed out of the Sound in a calm. About sundown, we were favored with a breeze that gave us a tolerable offing, but before 12 at night, the wind veered from NNW to ESC and was succeeded by a sudden and impetuous gale of wind that threw us into utmost confusion from its unexpected approach and our unprepared situation to receive it. This gale continued with very little intermission until the 1st of May, when it abated and we had fair weather. We parted company with our consort, the Discovery, the first night, and concluded from our own distresses that some irreparable misfortune had attended her. We lay to, on that account, the greatest part of the time, and she, adopting the same plan, occasioned our meeting again 2 days before the gale entirely subsided. This gale was very severe, and was the means of opening a defective place in the Resolution's bottom, which was of an alarming nature. We did not meet with an opportunity of repairing it until some time after, when we found that the complaint originated from a hole eaten through the bottom of the ship, as far as the sheathing, by the rats, and the sheathing being old gave way when the ship strained. We were surprised to find the aperture stopped up by some old shakings of yarns and oakum that by some accident were washed into it. We continued our course after this, the coast trending about NW until the 10th of May, being then in lat. 59 degrees 33, and in long, 217 degrees 23 E without any particular occurrence, On the 11th of May, we found the coast abruptly trending to the westward of south, appearing to be broken, detached, and irregular in height. On the 12th at 9 in the morning, we entered an inlet, steering as it trended, which was about NNW and N. At 6 in the evening, perceiving bad weather approaching, we ran in with the land and both ships anchored. Finding the weather as yet to be tolerable, we flung out the boats and sent them on shore to fish with the Seine, but caught nothing. The pinnace of the Resolution with the first lieutenant, some other gentlemen, and myself went to the opposite shore to shoot some wild fowl. We had some success, and being engaged in our sports and not suspecting the country from its inhospitable appearance to be inhabited, we were surprised when we saw several large boats full of Indians already close upon us from behind a small island. We had but 3 or 4 fowling pieces with us, and the Indians being numerous, and we being out of the sight of the ships, our situation was mentioned to Mr. Gore, the first lieutenant, as being disagreeable. Mr. Gore confessed he was afraid the Indians would want to quarrel, which he should be sorry to do, though under no apprehensions for our own safety, but for the lives of the savages who must sacrifice their prowess to unequal force. He therefore gave orders to let them come within musket shot and then row for the ships. We indeed suffered them to come nearer, and they hallooed to us, making signs that they wanted to trade. We returned them for answer as well as we could to follow us, and we would trade. This they complied with, shouting, shaking their spears, and using a variety of noises and gesticulations that we knew nothing of until they came within hail of the ships. Soon after which they stopped. The people on board as well as those on shore observing our situation and misconstruing our drawing them to the ships, to have some interview with them to a flight we were making from them, were uneasy. An armed boat put off from each ship, one to assist us, and the other the people on shore, who were without arms. But we soon got on board with the pinnace, rectified the mistake, and boats were sent to try if they could not by some friendly means persuade the savages to the ships, but in vain. They turned their boats about and were soon out of sight. On the 13th, though the weather was bad, we came to sail and pursued our course up the inlet, not without hopes of the clear passage, which was now the only theme. The weather increasing to be bad, about 4 in the afternoon we came to, and moored in a snug roadstead, convenient for water, and what was of more importance for the purpose of examining and repairing the leak occasioned by the tempestuous night we left George's Sound. On the 14th, while we were employed in these several services, we were visited by the natives, who were the same kind of people we had seen the preceding day. We continued here until the 20th, during which time we sent our boats to explore the inlet, and found it to be a large sound without any communication to any other sea or water northward. We therefore called it Sandwich Sound. It lies in lat. 6 degrees 39 north, longitude 214 degrees east, about 1,500 miles from George's Sound. The inhabitants seem to be a distinct tribe from those at George's Sound, and bear a very striking resemblance, if not an exact one, to the Eskimo. I need give no other description of them. Their skin canoes, their double-bladed paddles, their dress and other appearances of less note are the same as on the coast of Labrador and in Hudson's Bay. We found them possessed of a few knives and copper trinkets like those we had seen at George's Sound, and found the wampum among them, which proves the commercial intercourse as universal as I before observed it to be. On the 20th of April, we came to sail again, having watered and repaired the leak in the Resolution. We pursued the direction of the coast, which trended from SE to S, meaning to get our consort again. On the 21st, we opened the southern extreme seen yesterday and doubling it, entered another opening very capacious trending full to the eastward, course all night, NE by E. On the 22nd and 23rd, mostly calm. On the 24th, we had hard squalls with sleet. On the 25th, steered N by W, the land to starboard, trending E, high and mountainous. At noon, passed some large islands bearing WSW on the 26th, the land exceeding high on both sides, past 2 volcanoes. On the 27th, found ourselves in what we conjectured to be a vast river, having a strong southerly current, sounded 45 fathoms. This gave us hopes again of a passage. On the 29th, we entered a large bay and found the water brackish. Came to an anchor in 9 fathoms and sent the boats to explore the coast. To the SE, they entered a narrow opening trending W, which they pursued to 3.5 fathoms water. They returned the same day. We were now in 62 degrees 15 north, 209 degrees 55 and east. The country here, though it had some exceeding high mountains, was in many places level, open, and well covered with wood, and inhabited. The inhabitants are the same as those we left in Sandwich Sound. We called them the New Eskimo. They were also possessed of a little iron and some European beads. It is remarkable that we distinctly heard pronounced the words Yakuta, Yakut, which I very well remember to have heard pronounced by the American Indians from the frontiers of the northern American states. They have here, as well as at the other parts of the coast we had hitherto explored, a plenty and variety of rich furs, which they exchanged with us upon the same terms we had hitherto practiced. On the 1st day of June, we came to sail, returning by the same route we came, to the sea. On the 6th, we cleared the inlet which we called Hinchinbrook Sound, the navigation of which had been very long. On the 7th, course S by E/2 E, coasting along the main. In the afternoon, ran upon a sunken reef of rocks, but our good fortune still accompanying us, got off without damage. On the 11th, we passed a great number of seahorses and several whales. On the 15th, lost sight of land and had blowing weather with sleet and rain. On the 16th, the weather abated, and we stood WSW with a stiff breeze, lat 56 degrees 23, long 205 degrees 16A. On the 17th, stood in and saw the land trend SSE, 11 leagues from the land. On the 18th, our lat was 55 degrees long, 200 degrees 58, within 1 mile of the shore. At 3 in the afternoon, we observed 3 canoes making to us from the shore, 6 Indians. When they came alongside, which they did without any hesitation, they made signs to us to drop our anchors and showed us a pair of old plush breeches and a black cloth waistcoat. These circumstances were as curious as unexpected. We hove to, and the Indians came close alongside and made signs to us to give them a rope, which being done, one of the Indians made the end of it fast to a little box made of bark, and desired us to hail it on board, after which they returned to the shore. This box contained, to our infinite surprise, several separate notes written upon European paper and in European characters, but we could not understand the language, though we thought we saw the figure 1778 pretty plain. This occasioned much speculation, but was not thought of sufficient consequence to detain the ships for a further inquiry by sending on shore after the Indians. We therefore continued our course along the coast. On the 21st, course SW and SSW passed 2 lofty volcanoes, the land covered with snow. Hove to and caught several hundred halibut and codfish, an acceptable supply. On the 24th, altered our course S by E. On the 25th, we changed our course S by W as the land trended. About 7 in the evening, we saw a distant land bearing nearly south. By 10 o'clock, we had a thick fog, fired signal guns to the Discovery, and burnt false fires. At 3 o'clock in the morning, heard the noise of a surf, sounded 24 fathoms. The noise of the surf increasing, we were alarmed, fired a signal of distress, and came to an anchor with the Discovery just under our lee. On the 26th, the fog cleared up, and we found ourselves embayed with rocks, reefs, and an island, all within 2 cables' length. We were not only amazed to find ourselves in such a frightful situation, but were still more astonished to conceive how we got there, as the least accidental deviation from the course we had steered would have been fatal, and we did not steer uniformly to any particular point, but generally as we conceived the coast to trend from the bearings and distances taken the preceding day. From this circumstance, we named the island, in view, Providence Island. In the afternoon, we entered a passage between Providence Island and the main that opened to the northward, and finding a snug bay in the island, we entered it with both ships and moored. This island, with a few rocks to the SW, forms the southern and western extreme of that part of the continent which took so abrupt a direction to the southward and westward from lat. 59 degrees 43 north and long, 215 degrees 33 east. Providence Island in 55 degrees 18 mule. North, 195 degrees east. While we were busied in watering in this harbor, we were constantly visited by the natives, among whom we found other intimations like those we had seen lately of a European intercourse with this part of the world, and we doubted much if some Europeans were not actually at that time there. This, however, we deferred inquiring about at present, as we expected to touch at the same island on our return southward, if unsuccessful in our future attempts for the passage to the northward. On the 2nd of July, we came to sail and passed through the remaining part of the strait between the island and the main, and pursued our course, steering E&E on the 5th. Steered N&E, the land low, and trending very much eastward, lat 55 degrees long, 199 degrees 40 os. On the 6th, we continued the same course, and finding the water shoal tacked and stood SE, this leading us to 3.5 fathoms, tacked again and stood N. We were now in a laborious and perilous navigation, and continued so until the 15th, when we cleared a labyrinth of rocks, shoals, and spits of sand, but found ourselves again involved on the 16th, and we were obliged to bring to an anchor and send the boats out to explore. The nearest land about 3 leagues distant. Our boats were out all night, sounded in different directions without being able to find a channel to the northward, eastward, or westward. On the 17th, to crown our joys, it came on to blow, and we parted our best bower cable in the bend and lost the anchor. On the 18th, the gale abating, we spent the day in sweeping for our anchor, which we finally recovered by the exertion of a mad-hardy tar, who dived to the freezing bottom and hooked a grappling to the ring. The anchor was in 5-fathom water. The 19th was spent in sounding without success. On the 20th, Captain Cook himself went out and found a channel with regular soundings from 5 to 10 fathoms to the SE. In consequence of this, we weighed and came to sail. Lat. 55 degrees 30 DU. Long. 197 degrees 16 I. On the 21st, the weather was bad. Hove to, having a lee wind and calm setting southerly. In the afternoon, we were much surprised to see 8 canoes full of Indians paddling full speed towards the ships. They did not hesitate to come near enough to the ships to converse and traffic, but would not come on board. They were tall, well-made, and fierce-looking people in skin canoes, and every way, like all the others we had seen since we left Sandwich Sound, except in the dress of their hair, which was exactly like the Tartar fashion. On the 22nd, deepened our water to 40 fathoms, which gave us much satisfaction. On the 23rd, had a heavy snowstorm, which lasted until the 26th when it cleared up. On the 29th, altered our course to NNE and NE. On the 1st of August, our lat was 61 degrees 14 A, long 191 degrees 33. Continued our course along the coast, varying as it trended. On the 5th, our lat was 64 degrees 44 long 192 degrees 42 U. This day we were opposite a small uninhabited island. Hove to and sent our boats on shore. They brought us off some wild celery and a kind of chickweed. Mr. Anderson, our surgeon, died this day of a lingering illness that he had been subject to for some years. He was the first person we had lost. His funeral ceremonies were decently performed according to the custom of the sea. On the 6th stood W by N, with the American shore aboard carrying from 4 to 6 fathom soundings. On the 8th, our navigation being critical and having a violent snowstorm, both ships anchored. On the 10th, we had fine weather and opened a large inlet, which afterwards proved to be a deep, spacious sound, which we called Norton's Sound, after Sir Fletcher Norton, Speaker of the British Commons. It lies in lat. 66 degrees 27 in long, 195 degrees 3 A. We anchored in this sound, wooded and watered. We saw a few inhabitants of the Eskimo kind, but they seemed to be poor. On the 11th, we weighed and steering northward. On the 12th, passed the east and western extremes of Asia and America, keeping the American shore aboard. On the 13th, stood to the eastward with the coast in view until the 14th, when the weather of a sudden became piercing cold. On the 18th, we saw ice ahead, broken, detached, and low, lat 69 degrees 46, long 192 degrees. Finding the ice penetrable, we advanced into the openings. These loose fields of ice are covered with numerous herds of seahorses who repose themselves upon them after they have completed their excursions in the water in pursuit of their food, which is fish and such marine productions as they find at the bottom of the water. They are a large, unwieldy, sluggish animal, weighing some of them 900 and some 1,100 weight. Their legs are very short and terminate in a webbed membrane with which they swim very swift, and are very active in the water, though exceedingly clumsy out of that element. They are amphibious, and between a quadruped and a fish. Their heads are somewhat like those of a dog without ears, except 2 large white tusks that project downward from the upper jaw about 18 inches or 2 feet. They have a thick skin, like that of a horse, and the hair is of a chestnut color. They are exceeding fat and will produce more than a barrel of oil. On the 19th, we lay to among the ice and sent the boats to the ice to hunt the seahorse. Killed several and brought them on board, but it was thought an ill reward for their labor by the people when they understood that the short pittance of European food was to be withheld from them, and this substituted in its room. But Cook was determined upon the point and set the example himself by making it his constant food while it lasted. The people at first murmured, and at last ate it through the mere vexation, and living to see who would eat most of it in order to consume it the sooner, some of the people rather overdid the matter, which producing some laughable circumstances, the tars swore they would eat or drink anything else that Cook did, for they were certain that nothing would kill him in the heavens above, or the earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. On the 20th, we continued laboring among the ice. Lat this day, 70 degrees 9.8, long, 194 degrees 55. Nothing remarkable until the 25th when we had blowing weather, which rendered our situation among the ice dangerous. This occasioned a council of officers, and it was resolved that as this passage was impracticable for any purpose of navigation, which was the great object of the voyage, to pursue it no further, at least that season. The ships, too, were in bad condition, the weather approaching and the distance from any known place of refreshment very far. On the 28th, we left the ice and stood SSW latitude this day, 70 degrees 1 or long, 193 degrees. On the 29th, stood more to the westward, with a view to trace the ice to the Asiatic shore. On the 1st of September, made the Asiatic coast in Ledyard 65 degrees 10 long, 182 degrees. On the 2nd, we passed again the two capes that form the eastern and western extremes of Asia and America, and as we kept the middle of the channel, which is about 14 leagues over, had the pleasure to see both continents at once. The Asiatic Cape is called by the Russians the East Cape, the American Cape, Cape Prince of Wales. From this we went again to Norton's Sound, our visit here on our route to the northward being but partial, and the supplies we took of wood and water being but small. As soon as we could find a roadstead, we anchored, determining to supply ourselves well with those articles and to have a thorough survey of this extensive sound. This detained us until the 12th day of September. We were visited by some of the natives while here and purchased an agreeable supply of good fish. We also refreshed ourselves much by our exercises on shore, in which we were seldom met by the natives and never molested. The country had a tolerable appearance, generally covered with wood and abounded with ducks, bustards, eagles, and other fowl, but we saw no animals. We also found an unbounded plenty of whortleberries, red and black currants. These curiosities were most industriously gathered and exerted such an excellent effect upon us that when we left this place, the people, who from long confinement, hard duty, scanty and almost any fare had become pale, languid, and poor, were transformed into new beings almost, and were literally grown fat, plump, and rosy. On the 11th, the boats that were sent out to explore and survey returned, having traced the sound to the head and examined both shores. On the 18th, we weighed and sailed, retracing the coasts we had before explored without any particular discoveries. On the 25th, we had a severe gale of wind, and the Resolution again sprung a leak, which was so bad that we were kept pumping and bailing night and day until we again got into Providence Harbor. We passed several islands during our run to Providence Harbor, which were high and uninhabited. On the 29th, we were again overtaken with a severe gale, rendered doubly so by the embarrassments we were already under from our leak. On the 2nd of October, we made the island of Providence, which we left the 2nd of July on our route to the northward, and the next day entered our old harbor, and both ships moored in 7 fathoms close in with the shore. Our first care was to examine and repair our leak, which we immediately set about. When this matter was completed, we overhauled our rigging, caulked the upper works, and then watered. We had also in the meantime set our armorers and smiths at work to cut up a spare bower anchor and work it into hatchets, spikes, and such other forms as would best answer the purposes of traffic among the tropical islands, where we were now going to wait the returns of another season in order to make a second attempt for the passage, though in fact we were well convinced already of its non-existence. Cook alone seemed bent upon a second trial, and I have before observed that we had noticed many appearances to the eastward of this, as far almost as Sandwich Sound, of a European intercourse, and that we had at this island in particular met with circumstances that did not only indicate such an intercourse but seemed strongly to intimate that some Europeans were actually somewhere on the spot. The appearances that formed these conjectures were such as these. We found among the inhabitants of this island 2 different kinds of people. The one we knew to be the aborigines of America, while we supposed the others to have come from the opposite coasts of Asia. There were 2 different dialects also observed, and we found them fond of tobacco, rum, and snuff. Tobacco we even found them possessed of, and we observed several blue linen shirts and drawers among them. But the most remarkable circumstance was a cake of rye meal newly baked with a piece of salmon in it seasoned with pepper and salt, which was brought and presented to Cook by a comely young chief attended by 2 of those Indians which we supposed to be Asiatics. The chief seemed anxious to explain to Cook the meaning of the present and the purport of his visit, and he was so far successful as to persuade him that there were some strangers in the country who were white, and had come over the great waters in a vessel somewhat like ours, and though not so large, was yet much larger than theirs. In consequence of this, Cook was determined to explore the island. It was difficult, however, to fix upon a plan that would at once answer the purpose of safety and expedition. An armed body would proceed slowly, but if they should be cut off by the Indians, The loss in our present circumstances would be irreparable, and a single person would entirely risk his life, though he would be much more expeditious if unmolested, and if he should be killed, the loss would be only one. The latter seemed the best, but it seemed extremely hard to single out an individual and command him to go upon such an expedition, and it was therefore thought proper to send a volunteer, or none. I was at this time, and indeed ever after, an intimate friend of John Gore, ESQA, First Lieutenant of the Resolution, a native of America as well as myself, and superior to me in command. He recommended me to Captain Cook to undertake the expedition, with which I immediately acquiesced. Captain Cook assured me that he was happy I had undertaken the tour, as he was conscious I should persevere, and after giving me some instructions on how to proceed, he wished me well and desired I would not be longer absent than a week if possible, at the expiration of which he should expect me to return. If I did not return by that time, he should wait another week for me, and no longer. The young chief before mentioned and his 2 attendants were to be my guide. I took with me some presents adapted to the taste of the Indians, some brandy in bottles, and some bread, but no other provisions. I went entirely unarmed by the advice of Captain Cook. The first day we proceeded about 15 miles into the interior part of the island without any remarkable occurrences until we approached a village just before night. This village consisted of about 30 huts, some of them large and spacious, though not very high. The huts are composed of a kind of slight frame erected over a square hole sunk about 4 feet into the ground. The frame is covered at the bottom with turf, and upwards it is thatched with coarse grass. The whole village was about to see us, and men, women, and children crowded about me. I was conducted by the young chief who was my guide and seemed proud and assiduous to serve me into one of the largest huts. I was surprised at the behavior of the Indians, for though they were curious to see me, yet they did not express that extraordinary curiosity that would be expected had they never seen a European before, and I was glad to perceive it, as it was an evidence in favor of what I wished to find true, viz., that there were Europeans now among them. The women of the house, which were almost the only ones I had seen at this island, were much more tolerable than I expected to have found them. One in particular seemed very busy to please me. To her, therefore, I made several presents with which she was extremely well pleased. As it was now dark, my young chief intimated to me that we must tarry where we were that night and proceed further the next day, to which I very readily conceded, being much fatigued. Our entertainment. The subsequent part of the evening did not consist of much delicacy or variety. They had some dried fish, and I had some bread and some spirits, of which we all participated. Ceremony was not invited to the feast, and nature presided over the entertainment until morning. At daylight, Perpila, which was the name of the young chief that was my guide, let me know he was ready to go on, upon which I flung off the skins I had slept in, put on my shoes and outside vest, and arose to accompany him after repeating my presents to my friendly guests. We had hitherto traveled in a northerly direction, but now went to the westward and southward. I was now so much relieved from the apprehension of any insult or injury from the Indians that my journey would have been even agreeable had I not been taken lame, with a swelling in the feet, which rendered it extremely painful to walk. The country was also rough and hilly, and the weather wet and cold. About 3 hours before dark, we came to a large bay which appeared to be 3 leagues over. Here my guide, Perpila, took a canoe and all our baggage and set off seemingly to cross the bay. He appeared to leave me in an abrupt manner and told me to follow the 2 attendants. This gave me some uneasiness. I now followed Perpila's 2 attendants, keeping the bay in view, but we had not gone about 6 miles before we saw a canoe approaching us from the opposite side of the bay, in which were 2 Indians. As soon as my guides saw the canoe, we ran to the shore from the hills and hailed them, and finding they did not hear us, we got some bushes and waved them in the air, which they saw and stood directly for us. This canoe was sent by Perpila to bring me across the bay and shorten the distances of the journey. It was beginning to be dark when the canoe came to us. It was a skin canoe, after the Eskimo plan, with 2 holes to accommodate 2 seaters. The Indians that came in the canoe talked a little with my 2 guides, and then came to me and desired I would get into the canoe, which I did not very readily agree to. However, as there was no other place for me but to be thrust into the space between the holes extended at length upon my back, and wholly excluded from seeing the way I went or the power of extricating myself upon any emergency, but as there was no alternative, I submitted thus to be stowed away in bulk, and went head foremost very swift through the water about an hour when I felt the canoe strike a beach, and afterwards lifted up and carried some distance, then set down again, after which I was drawn out by the shoulders by 3 or 4 men. For it was now so dark I could not tell who they were, though I was conscious I heard a language that was new. I was conducted by 2 of those persons who appeared to be strangers about 30 rods, when I saw some lights and a number of huts like those I left in the morning. As we approached one of them, a door opened and discovered a lamp, by which, to my joy and surprise, I discovered that the two women who held me by each arm were two Europeans, fair and comely, and concluded from their appearance they were Russians, which I soon after found to be true. As we entered the hut, which was particularly long, I saw arranged on each side a platform of plank a number of Indians, who all bowed to me, and as I advanced to the farther end of the hut, the arrangement was composed of other Russians. When I reached the end of the room, I was seated on a bench covered with fur skins, and as I was much fatigued, wet, and cold, I had a change of garments brought me, consisting of a blue silk shirt and drawers, a fur cap, boots, and gown, all of which I put on with the same cheerfulness they were presented with. Hospitality is a virtue particularly to man, and the obligation is as great to receive as to confer. As soon as I was rendered warm and comfortable, a table was set before me with a lamp upon it. All the Russians in the house sat down round me, and the bottles of spirits, tobacco, snuff, and whatever Perfila had was brought and set upon it. These I presented to the company, intimating that they were presents from Commodore Cook, who was an Englishman. One of the company then gave me to understand that all the white people I saw there were subjects of the Empress Catherine of Russia, and rose and kissed my hand, the rest uncovering their heads. I then informed them as well as I could that Commodore Cook wanted to see some of them, and had sent me there to conduct them to our ships. These preliminaries over, we had some supper, which consisted of some boiled whale, halibut fried in oil, and some broiled salmon. The latter I ate, and they gave me some rye bread, but would eat none of it themselves, but they were very fond of the rum, which they drank without any mixture or measure. I had a very comfortable bed composed of different fur skins both under and over me, and being harassed the preceding day, I went soon to rest. After I had lain down, the Russians assembled the Indians in a very silent manner and said prayers after the manner of the Greek Church, which is much like the Roman. I could not but observe with what particular satisfaction the Indians performed their devotions to God through the medium of their little crucifixes, and with what pleasure they went through the multitude of ceremonies attendant on that sort of worship. I think it a religion the best calculated in the world to gain proselytes when the people are either unwilling or unable to speculate, or where they cannot be made acquainted with the history and principles of Christianity without a formal education. I had a very comfortable night's rest, and did not wake the next morning until late. As soon as I was up, I was conducted to a hut at a little distance from the one I had slept in, where I saw a number of platforms raised about 3 feet from the ground and covered with dry, coarse grass and some small green bushes. There were several of the Russians already here besides those that conducted me, and several Indians who were heating some water in a large copper cauldron over a furnace, the heat of which and the steam which evaporated from the hot water rendered the hut, which was very tight, extremely hot, and suffocating. I soon understood this was a hot bath of which I was asked to make use of in such a friendly manner, and the apparatus being a little curious, so that I concluded to try it. But before I had finished undressing myself, I was overcome by the sudden transition of the air, fainted away, and fell back upon the platform I was sitting on. I was, however, soon relieved by having some cold and lukewarm water administered to my face and different parts of my body. I finished undressing myself, and proceeded, as I saw the rest do, who were now all naked. The Indians who served us brought us, as we sat or extended ourselves, on the platforms water of different temperatures, from that which was as hot as we could bear to quite cold. The hot water was accompanied with some hard soap and a flesh brush. It was not, however, thrown on the body from the dish, but sprinkled on with the green bushes. After this, the water made use of was less warm, and by several graduations became at last quite cold, which concluded the ceremony. We again dressed and returned to our lodging, where our breakfast was smoking on the table. But the flavor of our feast, as well as its appearance, had nearly produced a relapse in my spirits, and no doubt would if I had not had recourse to some of the brandy I had brought, which happily saved me. I was a good deal uneasy lest the cause of my discomposure should disoblige my friends who meant to treat me in the best manner they could. I therefore attributed my illness to the bath, which might possibly have partly occasioned it, for I am not very subject to fainting. I could eat none of the breakfast, however, though far from wanting an appetite. It was mostly of whale, seahorse, and bear, which, though smoked, dried, and boiled, produced a composition of smells very offensive at 9 or 10 in the morning. I therefore desired I might have a piece of smoked salmon broiled dry, which I ate with some of my own biscuit. After breakfast, I intended to have set off on my return to the ships, though there came on a disagreeable snowstorm. But my newfound friend objected to it, and gave me to understand that I should go the next day, and if I chose, 3 of them would accompany me. This I immediately agreed to, as it anticipated a favor I intended to have asked them, though I before much doubted whether they would comply with it. I amused myself indoors while it snowed without by writing down a few words of the original languages of the American Indians and the Asiatics who came over to this coast with these Russians from Kamchatka. The numerals in the 2 languages are as follows. Numerals omitted. I shall not make any particular observations on the foregoing specimens, but content myself that I have brought those new and remote languages to the closeness of my countrymen, whose learned ease will better enable them to improve such an object of curiosity in investigating the origin of nations than I might do myself. These languages, however, are so guttural that it was equally difficult for me to obtain as it is to communicate their true sound by our orthography, and those who speak it properly must do it igutore, per labia, in palato, quil per dentes, as they would the Hebrew which it so much resembles. The word she, which stands for 8 in the list of American numerals, is indeed very nearly like the Hebrew and shin. Indeed, the guttural is the universal and radical pronunciation of all the aboriginal languages on this continent, from Greenland to the Isthmus of Darien, and from Nova Zembla all over the northern parts of Europe and Asia. In the afternoon, the weather cleared up, and I went out to see how those Russian adventurers were situated. I found the whole village to contain about 30 huts, all of which were built partly underground and covered with turf at the bottom, and coarse grass at the tops. The only circumstance that can recommend them is their warmth, which is occasioned partly by their manner of construction and partly by a kind of oven, in which they constantly keep a fire night and day. They sleep on platforms built on each side of the hut, on which they have a number of bear and other skins, which renders them comfortable, and as they have been educated in a hardy manner, they need little or no other support than what they procure from the sea and from hunting. The number of Russians were about 30, and they had with them about 70 Kamchadals, or Indians from Kamchatka. These, with some of the American Indians whom they had entered into friendship with, occupied the village, enjoyed every benefit in common with the Russians, and were converts to their religion. Such other of the aborigines of the island as had not become converts to their sentiments in religious and civil matters were excluded from such privileges and were prohibited to wear certain arms. I also found a small sloop of about 40 tons burden laying in a cove behind the village and a hut near her, containing her sails, cordage, and other sea equipage, and 1 old iron 3-pounder. It is natural to an ingenious mind when it enters a town, a house, or ship that has been rendered famous by any particular events to feel the full force of that pleasure which results from the completest satisfaction that can be obtained to gratify a noble curiosity. I was no sooner informed that this sloop was the same in which the famous Peering had performed those discoveries which did him so much honor, and his country such great services, than I was determined to go on board of her and indulge the generous feelings the occasion required. I intimated my wishes to the man that accompanied me, who went back to the village and brought a canoe in which we went on board, where I remained about an hour, and then returned. Beering was a Russian by birth, and like his predecessor and prince, Tsar Peter seemed born to render those services to his country which none but the really great and those obstinately bent on doing good can do. There is a history of his life and discoveries extant, but I have never had the happiness to see it, though I was informed Cook had it with him. I am therefore under the necessity of recommending my readers to this history for a more perfect account of his proceedings in general, as well as those which concern the present voyage, than what I am now able to furnish them with for the want of it. I am inclined to wish that so great a character as Cook's could not be stained by envy, but it is an absolute fact that Beering's discoveries upon the coasts of America from the latitudes 59N and longitude S 217 A-E to the island of Providence, and from thence, taking the coast in general to the 2 famous capes, the Asetska Nos and Cape Prince of Wales, were antecedent to Cook's, and they not only much facilitated his own navigation, but deprived him of the honor of being the sole discoverer of the N.W. continent of America, though it must be acknowledged that Beering's knowledge of such parts as he did explore were incorrect, imperfect, and infinitely below the consummate accuracy of Cook. Beering's discoveries were those of an obscure, unassisted genius, who had every difficulty to surmount that can be thought of to a man illiberally educated, and to such a vast undertaking, and Cook's those of a person whose fame had already been established, whose genius had all the assistance of it, and whose equipments in other respects were the studied accommodations of the greatest nautical kingdom on earth. The little bark belonged to Kamchatka, and came from there with the Asiatics already mentioned to this island, which they call Unalachka, in order to establish a pelt and fur factory. They had been here about 5 years and go over to Kamchatka in her once a year to deliver their merchandise and get a recruit of such supplies as they need from the chief factory there, of which I shall take further notice hereafter. The next day I set off from this village well satisfied with the happy issue of a tour which was now as agreeable as it was at first undesirable. I was accompanied by 3 of the principal Russians and some attendants. We embarked at the village in a large skin boat, much like our large whale boats, rowing with 12 oars, and as we struck directly across the bay, we shortened our distance several miles, and the next day, passing the same village I had before been at, we arrived by sundown at the bay where the ships lay, and before dark I got on board with our new acquaintance. The satisfaction this discovery gave Cook, and the honor that redounded to me may be easily imagined, and the several conjectures respecting the appearance of a foreign intercourse rectified and confirmed. Providence Island is about 19 leagues in circumference, and about 3 miles from the main, hilly and barren as to timber, and such as they make use of is what drifts upon the shores from different parts of the coast on the continent. It produces, however, several plants and flowers common to the climate, and among others a plenty of horts. On the 1st of November we set sail, and passing through the straits to the southward, lost sight of Providence Island, steering eastward and southward towards Sandwich Islands. We had now been 9 months upon the coast of America. We had seen and suffered a great deal, and we had still more to see, no doubt. But I believe nobody thought more to suffer. We had, however, the agreeable reflection of having explored the greatest part of the unknown coasts of northern and western America, and of having ascertained and fixed the exact limits to the whole of it, as well as the northern and eastern coasts of Asia, and the islands in the intermediate ocean. We met with no particular occurrences on our passage from America to Sandwich Islands. Cook was very much inclined to think there were other islands contiguous to those we had already discovered, and distinguished by that appellation on our route to the northward, and that they lay to the eastward. With this view, we sailed eastward until we found ourselves in the lat of Attawai, and that island 4 degrees west. We then ran down the longitude. This answered Cook's expectation, and on the 26th of November we discovered land 2 degrees east of Attawai, which we afterwards found to be an island called by the natives Hauihi or Oihi. On the 27th, in sailing in with Oihi, we discovered another island called by the natives Maui, which is nearly in sight of Attawai. Those with Nebun, Endhau, Magadu, and some other small islands compose of a group of 10 islands mostly in sight of each other, comprehending about of lat, blank, and blank degrees of longitude. Oihi, which is the easternmost and most considerable, lies in lat. 1928 north and 204 east longitude from Greenwich is nearly in a parallel latitude with Cape Lucas, which is the southernmost part of California in South America, and is about 900 leagues distant from it. It was immediately and very naturally supposed that Cook's first object now would be to find a harbor, where our weather-beaten ships might be repaired and our fatigued crews receive the rewards due to their perseverance and toil through so great a piece of navigation as we had performed the last 9 or 10 months. But it was not so, and we continued laying off and on the north side of Maui, and particularly Oihi, until the 7th of December without any other supplies than what was brought off to us by the natives in their canoes some leagues from the shore. This conduct of the commander-in-chief was highly reprobated, and at last remonstrated against by the people on board both ships, as it appeared very manifest that Cook's conduct was wholly influenced by motives of interest, to which he was evidently sacrificing not only the ships, but the healths and happiness of the brave men, who were weaving the laurel that was hereafter to adorn his brows. On the 8th of December, we stretched to the southward and eastward in order to get round to the southern side of Oihi and get into a harbor, but it was the 16th of January before we found one, owing partly to the predetermined delays of the commander and partly to bad weather. On the 17th of January 1779 we entered our harbor, which was a commodious bay situated nearly in the middle of the south side of Oihi and about 1.5 miles deep, the extremes of the bay distant about 2 miles. We entered with both ships and anchored in 7 fathoms of water about the middle of the bay, having on one side a town containing about 300 houses called by the inhabitants Kivarua, and on the other side a town containing 100 houses and called Kirekakua. While we were entering the bay which they called Kirekakua after the town Kirekakua, we were surrounded by so great a number of canoes that Cook ordered 2 officers into each top to number them with as much exactness as they could, and as they both exceeded 3,000 in their amounts, I shall with safety say there was 2,500, and as there were upon an average 6 persons, at least in each canoe, it will follow that there was at least 15,000 men, women, and children in the canoes, besides those that were on floats, swimming without floats, and actually on board and hanging around the outside of the ships. The crowds on shore were still more numerous. The beach, the surrounding rocks, the tops of houses, the branches of trees, and the adjacent hills were all covered, and the shouts of joy and admiration proceeding from the sonorous voices of the men, confused with the shriller exclamations of the women dancing and clapping their hands, the overseeing of canoes, cries of the children, goods on float, and hogs that were brought to market. Squalling formed one of the most tumultuous and the most curious prospects that can be imagined. God of creation, these are thy doings. These are our brethren and our sisters, the works of thy hands. And thou art not without a witness even here, where for ages and perhaps since the beginning it has been hid from us. And though the circumstance may be beyond our comprehension, let it not lessen the belief of the fact. Among all this immense multitude of people there was not the least appearance of insult. They had heard of our riches by those who had come off to us and traded, and from the people at Attawai, and concluding from our hovering round the island, that we should visit them on shore, had prepared to meet us with supplies and give us a welcome. This previous preparation was the reason of this vast assemblage of people and provisions, and everyone wanting to make the first bargain occasioned their coming all together. We purchased as many hogs that and the following day or two as we did for 2 months after, and had besides the advantage of refusing any but such as were of the best kind. As soon as the Resolution was moored, Captain Cook went on shore in his pinnace, attended only by his barge crew and 2 of the chiefs, and landed upon a fine beach before the west part of the town of Kirekakua. His crew were without arms, and he had himself only his hanger, which he never went without. The chiefs had each 2 long white poles which they held upright and waved to the people in the canoes to make room. As they passed through the throng, the chief cried out in their language that the great Orono was coming, at which they all bowed and covered their faces with their hands until he was past. But the moment this was done, they resumed their clamorous shouts, closed the vacant places astern, and as many as could crowded upon his rear to the shore. The 2 chiefs first landed, and joined many other of their brother officers, who had also white rods in their hands, and, observing the transactions of the 2 chiefs in the pinnace, had also made an avenue among the people on shore. Cook, in the meantime, improving the awful respect he saw paid him among the natives, permitted himself to be carried upon the shoulders of his bargeman from the boat to the summit of the beach, the bargeman uncovered. As soon as he was set down, the multitude on the beach fell prostrate with their faces to the ground, and their arms extended forward. Those upon the adjacent hills, upon the houses, on the stone walls, and on the tops of the trees, also hid their faces while he passed along the opening. But he was no sooner past them than they rose and followed him. But if Cook happened to turn his head or look behind him, they were down again in an instant, and up again as soon whenever his face was reverted to some other quarter. This punctilious performance of respect in so vast a throng being regulated solely by the accidental turn of one man's head, and the transition being sudden and short, rendered it very difficult even for an individual to be in proper attitude. If he lay prostrate but a second too long, he was pretty sure not to rise again until he had been trampled upon by all behind him, and if he dared not to prostrate himself, he would stumble over those before him who did. This produced a great many laughable circumstances. As Cook walked very fast to get off from the sand into the shades of the town, it rendered the matter still more difficult. At length, however, they adopted a medium that much better answered a running compliment and did not displease the chiefs. This was to go upon all fours, which was truly curious among at least 10,000 people. This concourse, however, did not continue long, for after passing through a small part of the town only to the Morai, which I shall describe hereafter, this being a sanctified spot, and the people in general forbidden to approach it, Cook was left much to his satisfaction, attended only by a few chiefs and their domestics, or rather Rikuanas, whose characters I shall particularly describe hereafter. The first business Cook wished to accomplish was to obtain a commodious spot to erect his tents upon, particularly the astronomical tents, and observing a square potato patch between the SE side of the Morai and the sea that particularly struck his fancy, he addressed the chiefs concerning it. They immediately made him the offer of it, which Cook accepted, and made the chiefs that were present some valuable presents. Matters thus far had moved with Cook in the old Otaheite style, and he did not suppose a greater degree of refinement in negotiating would be required among the chiefs here than there. But he was mistaken, for it was no sooner agreed that Cook should have liberty to possess the before-mentioned ground than the chiefs required that Cook's people should never after sunset proceed without the limits prescribed, and that their own people should at all times be utterly excluded from entering them. And as a ratification of what they had promised, they directly fixed on the top of the wall that surrounded the ground a number of the white rods before mentioned. The chiefs on our side were made an exception to this agreement, and those among the natives were to be admitted as we pleased. These propositions surprised Cook as they were new and unexpected, and he wished upon the whole that they might not be attended with some of the difficulties they seemed to portend. But when he contemplated the good sense by which they were dictated, and the harmony they were calculated to produce, he acquiesced. After this, Cook returned on board, taking with him several of the chiefs who dined with him upon the fruits of their own country, which they liked boiled and roasted after our manner as well as their own. In the afternoon, I was sent with a guard of Marines, selected for the purpose from both ships, to take possession of our intended encampment, and in receiving my orders, particular care was taken to mention at large the above-mentioned agreement, which I was enjoined carefully to maintain uninfringed. The ardor of curiosity was now somewhat abated, but I had no sooner landed with the Marines in complete uniform than the town began to pour forth its thousands again, but landing within the limits notified by the white rods, not a single individual approached beyond them, and our tents were pitched and sentries posted before sunset without annoyance. I could not but reflect in this situation how much I was indebted either to the timidity or real innocence, hospitality and generosity of the people whose immense numbers, had they all been women, would have trampled me to atoms. The intrinsic difference between us and them in every respect was certainly great, but the greatest difference was imaginary respecting them, and imputed to us. The moment, therefore, that this supposed superiority of ours should cease to exist or be diminished, our consequences and importance would be at an end, or at least could only be supported the worst of all aids, an appeal to arms, which in our situation would ruin us, though we conquered. As soon as the sun set, I ordered some additional sentries, and though the wondering Indians did not entirely evacuate the surrounding walls until dark, yet they retired in the greatest peace and good order. The next morning, as soon as the sun rose, they began again to assemble upon the walls, where they continued until night in the same manner they had done the preceding day. In this manner, matters were conducted at the tents, and peace, plenty, and good order prevailed. At length, some of those difficulties Cook had foreseen and endeavored to provide against began to discover themselves. The people at the tents complained that according to orders they were secluded, the society of the fair, while the people on board were not, and that it was a just matter of complaint. This was partly true, and to remedy it would be to oppose and argue down the strongest passions. Passions which separately considered were not against the articles of war, and which like hunger would pervade stone walls. Their complaints had never been preferred to Cook in form. Mr. King, the 2D Lute, of the Resolution, and astronomer-in-chief had the command of the tents, accompanied by the astronomer of the Discovery and some other gentlemen. These gentlemen had determined upon giving a tacit consent to the wishes of the people within this sacred jurisdiction upon several principles. They were sensible that should Cook receive their remonstrances from their hands, he would resent and impute it to the imbecility of their command. No secret wishes in them to abet the demands of the people and convert them ultimately to answer their own purposes. But were they to suffer the people to admit their mistresses or to go out to meet them without noticing them, matters, should it finally produce any mischief, they then would have some color of excuse, but they hoped this would not be the case. They hoped their sacrifices to Venus would be more propitious and productive of other circumstances. The people had often attempted to prosecute the illicit amours when they risked the resentment of their officers, but they no sooner perceived themselves freed from this restraint by their conduct than they were determined whenever opportunity favored to improve the hint. For my own part, I really foresaw the mischiefs that would ensue and endeavored to put the matter upon another footing, though without success. The embarrassments our enamorados were already under were still greater from our contiguity to the Morai, which the women of the country never dare approach from religious motives, exclusive of the considerations of being the first to infringe upon the conditions they have subsisting between their chiefs and us of another kind. There was in short no alternative but for our people to go without the lines and meet their mistresses upon neutral ground. This was at first done by the officers with the utmost secrecy, but what can be hid from jealous love? And the sleepless eyes of envy our soldiers and sailors saw it and practiced it. It was impossible for a number of men upon half an acre of ground to go out and return all upon the same business, and not have some rencounter that would lead to a discovery, which was soon the case both between officers and men, and then the covenant was no more. This matter was at last well known among the inhabitants, but as it had never been productive of any misunderstandings on either side, it was taken no other notice of by people in general, but the chiefs thought differently. They knew it was a breach of covenant. This might be esteemed trivial on our part, and indeed it was, but it was the beginning of our subsequent misfortunes, and acknowledged to be so afterwards when it was too late to revert the consequences. In a few days the white rods were taken down by some of the inhabitants, and a free egress and regress took place. The inhabitants had access to our tents, viewed our conduct in private and unguarded hours, had every opportunity to form an opinion of our manners and abilities, and contrast them with their own. Nay, were even instructed in the nature and use of our firearms, and permitted to prove our own personal prowess in wrestling, boxing, and other athletic exercises, and in some instances with success on their side. It also flung temptations in their way to theft, which they diligently improved and we resented. It was not, however, until some time after our arrival that we saw these appearances, and not until near our final departure that we saw the evils that resulted from them. The third day after our acquaintance, Captain Cook was invited on shore by a number of the chiefs, among whom was a priest, to a kind of entertainment, or rather ceremony that he could not understand. As they either could or would not explain it to him, he was obliged to comply at a hazard with their request to come to the knowledge of a circumstance they were more anxious to communicate than he was to receive. Cook was attended by 3 of his lieutenants, and a draftsman uniformly dressed. As they passed the tents after landing, I was invited by Lieutenant King to make one of the party. Our route led to a romantic silent spot west of the Morai, which was the residence of the priest that conducted the ceremony. It consisted of a circle of large coconut and other trees that stood upon the margin of a pond of water, in the center of which was a bathing place. Upon the north side of the pond was a row of houses, situated among the trees, and were most delightfully situated. These houses extended almost to the Morai, nearest which was that of the priest who was the lord of this beautiful recess. Between the houses and the pond were a number of grass plots intersected by several square holes with water in them, which were private baths. On the east side, under the wall of the Morai, was a thick arbor of low-spreading trees, and a number of ill-carved images interspersed throughout. To this retreat we were all conducted, and Captain Cook was placed by one of those images, which was hung round with old pieces of their cloths and some viands. When the company was all seated, the natives formed a semicircle in front of Cook, who with his lieutenants on each side composed the base. The priest, who had been very busy in forming this arrangement, now proceeded to the most important part of the duty, and began to anoint the head of Cook with coconut oil infused with a truth juice that is obtained from the breadfruit, uttering at the same time in a jargon we knew nothing of some kind of speech, the chiefs at certain periods vociferating with a strong sonorous voice a kind of amen. This part of the ceremony lasted about 20 minutes, and was succeeded by a long, uninterrupted, formal oration by the priest, which was run over with the greatest rapidity and lasted about half an hour. Notwithstanding the language here is almost verbally the same as at Otaheite, and the other islands we could not understand a word this levy had spoken. At the end of the speech, the rest of the natives gave a shout, and this was succeeded by a song of a slow, majestic composition and was short. The song ended and was succeeded by a barbecued hog and breadfruit, but however ceremonious the natives had been in the preceding part of this exhibition, they now were of a different opinion, and made the most strenuous efforts of dispatch. It was at this time about 10 o'clock in the morning, and we did not partake with our friends, except in a drink of coconut milk. They, however, finished the hog and then rose to wait upon Cook into town. We had now been here several days, and had been waiting with anxiety the arrival of their Orono, Lahai, or greatest chief, whose name was Kiriabu, whom we expected every day and every hour according to the reports of the natives from the island of Maui, where he had been at war with the chief of that island. On the 22nd of January, some of the chiefs and other warriors who had been at Maui came into the bay, and the next day several more hundred made their appearance, but it was not until the 25th that Kiriabu came. He was attended by a number of double canoes, the largest we had ever seen, being between 60 and 70 feet in length, and a large retinue of stout, comely, bold-looking hardy chiefs, besides other attendants, and about 30 men with paddles. In the fore and hinder parts of his canoe were placed several ill-formed images of wickerwork covered with a variety of feathers, of different colors but chiefly red and black. These they carried to war with them. They took little notice of the ships as they entered the bay, but landed immediately on the beach near our encampment, which Cook observing and being anxious to salute Kiriabu, rowed in his pinnace directly to the tents from whence he went out to meet him. The interview was worthy, Cook and Kiriabu, and they seemed from that moment to conceive an uncommon attachment to each other. Kiriabu was an old man and very feeble, about 5 feet 8 inches high, and of a slender make. He had a countenance very expressive of conscious dignity and merit, and conducted himself at all times worthy a ruler of the people. After the ceremonies of the first salutation were over, Cook invited Kiriabu and led him by the hand to his marquee, attended by a concourse of his chiefs, who expressed the liveliest sense of the honor done their king. Our astronomers were at this time rectifying their mathematical apparatus in the form of their observations. It was a bright day, and the appearance was even brilliant to us, but much more so to Kiriabu and his attendants, who even expressed a superstitious fear as they approached it. They had heard what terrible things our guns were, and therefore were particularly apprehensive of danger from our 2 telescopes that stood elevated above the rest. The quadrants did not appear to be dangerous instruments, but both from their construction and use were a perfect mystery, about which they made endless inquiries, and would have idolized if one might judge from their extravagant exclamations and gestures. A great part of the forenoon was spent in satisfying the curiosities of these untutored sons of men, and in endeavoring to inform them of our knowledge, and judge of the capability of theirs. But after all, the only conclusion they made was that, as we had so much to do with the sun and the rest of the planets, whose motions we were constantly watching by day and night, and which we had informed them we were guided by on the ocean, we must either have come from thence, or be some other way particularly connected with those objects, and to strengthen this inference, they observed that the color of our skins partook of the red from the sun, and the white from the moon and stars. Besides, they said we dealt much with fire, that we could kill others with it, but that it would not hurt us, though we were close by it, and that we rendered it in all things entirely subservient to us. When the usual hour of dining arrived, Cook invited Kiriabu and his attendants on board, and his table was no otherwise ornamented than with the productions of Oihi. His guests were the better accommodated. Kiriabu made his dinner solely with bread, fruit, and a drink of water, but his chiefs, who were younger, used both pork and fowls. They made no use of knives or forks and crammed their mouths as full as they possibly could, but the quantity they ate was very moderate. They also drank only water, refusing wine, porter, rum, or any other kind of liquor. After dinner they were conducted upon deck, where they were again highly entertained with a new scene, and one much better adapted to their understanding than that they had lately been on shore. Some of them were employed in measuring the ship's length, and others her breadth, which they did with a line, and then measured it into fathoms as we do. Some of them ventured as far aloft as the main and foretops, but took their route through the lubber's hole rather than by purrock shrouds. None of them would go higher or offer to venture out upon the yards. Others again were in the ship's hold, at which they expressed the utmost admiration. Kiriabu was on the quarterdeck with Cook and had every minute some of the chiefs running to him and relating what they had seen for his information. After this, the pinnace was manned with the crew in black caps and white shirts, and rowed uniformly to the Discovery, the French horn playing. The evening was spent on board with Captain Clerk. Kiriabu was so much pleased with the attention that had been shown him and his chiefs that he desired Cook and Clerk would spend the next day with him and his chiefs on shore, desiring also that they would bring their chiefs with them, which was readily agreed to. And the next morning both captains and all the officers that could attend, dressed in their uniforms, went to Kivarua, where Kiriabu generally resided. They all dined together in Kiriabu's house. The dinner consisted of a hog, and potatoes baked after their manner spread on green plantain leaves, around which they all seated themselves cross-legged. There was no ceremony, except that of washing the mouth and hands both before and after dinner with clean water, and the only utensils at the feast were pieces of bamboo, which were used as knives. The natives drank water, and our officers, to conform as near as possible to the contour of the entertainment, drank coconut milk. After dinner they went out to take the air under an adjacent shade, where they were entertained with a dance by the women while they were voluptuously stretched along the grass or reclined against the trees. One of the gentlemen from the Discovery brought his violin with him, and one from the Resolution a German flute, and as the company seemed to want variety, they played upon each in turn. The violin produced the most immoderate laughter among the natives, who seemed to relish it as many do the bagpipes, or much more indifferently. But when we accompanied it by a voluntary dance or cotillion, they had a different opinion. The flute they much admired and examined very curiously. The drum and fife, though not present, is the music they most delight in. When the sun was upon the decline, Kiriabu and his suite crossed the bay to Kurakakua in order to complete the entertainment of his guests by an exhibition of the gymnastics, at which a large concourse of people of all denominations were present. The disposition of the assembly was an extensive circle in the midst of which was performed wrestling, boxing, and other athletic exercises, which I need not further describe than referring my readers to the accounts of those games at Tongo Taboo, one of the friendly islands with which they entirely correspond, except in one particular, which was a sort of standard or insignia, which was brought on and introduced into the circle by one of those who had last excelled in those exercises. And when the sports were over, it was taken by the victor or victors, and preserved by them as a testimony of their prowess, until they were excelled in some subsequent encounter. The loss of this badge of honor never occasioned any uneasiness or repining, and the investment was decisive as the action which won it. It was the shout of consenting hundreds that closed every feat which declared to whom it was due. This standard seemed to have a resemblance of the ancient Roman one. The staff was about 13 feet long. On the top there was a truck with some holes in it, through which a line was rove, and to the ends of the line hung a short, broad pendant. Underneath this, about 2 feet from the truck, was suspended by another cord a transverse stick about 4 feet long, to which a large man-of-war bird was fixed with the tips of the wings spread to each end of the stick, and the whole was ornamented with little tufts of variegated feathers. This ceremony was very well conducted, but fell short in several respects to those of the same kind at Tonga Taboo. At sundown, the sports ended, and after the victors had gone off in triumph with the insignia of victory, the assembly dissolved, Kiriabu went over unattended and without ceremony to Kivarua, and our officers to their several ships. The next evening, Cook invited Kiriabu and his people to another entertainment, which they afterwards justly called the best one. This was the exhibition of some of the fireworks we had brought from Woolwich. The fame of this intended entertainment and the manifest preparation that had been making on the beach at Kirikakua by our gunner and yeoman extended the report far and nearby, which means there was an immense number of spectators. As soon as it was well dark, Cook landed at the spot where the preparations were attended by Kiriabu and a vast number of men and women in their canoes. The natives had been some of them all day waiting, and their expectations were wound up to the last extremity. Some of them had begun to jeer at us and express contempt of our heifa, as they called it. Cook expected some laughable circumstances and was willing to improve it. He, therefore, took the necessary precautions, and when everything was ready, and the people as silent as they might be, ordered a shrieker to call. I do not think this part of the scene is describable. Cook and the officers near him certainly could not do it. They were so entirely overcome with laughter. They could hardly hold the old feeble Kiriabu and some elderly ladies of quality that were among them, and before they had any ways recovered themselves from this paroxysm, nearly the whole host that a moment before surrounded them had fled, some towards the town, some to the hills, and some into the water, many they did not know where, and many had been trampled underfoot and remained motionless there. It, however, happened luckily that the object which at first caused their fear did not long continue, and as that expired, the terrors of those who fled, as well as the few who remained behind, subsided, and Kiriabu rose and called himself to the hindermost of the people in return, and sent after the rest. This had such an effect that many did return and wait the remaining part of the evening. But there were many who were frightened past recovery, and did not appear any more that night. However, when we came to proceed and fire another rocket, though those that had returned saw their king and the rest of the company safe, and themselves unhurt, yet they could not resist the former impulse, and again took to their heels, and though they soon returned, they continued to do so occasionally through the whole ceremony, except at the exhibition of the water rockets, which seemed to reconcile them to the opinion of the entertainment being calculated to please and not hurt them. And when all was over, they parted with us highly pleased, shouting our greatness and goodness. On the 26th of January, I sent a billet on board to Cook, desiring his permission to make an excursion into the interior parts of the country, proposing, if practicable, to reach the famous peak that terminated the height of the island. My proposal was not only granted but promoted by Cook, who very much wanted some information respecting that part of the island, particularly the peak, the tip of which is generally covered with snow and had excited great curiosity. He desired the gunner of the Resolution, the botanist sent out by Mr. Banks and Mr. Simeon Woodruff to be of the party. He also procured us some attendants among the natives to assist us in carrying our baggage and directing us through the woods. It required some prudence to make a good equipment for this tour, for though we had the full heat of a tropical sun near the margin of the island, we knew we should experience a different temperament in the air the higher we advanced towards the peak, and that the transition would be sudden if not extreme. We therefore took each of us a woolen blanket and in general made some alteration in our dress, and we each took a bottle of brandy. Among the natives who were to attend us was a young chief whose name was Okran, and 2 youths from among the commonalty. Our course lay eastward and northward from the town, and about 2 o'clock in the afternoon we set out. When we had got without the town, we met an old acquaintance of mine, who ought indeed to have been introduced before. He was a middle-aged man and belonged to the order of their Mita, or priesthood. His name was Kuniva. We saluted each other, and the old man asked with much impatient curiosity where we were going. When we had informed him, he disapproved of our intention, told us that we could not go as far as we proposed, and would have persuaded us to return. But finding that we were determined in our resolves, he turned and accompanied us. About 2 miles without the town, the land was level, and continued of one plain of little enclosures separated from each other by low, broad walls. Whether this circumstance denoted separate property, or was done solely to dispense with the lava that overspread the face of the country and of which the walls are composed, I cannot say, but probably it denotes a distinct possession. Some of these fields were planted, and others by their appearance were left fallow. In some we saw the natives collecting the coarse grass that had grown upon it during the time it had lain unimproved and burning it in detached heaps. Their sweet potatoes are mostly raised here and indeed are the principal object of their agriculture. but it requires an infinite deal of toil on account of the quantity of lava that remains on the land, notwithstanding what is used about the wall, to come at the soil. And besides, they have no implements of husbandry that we could make use of had the ground been free from the lava. If anything can recompense their labor, it must be an exuberant soil and a beneficent climate. We saw a few patches of sugarcane interspersed in most places, which were but small, but the cane was the largest and as sweet as any we had ever seen. We also passed several groups of plantain trees. These enclosed plantations extended about 3 miles from the town, near the back of which they commenced, and were succeeded by what we called the open plantations. Here the land began to rise with a gentle ascent that continued about 1 mile when it became abruptly steep. These were the plantations that contained the breadfruit trees. What series are thy beaten sheaves, and thy yellow harvests compared with this scene? Have the songs of poets done thee so much honor from a sickly theme? What would they do another day from beholding this extensive display of spontaneous vexation? Son of blank, what are thy fields but the sad testimony of toil? And when thy feeble plants have passed the 1,000 dangers that attend its progress to a state of perfection in the field, what is it then? Are not the subsequent operations necessary for the use of man still more numerous and complicated? Man reaps them by the sweat of his brow. But behold now these breadfruit plants. We cannot discern their limits, and the trees are like the cedars of Lebanon in numbers and in majesty. Can the groveling swine trample them under his feet? Or are they destroyed by a gust of rain? Here is neither toil nor care. Man stretcheth forth his hand and eateth without parsimony or anticipated want. After leaving the breadfruit forests, we continued up the ascent to the distance of 1.5 miles further and found the land thick covered with wild fern, among which our botanist found a new species. It was now near sundown, and being upon the skirts of those woods that so remarkably surrounded this island at a uniform distance of 4 and 5 miles from the shore, we concluded to halt, especially as there was a hut nearby that would afford us a better retreat during the night than what we might expect if we proceeded. When we reached the hut, we found it inhabited by an elderly man, his wife, and daughter, the emblem of innocent, unsullied beauty. They were somewhat discomposed at our appearance and equipment and would have left their house through fear had not the Indians who accompanied us persuaded them otherwise and at last reconciled them to us. We sat down together before the door, and from the height of the situation, we had a complete retrospective view of our route, of the town, of part of the bay, and one of our ships, besides an extensive prospect on the ocean and a distant view of 3 of the neighboring islands. It was exquisitely entertaining. Nature had bestowed her graces with her usual, negligent sublimity. The town of Kirikakua and our ship in the bay created the contrast of art as well as the cultivated ground below, and as every object was partly a novelty, it transported as well as convinced. As we had proposed remaining at this hut the night, and being willing to preserve what provisions we had ready dressed, we purchased a little pig, and had him dressed by our host, who, finding his account in his visitants, bestirred himself and soon had it ready. After supper we had some of our brandy diluted with the mountain water, and we had so long been confined to the poor brackish water at the bay below that it was a kind of nectar to us. As soon as the sun set, we found a considerable difference in the state of the air. At night, a heavy dew fell, and we felt it very chilly and had recourse to our blankets, notwithstanding we were in the hut. The next morning when we came to enter the woods, we found there had been a heavy rain, though none of it had approached us notwithstanding we were within 200 yards of the skirts of the forest. And it seemed to be a matter of fact both from the information of the natives and our own observations that neither the rains nor the dews descended lower than where the woods terminated, unless at the equinoxes or some periodical conjuncture, by which means the space between the woods and the shores are rendered warm and fit for the purposes of culture and the sublimated vegetation of tropical productions. We traversed these woods by a compass, keeping a due course for the peak, and were so happy the first day as to find a footpath that tended nearly our due course, by which means we had traveled by estimation about 15 miles, and though it was no extraordinary march had circumstances been different, yet as we found them, we thought it a very great one, for it was not only excessively miry and rough, but the way was mostly an ascent, and we had been unused to walking and especially to carrying such loads as we had. Our Indian companions were much more fatigued than we were, though they had nothing to carry, and what displeased us very much would not carry anything. The occasional delays of our botanical researches delayed us something. The sun had not set when we halted yet, meeting with a situation that pleased us, and not being limited as to time, we spent the remaining part of the day as humor dictated, some botanizing and those who had fowling pieces with them and shooting. For my part, I could not but think the present appearance of our encampment claimed a part of our attention, and therefore set about some alterations and amendments. It was the trunk of a tree that had fallen by the side of the path and lay with one end transversely over another tree that had fallen before in an opposite direction. And as it measured 32 feet in circumference and lay 4 feet from the ground, it afforded very good shelter except at the sides, which defect I supplied by large pieces of bark, and a good quantity of boughs which rendered it very commodious. And we slept the night under it much better than we had done the preceding, notwithstanding there was a heavy dew and the air cold. The next morning we set out in good spirits, hoping that day to reach the snowy peak. But we had not gone a mile forward before the path that had hitherto so much facilitated our progress began not only to take a direction southward of west, but had been so little frequented as to be almost effaced. In this situation we consulted our Indian convoy, but to no purpose. We then advised among ourselves and at length concluded to proceed by the nearest route, without any beaten track, and went in this manner about 4 miles further, finding the way even more steep and rough than we had yet experienced, but above all impeded by such impenetrable thickets as would render it impossible for us to proceed any further. We therefore abandoned our design, and returning in our own track, reached the retreat we had improved the last night, having been the whole day in walking only about 10 miles, and had been very assiduous too. We found the country here, as well as at the seashore, universally overspread with lava, and also saw several subterranean excavations that had every appearance of past eruption and fire. Our botanists today met with great success, and we had also shot a number of fine birds of the liveliest and most variegated plumage that any of us had ever met with, but we heard no melody among them. Except these, we saw no other kind of birds except the screech owl. Neither did we see any kind of quadruped, but we caught several curious insects. The woods here are very thick and luxuriant. The largest trees are nearly 30 feet in girth, and these with the shrubbery underneath and the whole intersected with vines renders it very umbrageous. The next day, about 2 in the afternoon, we cleared the woods by our old route, and by 6 o'clock reached the tents, having penetrated about 25 miles and we supposed within 11 of the peak. Our Indians were extremely fatigued, though they had no baggage, and we were well convinced that though like the stag and the lion they appear fit for expedition and toil, yet like those animals they are fit for neither, while the humble mule will persevere in both. According to an altitude of the quadrant, the peak of Awahi is 35 miles distant from the surface of the water, and its perpendicular elevation nearly 2 miles. The island is exactly 90 leagues in circumference, is very nearly of a circular form, and rises on all sides in a moderate and pretty uniform ascent from the water to the peak, which is sharp and capped, as I have before observed, with snow, which seems to be a new circumstance among us not altogether accounted for. As a truth and a phenomenon in natural philosophy, I leave it to the world. Oahe has every appearance in nature to suppose it once to have been a volcano. Its height, magnitude, shape, and perhaps its situation indicate not only that, but that its original formation was affected by such a cause. The eastern side of the island is one continued bed of lava from the summit to the sea, and under the sea in 30-fathom water some distance from the shore. And this side of the island is utterly barren, and devoid of even a single shrub. But there is no tradition among the inhabitants of such a circumstance. On the 1st of February, one William Watman, one of our quarter gunners, died. He was an elderly man, and having been with Cook in the ship Endeavour on a former voyage, was much lamented by him. He died with a slow fever that had partly been hastened if not brought on by intemperance. This was the second person that had died in the Resolution. The next day he was carried on shore to be interred, and it seems it was his own request, when he found he should not recover, to be interred in the Morai, which Cook promised him should be done. Our old friend Kikini, the priest that anointed Cook, as soon as he heard of Watman's death, anticipated Cook's request by making him an offer of a place in the Mora one, and had therefore waited on shore to attend Watman's body to the grave. When the pinnace landed with Watman's body, we expected the curiosity of the natives would have been excited to come in crowds to see it and to observe our conduct upon the occasion. But it was quite otherwise. The people all shut themselves up in their houses, and nobody was seen but 2 or 3 men who attended Kikini. As the circumstance of this man's death was an event that would be much noticed by the natives, as well as the manner in which we should dispose of the corpse, it was determined to render the whole matter as magnificent and respectable as the situation of the affair would permit. The body was therefore enclosed in a coffin covered with colors and borne by the bargeman, who walked in the center. Cook and his officers with some of the people followed 2 and 2 according to their rank. In the front, at an advanced distance, preceding a guard of Marines marching to the tune of a fife that played the funeral march, and with their arms reverted. When we had ascended the Morai and reached the grave, the guard opened their ranks and performed the usual evolutions on those occasions. Cook and his officers read prayers, and Kikini and his squatted down upon their hams before them, paying great attention, and were ostensibly much affected. When we began to cover the remains, Kikini seized a little pig he had under his arm by his hinder legs and dashed its head against the stones heaved into the grave, and would have done the same with one or two more hogs they had with them had not Cook interposed. The ceremony over and the guard marched off, Cook erected a post with an inscription suitable to the occasion. This grave was ever after visited by the natives, who strewed it over with viands and animal flesh. They seemed to pay a greater attention to this man's grave than to those of their own people. I observed one night a light upon the Mora one after this affair, and as it was an unusual circumstance, I went up upon the Mora, one to see if I could know the reason of it. When I had ascended, I observed 12 or 13 men sitting in a circle around a fire. I advanced to them and uncovered my head, not choosing to sit down among them or interrupt their business, nor indeed to stay if I found my company was intrusive. The company all looked at me and then spoke to each other. I could understand some of them. They told some old gray-headed Indians that I was the Kakakoa Lahi, or chief warrior at the tents, and that I was well known in the town, and that I was a good man, that Kuneva was my friend, and that my name was Orero, a name given me by the Indians, and that I had saved an old woman from being drowned in the sea by exposing my own life, all which was true. Upon this representation, and more that I did but imperfectly comprehend, I was called by one of the old Indians to come and sit down by him, which I complied with. I sat half an hour there, during which time they killed a pig in the manner Kikini had done his, opened it while warm, and threw the entrails into the fire and left them to consume. The carcass of the pig was thrown upon Watman's grave. When I went away, I had several presents of fruit made to me, and the next day, in consequence of my last nocturnal visit, had several fowls, a pig, and other things sent to me by the same old men. It seems the sole purpose of this assembly was to sacrifice, if I may so call it, to the manes of Watman, and I related it to show that their charity to the dead is consistent with the real idea of this virtue, and breathes the purest spirit of philanthropy. It is an example that will put 7/8 of Christendom to the blush. Those readers who have seen the publication of Cook's former voyages will meet with but little that is new in many parts of my history respecting this people. There is so general a conformity in the objects of it to those at Otaheite and the tropical islands throughout. An instance of it is the Morai at this place. The general structure and the ultimate design of it is the same as at Otaheite. It is a square pile of stones nearly 90 feet long on each side and is from 7 to 15 feet high according to the elevation of the ground on which it stands. It is composed of different kinds of stone. Those that compose the sides are in general large, and many of them square, but do not appear to have been made so by art. The intermediate space seems to have been filled up after the structure of the sides with round stones and some pieces of lava. The surface is even and level all over. On the sides of the wall, there is a low paled fence composed of small round sticks widely put together, though at infinite deal of trouble, as it was effected without the assistance of any mechanical instruments, but those which we found them possessed of at our first arrival, the best of which was a stone hatchet. On the tops of the pele's are fortuitously placed human skulls and other bones of the human body, which belonged either to their own criminals, who had been there sacrificed to the god of war, called Iharn, or to those of war, or to both, and they are considered as trophies in either case. The bodies, or rather the flesh, of those victims are eaten and the entrails burnt as oblations. The Morai is also made a place of interment, but respects only the chiefs. The people enter their dead near their houses, where they erect some ill-formed image over or near the grave, which is also the case with the chiefs that are interred in the Morai, with this difference only, that their images are larger and better made. Both the chiefs and commonalty keep up a succession of food near their graves. The particular manner in which they last dispose of the remains of their dead, we were never able to learn. There were 2 deaths at Kirikakua while we were there the first time, but the interments that succeeded were in the night. Whether they did this merely to screen the ceremony of their last obsequies from us, or whether it was really the custom, we could not tell. Here are, however, some ceremonies previous to the interment that are curious, though I cannot say common, since we never knew but one instance of it, and that respected a cruel. The circumstance alluded to is this: as soon as the person was dead, and while the body remained flexible, it was first placed and supported in a sitting posture, then the legs were pressed close to the hams. The body and head bent forward until the chin rested upon the knees, and the arms pressed close to the sides, and bending from the elbows in conformity to the direction of the thighs. The hands met at the forepart of each knee under the chin, and in this posture the whole was confined by bandages of cloth, and these were multiplied until the form of the corpse was lost, and could not be known from a bundle of cloth of the same magnitude without anything contained within it. I think the attitude of this corpse resembles that of some of the postures of the human fetus, and that they mean to have the body left in its last state of existence. And as it is difficult to conceive how they should become possessed of so curious a piece of knowledge as respects the operations in the recesses of the womb of themselves, or that this information should, if possible, originate from chance, it may be supposed to be a traditionary custom, and the knowledge derived from a source whereby the assistance of art and the improvement of the mind. Such a circumstance can only be supposed with propriety to have originated, and that may be from either of the continents remotely or immediately, but it would be a perplexed pursuit to inquire from which, or at what period, and by what means. The town of Kirikakua is about 1.5 miles in length, but narrow and of an unequal breadth, and as I have before observed, consists of about 1,100 houses, some reckon 1,200, including some detached buildings. It is situated along the shore within a few yards of the water and is in general very compact. The houses in those places stand so as to create a breadth. There are a number of little streets that intersect each other very happily, though they do not seem to have been the effects of much design. A very agreeable and uncommon circumstance to be found among these rude sons of nature was that these little avenues were generally paved. The houses here differ altogether from those to the southward in their form, though not much in other respects. They are exactly like a tent. The frame is light and for the most part lashed together, except now and then where two large posts met, and there was a kind of mortise. Both the sides and the ends are thatched with coarse grass, and sometimes palm tree leaves. They have but one passage which is used both as a door and window. The inside of the house is without partitions above or below. The ground within, being hard and dry, is covered with thick coarse grass, dried plantain, and palm tree leaves, over which they spread large, well-wrought mats, which makes the house cleanly and gives it an air of elegance and comfort. As they have no chairs, tables, beds, and such kind of furniture, there is room enough. They are of different magnitudes, but in general, they are between 30 and 40 feet square. There are coconut and other trees interspersed artificially among the houses all over the town. In about the middle of it, there is a level course for running and other exercises, which is very beautifully skirted with trees from end to end, and is kept very clean. There are also in different places square, elevated yards for bleaching and otherwise manufacturing their cloth. The Morai stands in the northwest part of the town, opposite that part of the bay where our ships lay. The town of Kivarua, which lies on the opposite side of the bay, 1/2 mile distant, is about half as large as Kirikakua. Both towns contain about 1,500 inhabitants, and we were told they were the largest towns on the island. Oihi is divided into districts or circles, each of which is presided over by a chief or chiefs, who are subordinate to one, which was Kiriabu, who, holding no particular or local possession, lives sometimes in one circle and sometimes in another in a kind of rotation, or as humor dictated or exigencies required. If I have the number right, the whole island is contained in 11 circles, and according to their accounts and our own estimation contains almost or quite 100,000 inhabitants. It was difficult for us from a short and imperfect acquaintance with these people to gain much knowledge of the nature of their government, but the general tenor of it, like their other customs, their manners, language, dress, persons, and dispositions, so nearly approximate to those of the southern tropical islanders, that it certainly does not differ much from theirs, though I think their laws much better administered than at the Society Islands, especially at Otaheite. There are 3 orders by which the superior are distinguished from the inferior people. They are called in their language the Orono, the Kakakoa, and the Mita. These, it seems, compose the legislative and executive parts of their police. The Mita are the priests, and the Kakakoa are their military men. The Orono is a branch I cannot well define unless I call it the civil part of the corporation. They are all chieftains, and the Orono go to war as well as the Kakakoa, but the Mita do not act in the field. They stir the people up by oratorical incitements. It was said by some of us that the Orono implied royalty, and that those who had the title were the immediate descendants of the supreme chief. I do not mean by the Kakakoa a select body of warriors that they are the only men with the Orono who go to war. The body of the people fight as well as the Kakakoa, but the chiefs are always foremost and share equally all the honors of victory and the disgrace of a defeat. This renders them respectable and dear to the people and makes them proud and valorous themselves. Nothing is more disgraceful than for these men, or even the commonalty, to receive a wound in the back. The stigma endures as indelible as the mark, and as they go naked, it is constantly exposed. Whether the investiture of authority and power are nominal or hereditary is not certain, though I incline to think the latter. which certainly is the best in their system for two reasons. Those who are in power are in no danger of corruption, and the tenures of the chiefs are revocable. This was evident to us from the instance of Kariabu's eldest son, who, though he was a parent to his father, was deprived for misdemeanors of his title and authority. He was indeed afterwards forgiven on account of his sincere repentance, and many virtues he possessed and restored to his former privileges. This son was one of the stoutest and most intrepid men I saw among them, was of a complexion so much darker than generally rendered him singular in that respect, and he always went dressed in black cloth, which is an emblem of war among them, which his soul seemed to delight in. He had gone not long before our arrival over to Aui, where the greatness of his character and the importance of his deeds soon put him at the head of the whole force of that island, and his activity and enterprising disposition did not suffer him to stop short of an attack in the very heart of Oihi, where he fought his father in 7 pitched battles before he was entirely subdued. It was principally owing to this untutored hero that our own quarrels with the Ohians subsequent to the death of Cook were so obstinately maintained and protracted by them. This loose description of the outlines of their government is all we were able to obtain, though no doubt it comprehends a system if thoroughly known that would be much more to their honor and our esteem. It was very evident that their government possessed that energy which is ever the result of economical jurisprudence and the perfection of government. A proof of it is the cool, deliberate deprivation of life when required by their laws, and if this proves the dignity of their authority, the manner in which they execute the decree speaks equally loud in favor of their policy. The chiefs condemn, and they make the body of the people execute. The criminal in this case is bound to a stake. The chiefs cast the first stone, and then the spectators at large until the malefactor expires, and there is a particular spot of ground where his body is afterwards disposed of, but I believe this last circumstance respects the chiefs only. A condemned malefactor of an inferior class we generally understood was preserved as a sacrifice to the god of war, provided they were not then possessed of any prisoners of war. In matters not capital, the offender seems to be disregarded as an object not meritorious of public notice, and is generally well threshed or kicked by some of the chiefs, or by all of them whenever they know his demerits or happen to meet him. We could not learn that they had any other method of punishing capital or inferior crimes. They have marriages among them, but whether they are civil or religiously appointed, we cannot tell. But the custom does not seem to be respectable, at least among the chiefs, and we were told that a man could discard his wife at pleasure and keep all her effects, though I believe this very seldom happens. It is, however, very manifest among the chiefs that not only marriage, but a commerce with the women in any other respect is in very indifferent estimation, and it is a disagreeable circumstance to the historian that truth obliges him to inform the world of a custom, among them contrary to nature and odious to a delicate mind. Yet as such a remarkable incident in the history of a newly discovered, a remote, and a numerous people will tend to elucidate the inquiries of the ingenious. In such subjects as may transpire from the various accounts of men and manners here or elsewhere given, it would be to omit the most material and useful part of historical narration to omit it. The custom alluded to is that of sodomy, which is very prevalent if not universal among the chiefs, and we believe peculiar to them, as we never saw any appearance of it among the commonalty. As this was the first instance we had ever seen of it in our travels, we were cautious how we credited the first indications of it, and waited until opportunity gave full proof of the circumstance. The cohabitation is between the chiefs and the most beautiful males they can procure, about 17 years old. These they call kikuana, which in their language signifies a relation. These youths follow them wherever they go, and are as narrowly looked after as the women in those countries where jealousy is so predominant a passion. They are extremely fond of them, and by a shocking inversion of the laws of nature, they bestow all those affections upon them that were intended for the other sex. We did not fully discover this circumstance until near our departure, and indeed lamented we ever had, for though we had no right to attack or even to disapprove of customs in general that differed from our own, yet this one so apparently infringed and insulted the first and strongest dictate of nature, and we had from education and a diffusive observation of the world so strong a prejudice against it that the first instance we saw of it we condemned and fully reprobated. Our officers indeed did not know the chiefs by any means, but our soldiers and tars to indicate their own wonderful modesty, and at the same time oblige the insulted women and recommend themselves to their favors, became severe arbitrators and the most valorous defenders, and supporters of their own tenets. I have before observed that there is a remarkable conformity in most of the customs and appearances among these islanders and those to the southward. I shall therefore generally confine my observations to those particulars only where there is any remarkable difference. This is in some measure the case with their dress, The people here have indeed the same species of cloth they have to the southward, and it is somewhat manufactured like it, but it is much more variegated in the conductive bestowment made upon it. They have a great variety of colors here, and though rudely compounded, they look very well at a little distance. These colors they use profusely upon their cloth in a variegated and very fanciful drapery. They sew it in the same manner they do at the southward. But exclusive of this kind of dress, they have large cloaks and caps made of feathers, which are very gay. The plumage of which they are composed is as lively and as variegated as can well be imagined, and is procured from the numerous birds that inhabit the mountains, which they catch with a glutinous matter that resembles our birdlime, but is much better. The cloaks are made nearly square, and are worn over the shoulders with the two upper corners tied under the chin. The form of the cap is a real curiosity, being the exact model of the ancient helmet. Many of them have their hair, which is coarse and strong, cut into the same form. Both the vegetable and animal productions of Owyhee are like those of the southern islands. The animals are the same, not only in their kind, but have that approximation which indicates even the same breed. And what is equally remarkable is that these islands, as well as every other of the tropical islands in the South Sea, have no other animals than hogs, dogs, and rats, which include the whole of their number. And none of those islands are found without those animals that are inhabited, and those which are uninhabited have none of them except rats. Even New Zealand has dogs, and they are of the same kind. It is remarkable, too, that none of those dogs ever bark, and are equally in size, non-hand in size, and in some, the same sluggish, short-legged, little red creatures. The breadfruit here and everywhere else where it is known is the same, but the yams at the Sandwich Islands are infinitely superior to those of the island of Cahao, which is the westernmost of the Sandwich Islands. The potatoes we found here are peculiar to these islands. They are large and sweet but watery. The eddy root, or what is known here and at Otaheite by the name of taro, is also much superior to that among the southern islands. Coconuts are not so plenty here as at the southward. Another matter peculiar to these islands is salt, but as they have no advantages from nature that would lead to a discovery of the art of making salt or facilitate the operation afterwards more than they have at the other islands, it is a matter of some curiosity how they became acquainted with it. They make it of seawater, which they leave in the holes of the rocks to evaporate. We procured a quantity of this salt more than sufficient for our succeeding part of the voyage. On the 3rd of February, our launch was sent on shore to bring off the Resolution's rudder, which had been sent on shore to have the pintles repaired, and the crew not being able of themselves to get it off, the master's mate invited a parcel of the natives that were standing around the encampment to assist them, to which they very readily effected a compliance, and as many as 50 or 60 joined our people and got hold of a rope that was hitched to the head of the rudder, and pretended to pull and labor very hard, though at the same time they were in fact doing all they could to retard the business, to ridicule and make their pastime of the people. This exasperated the mate, and he struck 2 or 3 of them, which being observed by a chief that was present, interposed. The mate haughtily told the chief to order his people to assist him, and the chief, as well as the people, having no intention but of showing their disregard and scorn, which had long been growing towards us, laughed at him, hooted him, and threw stones at him and the crew, who, taking up some handspikes that were lying by, fell upon the Indians, beat many of them much, and drove the rest several rods back. But the crowd, collecting at a little distance, formed and began to use abusive language, challenge our people and throw stones, some of which came into our encampment. Though I plainly foresaw these things, and was conscious that they originated chiefly from our imprudence, as well as the propensity among the natives to envy, and if they dared to insult our superior merit, yet as an officer and a man who had every consequence to abide in common with my fellow adventurers, I could not justify a passive conduct. Therefore, I acquainted the commanding officer at the tent of the disturbance, requesting that I might put the guard under arms and at least make a show of resentment, to which he acquiesced, and came out of his tent to appease the fray in person. It was a pity that so much softness, humanity, and goodness should have been so roughly dealt with as he was, for they pelted him and the file of men with him with stones back to the encampment. This, however, did not provoke him to fire among them, and after laughingly saying they were a set of sad rogues and were spoiled, he retired again to his observatory. At sundown, the natives retired, and the crew got the rudder off with the assistance of the guard very easily. Instances of this kind, though of less apparent importance, had happened several times before this on shore, but on board hardly. A day passed after the first week that did not produce some petty disturbance in one or both of the ships, and they chiefly proceeded from thefts perpetrated by the natives in a manner little short of robbery. Cook and Kariaboo were fully employed in adjusting and compromising these differences, and as there was really a reciprocal disinterested regard between him and this good old man, it tended much to facilitate these amicable negotiations. But in the midst of these measures, Cook was insensible of the daily decline of his greatness and importance in the estimation of the natives. Nay, so confident was he, and so secure in the opposite opinion, that on the 4th of February, he came to Kirikakua with his boats to purchase and carry off the fence around the Morai, which he wanted to wood the ship with. When he landed, he sent for the priest, Kikini, and some other chiefs, and offered them 2 iron hatchets for the fence. The chiefs were astonished not only at the inadequate price, but at the proposal, and refused him. Cook was much chagrined, as they were surprised, and not meeting with the easy acquiescence he expected to his requisitions, gave immediate orders to his people to ascend the Morai, break down the fence, and load the boats with it, leading the way himself to enforce his orders. The poor dismayed chiefs, dreading his displeasure, which they saw approaching, followed him upon the Morai, to behold the fence that enclosed the mansions of their noble ancestors, and the images of their gods torn to pieces by a handful of rude strangers without the power, or at least without the resolution of opposing their sacrilegious depreciations. When Cook had ascended the Morai, he once more offered the hatchets to the chiefs. It was a very unequal price if the honest chiefs would have accepted of the bribe, and Cook offered it only to evade the imputation of taking their property without payment. The chiefs again refused it. Cook then added another hatchet, and kindling into resentment told them to take it or nothing. Kikini, to whom the offer was made, turned pale and trembled as he stood, but still refused. Cook thrust them into his garment that was folded around him, and left him immediately to hasten the execution of his orders. As for Kikini, he turned to some of his menials and made them take the hatchets out of his garment, not touching them himself. By this time, a considerable concourse of the natives had assembled under the walls of the Morai where we were laying the wood down, and were very outrageous, and even threw the wood and images back as we threw them down. I cannot think what prevented them from proceeding to greater lengths. However, it so happened that we got the whole into the boats and safely on board. There was another accident also that happened about this time on board the Discovery that was conducted with equal imprudence by Captain Clerk, an Indian chief, who had from our first arrival been an intimate and a very useful friend of his, finding the ships were preparing to sail, had come on board, attended by 2 or 3 canoes to make him a visit. Clerk knew the value of the man, and had received the strongest proofs, not only of his honesty, but of his honor, and uncommon attachment to his person, and the respect due to him and his people. For this same chief had with his own hands killed one of his men in the presence of the ship for striking one of Clerk's boys, and he was equally rigid in his demands upon Clerk when any lesser abuse happened to be given by those of the chiefs. Clerk, as usual, invited the chief below to dinner, and as the ship's company were also below at their dinners, and no canoes alongside but this chief's, which they never gave themselves any concern about, the deck was without a watch. During this recess from duty, the carpenter's mate, who had been the fore part of the day at work under the bows, came upon deck, and being anxious to finish his work before dark, took the jolly boat forward and went to work before the hands were called. When the people were turned up, the jolly boat was missing, and nobody thinking where she might be, neglected to look further after her than alongside, and finding she was not there, the subordinate officers were made acquainted with it, and soon after Clerk, who came upon deck and finding the boat gone, gave immediate orders to have the canoes alongside seized, and the natives in them brought on board, and was going to punish them. The chief in the meantime knew nothing of the matter, but hearing a noise upon deck, and the voices of his own men, came up and inquired into the matter. Clerk, in a base, supercilious manner, answered him that his people had stolen his boat, and that he would punish them for it. The chief was now highly incensed, ordered his people to come to him, and simply asked them if they knew anything of our boat, though the manner in which he asked was very striking. The people said they did not. This perfectly satisfied the chief, and turning to Clerk, he pointed to his own breast and desired Clerk to kill him if he would think him so base after all the testimonies of honor and friendship he had made him. This, however, was answered only by a strut across the deck, and a couple of genteel curses and imprecations. And while the noble chief was standing confounded and dismayed at his situation, behold, the jolly boat was found safe under the bows. We shall soon see the consequence of such conduct. On the evening of the 5th we struck our tents, and everything was taken on board, and it was very manifestly much to the satisfaction of the natives. A little after dark, an old house that stood on a corner of the Morai took fire and burned down. This we supposed was occasioned by our people carelessly leaving their fire near it, but it was not the case. The natives burnt it themselves to show us the resentment they entertained towards us, on account of our using it without their consent, and indeed manifestly against it. We had made a sail loft of one part of it, and a hospital for our sick of the other, though it evidently was esteemed by the natives as holy as the rest of the Morai, and ought to have been considered by us. We had now been 19 days in the bay of Kirikakua, in the island of Oihi. We had repaired our ships, had regaled and refreshed our people, and had lain in a supply of pork, that would probably support us 6 months. The only article we wanted in particular was water, which was here very brackish and bad. In order, therefore, to procure a supply of this necessary article, we determined to visit the island of Maui, where we were informed by the natives we might get plenty of it and that there was a good harbor. On the 6th of February, we unmoored and came to sail standing along the south side of Auihi, intending to visit Maui and water our ships. On the 7th, we had a hard gale of wind, and being close in with the southern and western shore of Auihi, which being high land occasioned the wind that came partly off the land to come in irregular and most terrible gusts such as we had never seen. On the 8th, the gale became not only more violent but more irregular and embarrassing, and before night was improved into a mere hurricane. We wrenched the head of our foremast and sprung it about 9 feet below the hounds, and also made a great deal of waste. During the severe night, the Discovery had lost us. On the 9th, the violence of the gale, or rather the tornado, ceased, but the excessive mutability of the wind and the irregular sea was such as demanded our best skill and unremitted attention to keep the ship under any kind of command. On the 10th, the weather became tolerably settled, and hauling off the land we saw the Discovery in the southeast quarter, and before night spoke her all well. We informed her of our situation and that in consequence of the misfortune. It was determined to return again to our old harbor at Kirikakua. On the 11th of February, we again entered Kirikakua Bay and moored both ships in their old berths. On the 12th, we got the foremast out and set it on shore with the carpenters. We also sent our 2 observatories on shore and a marquee for a guard of marines. Our return to this bay was as disagreeable to us as it was to the inhabitants, for we were reciprocally tired of each other. They had been oppressed and were weary of our prostituted alliance, and we were aggrieved by the consideration of wanting the provisions and refreshments of the country, which we had every reason to suppose from their behavior antecedent to our departure would now be withheld from us, or brought in such small quantities as to be worse than none. That we anticipated was true. When we entered the bay, where before we had the shouts of thousands to welcome our arrival, we had the mortification not to see a single canoe and hardly any inhabitants in the towns. Cook was chagrined and his people were soured. Towards night, however, the canoes came in, but the provisions both in quantity and quality plainly informed us that times were altered, and what was very remarkable was the exorbitant price they asked, and the particular fancy they all at once took to iron daggers or dirks, which was the only article that was anyways current with the chiefs at least. It was also equally evident from the looks of the natives, as well as every other appearance, that our former friendship was at an end, and that we had nothing to do but to hasten our departure to some different island where our vices were not known, and where our extrinsic virtues might gain us another short space of being wondered at and doing as we pleased, or as our tars expressed it, of being happy by the month. Nor was their passive appearance of disgust all we had to fear, nor did it continue long. Before dark, a canoe with a number of armed chiefs came alongside of us, without provisions, and indeed without any perceptible design. After staying a short time only, they went to the Discovery, where they went on board a part of them. Here they affected great friendship, and unfortunately overacting the dissemblance, Clerk was jealous, and ordered 2 sentinels on the gangways. These men were purposely sent by the chief who had formerly been so very intimate with Clerk and afterwards so ill-treated by him with the charge of stealing his jolly boat. They came with a determination of mischief and effected it. After they were returned to the canoe, all but one got their paddles and everything ready for a start. Those in the canoes, observing the sentry to be watchful, took off his attention by some conversation that they knew would be pleasing to him, and by this means favored the designs of the man on board who, watching his opportunity, snatched 2 pairs of tongs and other iron tools that then lay close by, the armorers at work at the forge, and mounting the gangway rail, with one leap threw himself and his goods into the canoe, that was then upon the movement, and taking up his paddle, joined the others, and standing directly for the shore, they were out of our reach almost instantaneously, even before a musket could be had from the armed chest to fire at them. The sentries had only hangers. This was the boldest exploit that had yet been attempted, and had a bad aspect with it. Clerk immediately sent to the Commodore, who advised to send a boat on shore to endeavor at least to regain the goods if they could not the men who took them. But the errand was illy executed as contrived, and the master of the Discovery was glad to return with a severe drubbing from the very chief who had been so maltreated by Clerk. The crew were also pelted with stones, and had all their oars broken, and they had not a single weapon in the boat, not even a single cutlass to defend themselves. When Cook heard of this, he went armed himself in person to the guard on shore, took a file of marines, and went through the whole town, demanding restitution and threatening the delinquents and their abettors with the severest punishments. But not being able to effect anything, came off just at sunset highly displeased and not a little concerned at the bad appearance of things. But even this was nothing to what followed. On the 13th at night, the Discovery's large cutter, which was her usual moorings at the bower buoy, was taken away. On the 14th, the captains met to consult what should be done on this alarming occasion, and the issue of their opinions was that one of the two captains should land with armed boats and a guard of marines at Kivarua, and attempt to persuade Kiriabu, who was then at his house in that town, to come on board upon a visit, and that when he was on board he should be kept prisoner until his subjects should release him by a restitution of the cutter. And it was afterwards thought proper he or some of the family who might accompany him should be kept as perpetual hostages for the good behavior of the people during the remaining part of our continuance at Kairikakua. This plan was the more approved of by Cook, as he had so repeatedly, on former occasions to the southward, employed it with success. Clerk was then in a deep decline in his health and too feeble to undertake the affair, though it naturally devolved upon him as a point of duty not well transferable. He therefore begged Cook to oblige him so much as to take that part of the business of the day upon himself in his stead. This Cook agreed to, but previous to his landing made some additional arrangements respecting the possible event of things, though it is certain from the appearance of the subsequent arrangements that he guarded more against the flight of Kiriabu, or those he could wish to see, than from an attack or even much insult. The disposition of our guards when the movement began were thus: Cook in his pinnace with 6 private marines, a corporal, sergeant, and 2 lieutenants of marines, went ahead, followed by the launch with other marines and seamen on one quarter, and the small cutter on the other, with only the crew on board. This part of the guard rowed for Kirikakoa. Our large cutter and 2 boats from the Discovery had orders to proceed to the mouth of the bay, form at equal distances across, and prevent any communication by water from any other part of the island to the towns within the bay or from them without. Cook landed at Kivarua about 9 o'clock in the morning with the marines in the pinnace, and went by a circuitous march to the house of Kiriabu in order to evade the suspicion of any design. This route led them through a considerable part of the town which discovered every symptom of mischief, though Cook, blinded by some fatal cause, could not perceive it, or too self-confident would not regard it. The town was evacuated by the women and children who had retired to the circumadjacent hills and appeared almost destitute of men. But there were at that time 200 chiefs and more than twice that number of other men detached and secreted in different parts of the houses nearest to Kiriabu, exclusive of unknown numbers without the skirts of the town, and those that were seen were dressed, many of them in black. When the guard reached Kiriabu's house, Cook ordered the lieutenant of marines to go in and see if he was at home, and if he was, to bring him out. The lieutenant went in and found the old man sitting with 2 or 3 old women of distinction, and when he gave Kiriabu to understand that Cook was without and wanted to see him, he discovered the greatest marks of uneasiness, but arose and accompanied the lieutenant out, holding his hand. When he came before Cook, he squatted down upon his haunches as a mark of humiliation, and Cook took him by the hand from the lieutenant and conveyed with him. The appearance of our parade, both by water and on shore, though conducted with the utmost silence and with as little ostentation as possible, had alarmed the towns on both sides of the bay, particularly Kealakekua, who were in complete order for an onset. Otherwise, it would have been a matter of surprise that though Cook did not see 20 men in passing through the town, yet before he had conversed 10 minutes with Kalani Opu'u, he was surrounded by 300 or 400 people, and above half of them were chiefs. Cook grew uneasy when he observed this, and was the more urgent in his persuasions with Kalani Opu'u to go on board, and actually persuaded the old man to go at length and led him within a rod or 2 of the shore. But the just fears and conjectures of the chiefs at last interposed. They held the old man back, and one of the chiefs threatened Cook when he attempted to make them quit Kalani Opu'u. Some of the crowd now cried out that Cook was going to take their king from them and kill him, and there was one in particular that advanced towards Cook in an attitude that alarmed one of the guard, who presented his bayonet and opposed him. Acquainting Cook in the meantime of the danger of his situation and that the Indians, in a few minutes, would attack him, he had overheard the man whom he had just stopped from rushing upon him say that our boats, which were out in the harbor, had just killed his brother and he would be revenged. Cook attended to what this man said and desired him to show him the Indian that had dared to attempt a combat with him. As soon as he was pointed out, Cook fired at him with a blank. The Indian, perceiving he received no damage from the fire, rushed from without the crowd a second time and threatened anyone that should oppose him. Cook, perceiving this, fired a ball, which entered the Indian's groin. He fell and was drawn off by the rest. Cook, perceiving the people determined to oppose his designs, and that he should not succeed without further bloodshed, ordered the lieutenant of marines, Mr. Phillips, to withdraw his men and get them into the boats, which were then laying ready to receive them. This was effected by the sergeant, but the instant they began to retreat, Cook was hit with a stone, and perceiving the man who threw it, shot him dead. The officer in the boats, perceiving the guard retreating and hearing this third discharge, ordered the boats to fire. This occasioned the guard to face about and fire, and then the attack became general. Cook and Mr. Phillips were together a few paces in the rear of the guard, and perceiving a general fire without orders, quitted Kalani'opu'u and ran to the shore to put a stop to it. But not being able to make themselves heard and being closely pressed upon by the chiefs, they joined the guard and fired as they retreated. Cook, having at length reached the margin of the water between the fire of the boats, waved with his hat to cease firing and come in. While he was doing this, a chief from behind stabbed him with one of our iron daggers just under the shoulder blade and passed quite through his body. Cook fell with his face in the water and immediately expired. Mr. Phillips, not being able any longer to use his musket, drew his sword and engaged the chief who he saw kill Cook and soon dispatched him. His guard in the meantime were all killed but 2, and they had plunged into the water and were swimming to the boats. He stood thus for some time the brunt of all their force, and being as complete in the use of his sword as he was accomplished, his noble achievements, horror, struck the barbarians with awe. But being wounded and growing faint from loss of blood and excessive action, he plunged into the sea with his sword in his hand and swam to the boats. However, he was scarcely taken on board before somebody saw one of the marines that had swam from the shore lying flat upon the bottom. Phillips, hearing this, ran aft, threw himself in after him, and brought him up with him to the surface of the water, and both were taken in. The boats had hitherto kept up a very hot fire, and laying off without the reach of any weapons, but stones had received no damage. Being fully at leisure to keep up an unremitted and uniform action made great havoc among the Indians, particularly among the chiefs who stood foremost in the crowd and were most exposed, but whether from their bravery or ignorance of the real cause that deprived so many of them of life, they made such a stand may be questioned, since it is certain that they in general, if not universally, understood heretofore that it was the fire only of our arms that destroyed them. This seems to be strengthened by the circumstance of the large thick mats they were observed to wear, which were also constantly kept wet. Furthermore, the Indian that Cook fired at with a blank discovered no fear when he found his mat unburnt, saying in their language when he showed it to the bystanders that there was no fire, he had touched it. This may be said, at least, to have had some influence. It is, however, certain, whether from one or both those causes, that the numbers who fell made no apparent impression on those who survived. They were immediately taken off and had their places supplied in a constant, determined succession. Lieutenant Corr, who commanded as first lieutenant under Cook in the Resolution, which lay opposite the place where this attack was made, perceiving with his glass that the guard on shore was cut off and that Cook had fallen, immediately passed a spring upon one of the cables, and bringing the ship's starboard guns to bear, fired 2 round shots over the boats into the middle of the crowd. Both the thunder of the cannon and the effects of the shot operated so powerfully that it produced a most precipitate retreat from the shore to the town. This was done so that the boats might land and secure our dead. But the lieutenant who commanded the boats did not choose to improve the hit, though the people in the boats were eager at least to get the bodies of their comrades and their lost commander if they did no more. Mr. Phillips was so enraged at this palpable instance of apparent pusillanimity that the altercation he had with this other lieutenant would have ended in the immediate death of one of them, had not a signal from the ship that instantly hove out put an end to it by orders to return. When the boats from the shore reached the ships, the boats in the mouth of the bay also returned. The conduct of the lieutenant who commanded the boats at the town was an object that required early attention, but from the situation of other matters of more immediate importance, it was deferred. Our mast that was repairing at Kealakekua and our astronomical tents were only protected by a corporal and 6 marines exclusive of the carpenters at work upon it, and demanded immediate protection. As soon, therefore, as the people were refreshed with grog and reinforced, they were ordered thither. In the meantime, the marine who had been taken up by Mr. Phillips discovered returning life and seemed in a way to recover, and we found Mr. Phillips' wound not dangerous, though very bad. We also observed at Kealakekua that our dead were drawn off by the Indians, which was a mortifying sight. But after the boats were gone, they did it in spite of our cannon, which were firing at them several minutes, but they had no sooner effected this matter than they retired to the hills to avoid our shot. The expedition to Kealakekua had taken up about an hour and a half, and we lost besides Cook, a corporal, and 3 marines. Notwithstanding the dispatch that was used in sending a force to Kealakekua, the small party there were already attacked before their arrival, but by an excellent maneuver of taking possession of the Morai, they defended themselves without any material damage until the succors came. The natives did not attempt to molest the boats in their debarkation of our people, which we much wondered at, and they soon joined the others upon the Morai. amounting in the whole to about 60. Mr. Phillips, notwithstanding his wound, was present and in conjunction with Lieutenant King carried the chief command. The plan was to act only defensively until we could get our mast into the water to row off and our tents into the boats, and as soon as that was effected to return on board. This we did in about an hour's time, but not without killing a number of the natives who resolutely attacked us and endeavored to mount the walls of the Morai, where they were lowest. But being opposed with our skill in such modes of attack and the great superiority of our arms, they were even repulsed with loss, and at length retreated among the houses adjacent to the Morai, which affording a good opportunity to retreat to our boats, we embraced it and got off all well. Our mast was taken on the booms and repaired there, though to disadvantage. About 2 o'clock, Captain Clerk came on board to take command of the Resolution, and the same day Mr. John Core, who had been Cook's first lieutenant and next in command at Cook's death, went on board to take command of the Discovery. About 4 o'clock, Clerk sent 3 boats well manned and armed to Kealakekua, with orders to demand the bodies of our dead, and if refused, to return without doing anything to obtain them by force. Mr. King, who was now first lieutenant in the Resolution, took the command in the pennant, carrying a white jack in the stern. The boats formed in a line within stone's throw of the shore, where they remained about a quarter of an hour conversing with the inhabitants, who upon seeing us approach had assembled again as numerous and as well appointed as ever. Nothing material happened during this parley. We demanded the bodies, and they refused them. On what was robbed, they ridiculed us, and when we moved to return, they hurled stones at us, showed us Cook's hanger all bloody, and his hat and the clothes of the other dead. The people in the boats who supposed they were going to attack them again were much disappointed, and at their return vented their complaints, and somewhat more than asked to be revenged upon their savage, insulting foes. But they would have taken perhaps an undue advantage had they attacked them from the boats, even supposing them to have had the fairest claim to justice in a prosecution of the broil, for they were entirely secure even from being wounded in the contest. And in fact, it would have looked too much like sporting with the lives of men and turning war, which is or ought to be one of the most serious circumstances in life, into a cruel farce, not to say anything worse. Besides, there really at that time was no necessity for it, for the bodies were gone we did not know where, and had we again strewed the shore with their dead, we never should have obtained the bodies unless we landed and took them. After dark, the sentries upon the gangway saw a canoe approaching the ship, in a very silent and hasty manner, and when she got within call, the officer of the deck hailed her. But the Indians returning no answer, the sentry fired at her and shot one of the Indians through the leg, upon which he bawled out, "Ruti, Ruti," that is Cook. Clerk was acquainted with the matter and came upon deck and ordered her alongside and the Indian on board. There were only 3 of them, and one had Cook's hat on his head, which he gave us to understand he had brought at the hazard of his life. The man that was wounded was taken to the surgeon and his wound dressed, but we were extremely affected and disgusted when the other Indian produced from a bundle he had under his arm a part of Cook's thigh wrapped up in a cloth, which he said he saw himself cut from the bone in the manner we saw it. And when we inquired what had become of the remaining part of him, he gnashed his teeth and said it was to be eaten that night. As soon as the wound of the Indian that was shot was dressed, they departed, with a promise, if they could, to bring the remainder of Cook's body the next night. The prospect of recovering Cook's body, though by pieces, offered some satisfaction, and we therefore suspended the further prosecution of business on shore for the next day. In the evening, about the same time, he appeared before we saw the same Indian with other parts of Cook's body, to wit, the upper part of his head and both his hands, which he said he had been at infinite pains to procure, and that the other parts could not be obtained, especially the flesh, which was mostly eaten up. The head was scraped and all the brains taken out. The hands were scored and salted. These fragments of the body of the unfortunate Cook were put into a box and preserved in hopes of getting more of them. The Indians who brought them were well satisfied with presents and returned again to the shore the same night, and though they assured us they could not procure any more of the remains, we yet waited another day but saw no more of the Indian. On the 17th, the Discovery, having the least draught of water, was ordered to remove as near the watering place as possible, moored and with a spring, bringing her broadside to bear upon it in order to protect the watering parties in case of insult. As soon as this was done, the boats with a small party landed and made out to get off one turn of water, but no more. The natives had assembled to oppose them behind the houses and the stone walls, from whence they discharged whole clouds of stones, and being in some places within 20 yards of our people, wounded several of them very badly. At length, they began to come out upon the beach, upon which a signal was made for the boats to return, and the ship fired 2 cannon, which killed 3 men, and we afterwards heard took off a woman's arm, as we had hitherto to act only on the defensive part, and finding we could not succeed, we were determined to alter our mode of attack. To go to sea without water we could not, and as we made no doubt that our endeavors at any of the other islands who had heard of our situation would be attended with the same difficulties, we were determined to try the contest here where the broil first originated. On the 18th, we took all the force we could spare from both ships and landed at 8 in the morning. We were attacked again in the same manner the small party had been yesterday, upon which we formed such of our seamen as were most expert at small arms into 2 divisions in conjunction with the Marines, amounting to about 25 each division. Of some of the other seamen we composed 2 scouring parties armed with pistols, cutlasses, hand grenades, and torches. The waterers had arms and were to act as occasion required. Our first maneuver was to draw them from among the houses onto the beach by stratagem and expose them to the fire of the ship as well as ours. But failing in this, we joined the 2 divisions and advanced through an avenue that led directly into this part of the town in a solid column. The natives, seeing this, flung themselves into it to oppose our progress and attacked us at close quarters with their short spears, daggers, and stones. But they soon gave way when the front of the column pressed upon them with their bayonets and retired to some houses about 10 rods off where they again rallied. During this little attack, we had several wounded, but none killed. The Indians took most of their killed, which were near 100. In the meantime, our scouring parties, improving the opportunity, had circumvented that part of the town nearest the watering place and had just set fire to it. Joining us, we retreated to the beach, pretending to be in great disorder. The natives, seeing their town in flames and supposing we were going off, followed us to the water where we again attacked them. And the ship, improving the opportunity, made such use of her cannon that they soon again ran and were pursued into the flames of their own houses. If they were not instantly killed, they were burned to death. The fire had now spread universally, and the houses, consisting of light, dry materials, burnt with such rapidity that in half an hour every one, northwest of the Morai, was leveled. Had this part not been detached from the southeast part, the whole town of Kealakekua, consisting of above 1,000 houses, would have been destroyed. Thus ended this day's business. On the 19th, we again landed for water, and as that part of the town was burnt from whence only we had been annoyed before, we thought ourselves secure. But we were mistaken. The natives had now assembled upon the top of a steep hill above the watering place and rolled down large rocks upon us. Some of them came down to a house that stood near the bottom of the hill where they meant to continue until we should embark and then attack us. But as the way to this house was obscured by rocks and broken walls and favored an approach, as many of our men as could without danger of discovery crept up to it, came by surprise upon those within it, and after a smart dispute, killed every one of them. Cutting off 2 heads of the natives, they fixed them on a pole and exposed them to the view of those on the hill. One of our men was wounded in the skirmish, and we had 2 of our water casks stove by the rocks, but still fortunately no lives were lost. On the 20th, we again landed and were entirely unmolested, though great numbers of the natives were still on the hill. In the afternoon, we saw a number of white flags displayed on poles stuck up both on the hill and on the Morai, and on the tops of the houses in the southeast part of the town. Before we went off, a number of boys and girls preceded by a priest came down the hill with little white flags and green branches, bringing at the same time some presents of fruit and provisions. After they arrived, others came from the town in the same manner and brought a number of hogs and breadfruit enough to supply the ships for 2 or 3 days, which was now highly acceptable. Nevertheless, we did not accept of it until a boat was sent to the ships to know the pleasure of the commanders. We soon after heard a cannon from the Commodore and saw white colors displayed, which we need not have informed the natives was a declaration of peace, for they immediately concluded it to be so, and some of them ventured on board with us. This, however, on the part of the natives was only a momentary overture, a finesse their betters make use of as well as themselves, and are on that account in no danger of being deceived by too much faith in public treaties. On the 21st, having completed the water of both ships and got the Resolutions mast up and rigged, we got everything ready for sea. On the 22nd, finding that we were not visited by the natives and that their declarations of amity were insincere, we unmoored, and in the evening got under way with a light breeze off the land. As we left the bay, we sank the box that contained the small remains of Cook's body in that ocean where he had acquired his honor and in that spot where his exploits terminated. A salute with the cannon was made, as usual on such occasions. Our water on board being bad after we had passed the island of Maui, we came to off the island of Waimea, in hopes of meeting with better but being disappointed. On the 24th, we again came to sail, and passing the island of Niihau and 2 other smaller islands. On the 25th, we anchored in the same roadstead off the islands of Kauai. where we had been before in February 1778, and which was the first of these islands that we discovered on our first expedition to the northward. As there was a fine rivulet of water here, we were determined if possible to empty all the water we had got at Oahu and replace it with this, but it was necessary to know if this was practicable. We had great reason to suppose it was not, for we had not only more mild, uncivilized men to deal with, but an injured and exasperated people. Nay more, a people who had heard of our transactions at Oahu and knew us to be no more than men like themselves, and therefore no longer to dread us. We had also at our first visit here spread the venereal disease among them, which had since made the most shocking ravages. Though in justice to Cook, it must be observed that the causes which produced it were such as he would have punished in the severest manner had he known it, as all communication between our people and these were when we were here in 1778 strictly prohibited by him. The only hopes then that we had of being able to land and water here were either those that originated from bestowing great presents on all the chiefs at least, and those of mere force, or perhaps a little of each, which indeed was the case. We were on shore 3 successive days with all the force we could spare from the ships, but had not the chiefs exerted themselves in the most strenuous manner in our favor, they certainly would have attacked us, though they still stood awed when they saw our little intrepid handful, and so far our force was of service to us. And it was best not put to a further proof, for there were more than 15,000 of the natives around us every day, and about half that number fighting men. On the 28th, we had the pleasure to finish our watering business, and as going on shore to trade for provisions would by no means do, we remained on board. Though the natives did not come off to us with that plenty they used to do, yet we found it worth our while to continue here several days. On the 4th of March, we again came to sail, and the same day anchored at the island of Niihau, from which we took our departure on our first passage to the northward in February 1778. The greatest part of the produce of this island was yams, and we procured at this visit as well as at the former about 2 months' supply. We did not, however, at this time as we did before, but sent our boats to the shore, which we found answered much better purposes. The whole group called the Sandwich Islands make 10 in number. They lay in a southeasterly and northwesterly direction. Hawaii to the SE lies in latitude 19.28 north and longitude 155.24 west, and Niihau to the northwest lies in latitude 21.58 north and longitude 160.10 west. Hawaii, Maui, Niihau, Waimea, Kauai, and Niihau are all large islands from 90 to 30 leagues in circumference and thickly inhabited. In my accounts of the principal one, which is Hawaii, I have been so particular as to exclude the propriety of adding a distinct and separate account of the rest. But as we are now forever to take our leave of them and quit the remoter parts of the Pacific Ocean, it will be natural at least, if not requisite, to make some reflections on that multitude of islands and immense number of people who inhabit them throughout this extended and almost boundless world of waters. The islands are a kind of curiosity themselves in point of situation and formation, but this respects a very learned subject, or rather a speculative curiosity, and is foreign from the more immediate objects of our discoveries. It is a subject only fit for a philosopher, and he must be a very good one too, but I am no philosopher. However, as a traveler and a friend to mankind, I shall most freely relate any matter of curious fact to be improved by them. It is a fact that every island we visited in the Pacific Ocean is more or less overspread with lava, marked with fissures, excavations, and every indication of subterraneous fire. Many of them show indubitable proofs that they have partook of some extraordinary struggle in nature, sufficient either to place them in their present situation or to have destroyed them if their original forms had been what they are now. When, or in what manner these events took place in nature, I leave to the ingenious. But as we never could obtain any intelligence from the present inhabitants of any such occurrences, we cannot suppose it of any late date. But had those people inhabited them originally, either antecedent to the universal deluge, or subsequent to that period and prior to the eventual convulsions just mentioned, and it had been possible for them to have existed, they would have remembered such remarkable events. And again, supposing the deluge not to have been universal, and those extraordinary changes never to have taken place in the manner already supposed, but by a less violent and a frequent succession of convulsive alterations, yet the least of such appearances, especially among them, would have been noticed. Let us suppose them to have inhabited these islands at any period whatever. But they knew nothing of any such changes, or anything of the least of those causes which have beyond all doubt existed here, and in some instances, according to the appearance of the lava and other calcined matter, from the very latest eruptions. These considerations do not only respect the island, but its inhabitants. It argues that if they were created and existed here independent of antecedent derivation from the rest of mankind, that they were very lately made and have come very imperfect from the latest works of the Creator. And yet I have heard it supposed, though I confess unworthy confirmation. It argues also that the inhabitants of those islands did not originally exist there, that they are emigrants from some other parts of the earth, and is a presumptive argument that they are not very early emigrants. This is still more evident from analogical inferences. We have pretty plain proofs that the Otaheitians have notions of transmigration, and we know that those sentiments of religion had transpired in India several hundred years since the birth of Christ. What is more fluctuating and liable to change is their language. And yet the language that pervades several of the islands spoken of in this history, if it may be called such, have many words similar in their orthography and expressive of the same ideas with those in the present languages of the Malay, Javanese, of Prince's Island, and even of Madagascar. And yet it is very probable that all those different languages were 1,000, if not 500 years ago, very different from what they are now. These considerations respect an emigration and a late emigration. I esteem an emigration late in this instance that commenced 1,000 years back. But I believe those who have read the voyages that respect the islands in this part of the watery world have before now been fully convinced that the inhabitants of them were derived from one common origin, and the only difficulty that remained was to fix that common origin, the particular country and people. It is certainly very remarkable if the inhabitants of these isles did emigrate from the same set of men, the same nation, tribe, horde, or sect. And there are the strongest reasons to think so, let the local situation of their ancestors be where it might. That must give way to that universal similarity of appearances that supports the plain sentiment. But as Providence, when we are able to investigate its proceedings, ever acts uniformly, and so orders events as to correspond with the causes which produce them, we are not to discredit an extraordinary fact, though we cannot immediately comprehend it. And in endeavoring to account for it, we are to judge according to the general operation of things. I believe it will be thought too curious to suppose that the aborigines of those isles individually considered emigrated from either of the continents. But taking the islands collectively and supposing them originally peopled from one of the continents is very natural and rational. The act thus situated reduces the inquiry to two questions. From which of the continents, America or Asia, did the inhabitants of these islands immediately emigrate? And what island or islands did they first emigrate to? The New Zealanders say their ancestors came from an island called Hawaii, or Oihi, as we have carelessly pronounced it. It is pronounced by its inhabitants as Hauihi. This is a curious circumstance and admits of a presumption that the island Oihi, or Hawaii, is the island from which the New Zealanders originally emigrated. It supersedes analogical evidence, but Oihi is in 20 north and New Zealand in 40 south, and not about 300 leagues distant from the southern part of New Holland, and is besides situated to the latitudes of variable winds, which admit of emigration from any quarter. On the other hand, the languages of Oihi and New Zealand were originally the same and as much alike as that of Otaheite and New Zealand, not to mention other circumstances of the like kind, whereas the language at New Zealand and New Holland have very little or no resemblance to each other. This difference with many others between New Zealand and New Holland cannot be reconciled. But the difficulties that may arise from considering the distance between New Zealand and Oihi may be as there are clusters of islands that we know of, and maybe others unknown, that occupy at no greater distance from each other the intermediate ocean from Oihi to New Zealand. The obvious reasonings that would be used to conclude the New Zealanders' emigrants from Oihi would be first to suppose them from the Friendly Isles, then the Society Isles, and then Sandwich Isles. And the gradation thus formed is very rational and argumentative, because all their manners and customs have the same root. Suppose, then, that the islands we have mentioned were peopled from Oihi, and suppose it to be the first island settled. The second and ultimate question is from which of the continents, America or Asia? Its situation respecting America, and the trade winds strongly infer from that continent, for it is not the distance from Asia that it is from America, and a ship fitted for the purpose at China, which is in a parallel latitude, would be more than 2 months in reaching it, and we must suppose the emigrations that respect these people to have been merely fortuitous. But a canoe, driven by stress of weather from the southern part of California or the coast of New Galicia, the opposite parallel, would reach Oihi in a direct course in half the time or less. The distance is about 900 leagues, and we saw people at the island Tanganauanu'ua, who had been driven from Otaheite there, which is 500 leagues. But if we suppose Owyhee peopled from South America, we shall be somewhat disappointed in supporting the conjecture by arguments that respect their manners and customs, and those of the Californians, Mexicans, Peruvians, or Chileans. There is but a faint analogy compared with that which we should find on the southeastern coast of Asia in these respects. Let us then, without attending to the few analogical customs that subsist between the Owyheean and the South Americans, reverse our system of emigration. Suppose the inhabitants of Sandwich Islands to have come from the Society Islands, and those from the Friendly Isles, and the New Zealanders from them, the inhabitants of the Friendly Isles from New Caledonia, from the Hebrides, New Guinea, Celebes, Borneo, Java, or Sumatra, and finally from the continent at Malacca. To give the distinct position of these islands and numberless others of less note all around them would be needless, as a moment's adversion to the chart will do it to more advantage. Supposing the emigration we are now speaking of to take this course, the most apparent argument in its favor is the proximity of the several islands to each other from the Friendly Isles to the continent. But its sufficiency will abate if we consider emigrations, as I think they are often the effects of accident than pre-intention, especially when out of sight of land. Besides, it is evident from ocular proof that though New Guinea and New Holland are very near to each other, that there has never been any intercourse between them. And yet from many appearances there seems to have been one between New Guinea and New Hebrides and the Friendly Isles, although farther distant from each other. There is indeed no remarkable similarity in the people, customs, and manners of New Guinea and the Friendly Isles, but an exact conformity between the domestic animals and vegetable productions of both countries. Some fruits that we call tropical are peculiar to all places within the tropics, but breadfruits are nowhere known but among these islands and the islands further northward on the coast of Asia. It is not known at New Holland, but it is at New Guinea. Therefore, wherever I can find this breadfruit in particular, I shall suppose an intercourse to have once subsisted, and the more so when I find a correspondent agreement between the animals of different places. And it ought to be remembered also that there are no other animals throughout those islands unless they are near the continent. Those remote islands have no other. It is the same with their vegetables. The remote islands have no watermelons, guavas, and such other fruits. These observations will materially apply to the circumstances of emigration. A canoe, in passing along its own coast or visiting a neighboring island, would take on board a hog, a dog, a fowl, and breadfruit for subsistence in preference to a monkey, a snake, a guava, or sour sop. And if it is driven accidentally onto some foreign island, they turn to greater advantage still. On the 5th of March, we came to sail steering NW from the islands, meaning to fall in with that part of northern and eastern Asia that forms the peninsula generally called Kamchatka. But according to the pronunciation of the Russian emigrants who inhabit it, and the dialect of the aborigines of the country, Kamchatka. This is one of the southern circles of Russian Siberia, called thus from its being a place where malefactors of rank from the court of Russia are exiled. The word Siberia, in Russian signifying a prison, it was formerly called Asiatic Tartary, and was almost wholly unknown until the reign of the present Empress Catherine, who has diffused not only throughout this circle but nearly all the rest detached companies of European troops, which have lately been increased by the junction of some of the Cossacks and the Indians themselves. These troops keep the country in awe, and by establishing factories for pelts and fur have of late made great advances toward colonization and added something very important to the revenue of the Empress. At this time, we were in want of many European articles that respected not only the comfort of our persons but the safety of the ships. We had yet an immense tract of ocean to traverse and re-explore, and after that was finished if we were so fortunate as to escape the dangers that those who best knew them the most strongly anticipated. Other circumstances subsequent to these, our best wishes would still add to our embarrassments, and if we were not drowned, should be starved to death without some kind of relief. We were besides almost naked for want of clothing of all kinds, particularly shoes, for there was not a new pair in either ship. Indeed, it was a certain truth, though not revealed to the people, that should we meet with no recruit of bread and persevere in our proposed second attempt in the exploration of a northwest passage, we must have been necessitated to reduce our pittance of bread or flour, which was now at half allowance, to a still smaller quantity, and perhaps too small before we could possibly reach any port where we could be sure of a supply. These considerations then induced us to bend our course towards Kamchatka, though in fact we had little encouragement to expect relief when we should get there. I shall not detain my readers with a dull detail of immaterial incidents while at sea on this passage, and only simply observe that it was rendered extremely trying and severe, not only from the sudden change of climate in leaving the tropical latitudes and entering on a winter's coast and a new coast, but from other circumstances. Our clothing, as is observed before, was really miserable. Our food was the same on Monday morning and Sunday evening. Pork and yams begun, and pork and yams ended all our bills of fare, and we had besides but half an allowance of the latter of those articles, and when peeled, and the rotten and decayed parts defalcated. The remainder was O ye epicures, but scanty, I assure ye. Besides, it was the month of March, and to crown the rest, our ship was fairly worn out. We pumped and bailed her half the passage. On the 20th of April, in a thick snowstorm accompanied by a severe gale of wind, we parted company with the Discovery. Our latitude was 48.38 north. On the 25th, we came in sight of the coast of Kamchatka, and the next day we entered a spacious bay, called by the Russians Awatska, and came to anchor among some loose ice in the chops of the bay. On the 26th, weighed and run further up towards a village we saw on the northwest side of the bay, but were not able to approach it within 3/4 of a mile for the ice that surrounded the shore. The Discovery had been separated from us since the 10th. We were very much concerned for her safety, and were not relieved from our anxiety until the 30th, when to our infinite joy we saw her coming up the bay all well. The inhabitants of the village, who consisted at this time only of a Russian guard of 15 or 20 miserable-looking men commanded by a sergeant, and about 60 Indians, were very much frightened when they first saw our ships, having never before seen anything of the kind, except 2 or 3 little coasting barks of theirs made on that coast, and were therefore drawn up to oppose our landing, which was partly on the ice, but the sergeant, understanding a little of the German language, made himself intelligible to our draftsmen, who spoke it fluently, and accompanied those who first landed. By this means an establishment soon took place, and the sergeant invited the gentlemen into his house, and regaled them with a dish of fish and some victuals. By him we were informed of several particulars that gave me much satisfaction, and nothing more so than the probability there was of getting some supplies from the commander-in-chief, who resided at a settlement called Bolsheretska, or Bolshereka, situated about 50 English miles back in the country towards the Sea of Okhotsk. And as the sergeant was going to send off an immediate express to this gentleman to acquaint him of our arrival, it was thought proper to write him by the same opportunity, and as he was a German by birth and education, we sent the letter in that language. The courier with these dispatches was drawn by a sledge with 10 or 12 dogs and returned again with the governor's secretary, and a letter to Captain Clerk, complimenting him on his arrival, and rendering his best services wherever he was made more fully acquainted with the supplies, and added that after that he would do himself the honor to wait upon him in person, as it was difficult to transmit so perfect an account of such articles as we wanted by letter, as if someone who well understood the business could do in person, and for other reasons added to these. Captain Gore, as Captain Clerk himself was very ill, determined to wait on the governor himself, and to make the visit more agreeable as well as more respectable, Lieutenant King, who spoke the French, and Mr. Weber the draftsman, who spoke the German languages, accompanied him, taking the governor's secretary with them. In the meantime, as the ice broke from the shores, we berthed the ships nearer in and began to water and wood. We also stripped the Resolution's bows and made other necessary repairs and equipment. On the 5th of May, several Russian and Polish traders in fur came to our ships from Bolshereka, and brought letters to Captain Clerk from Captain Gore, who had safely arrived at that place with his fruit. These traders belonged to others in different parts of Siberia, and were a company commissioned to traffic for furs, for which privilege they paid the Empress so much annually. They purchased the most of our fur, for which they gave what we then thought a great price. But when we afterward visited China, we found our mistake. They gave us for the glutton skins each 60 rubles, which are nearly equal to Spanish dollars, for beaver skins about 15 rubles upon an average. On the 23rd, our gentleman returned from Bolshereka with the governor, who was a major in the Russian army, an agreeable, sensible, well-bred man. He was saluted with 11 guns and other marks of respect from both ships at his arrival, and when he went away had many very valuable presents made him. On the 25th, the governor left us with packets, both public and private, which he undertook to transmit to Great Britain across the continent by way of Petersburg. This we found afterward to be honorably executed. The supplies we received here were 20 head of poor cattle, 400 weight of tobacco, tar, cordage, and canvas, and particularly about 9,000 weight of rye meal, which was all they had. This rye meal we afterward mixed with our flour and served it out in equal portions. The Bay Awatska is large and capacious, being generally 6 and 7 leagues broad. On the south side there is a settlement called Paratunka, containing a few houses and a church with a Greek priest. On the NW side is situated the village opposite which we lay, called Peter and Paul, from 2 lofty mountains behind it, which they have distinguished by those names. It contains about 30 huts, some of which are built with logs as we do in our new American settlements, and others are erected on posts about 14 feet from the ground, consisting of a slight frame, of a conical form and a thatch. Besides the Russians who inhabit it, there are some of the aborigines of the country, who are civilized and occasionally bear arms but are generally employed in hunting or fishing. The natives of some of the hordes remote from the Kamchadales are a tolerable people, but the Kamchadals are the reverse, not only of them, but of any people I ever saw. They are of a diminutive size, narrow foreheads, high cheekbones, small eyes sunk into their heads and gummy, almost no nose, a monstrous mouth and thick lips. Their hair is black and straight. They are indolent, ignorant, superstitious, jealous, cowardly, and more filthy and dirty than the imagination can conceive in persons' dress and manner of living. The dress of them and the Russians consists of a gown tied around the waist with a sash or girdle and lined with fur, a fur cap, and sealskin boots. The dress of the women is nearly the same. As neither they nor the Russians apply themselves to any kind of agriculture, they have no kind of vegetables but what grow wild, and no bread but what comes either from some of the more southern circles or from Moscow and Petersburg. Their principal subsistence there arises from hunting and fishing, but mostly from the latter resource. Among their fish, they have plenty of good salmon, which they preserve by drying them, and this forms the principal part of their winter provisions. The face of the country is high and mountainous, and thick, covered with well-grown woods, which chiefly consist of birch, pine, and beech, and the internal parts of it abound with a variety of wild animals, among which is the baran, or wild sheep. This is a large, stately, formidable animal in its original state and very unlike the little delicate, timid animal that exists in our flocks and folds of that name. As the inhabitants have no horses, they make use of a number of middling sled dogs, and as they travel mostly in winter, they use them mostly for that purpose in light sledges, with which they travel 40 or 50 miles a day very comfortably. Now, we saw at this place several gentlemen who had been exiled from the court of Russia, particularly a certain count who it is said had carried his amours with her imperial majesty so far that to conceal the matter it was necessary her gallant should spend the remainder of his days in the forests of Siberia, hunt for his own subsistence, and exclusively produce annually so much for his mistress as a tribute to her generosity and goodness. On the 12th of June, having received our supplies on board, repaired our ships, wooded and watered, we unmoored and waited for a wind. On the 13th, finding no wind, rowed to the mouth of the bay and came to. On the 14th, it was calm all day, and in the afternoon we had a light shock of an earthquake. On the 15th, it continued calm until noon, when it darkened up and became very black and dark. The two mountains, Peter and Paul, were covered with the atmosphere near halfway from their summits down, and at 2 o'clock we had again a small shock of an earthquake and heard a hollow rumbling noise in the air, and the atmosphere continuing to condense. It became almost as dark as night, and the face of heaven looked very black. We singled the stops of the sheet anchor and eased the ship aloft at these portentous appearances. Between 3 and 4, the mountain, Paul exploded with a tremendous shock that convulsed everything around us. The report that attended the explosion was very loud at first, but gradually decreased until it subsided to a sound like that of grumbling, distant thunder. About half after 4, it began to thunder, and the air being surcharged with electrical matter, perhaps from the mountain, the atmosphere was one continued sheet of flame. We put our electrical chains to the masthead. Soon after it began to thunder, there fell showers of small fragments of lava about the size of a walnut. This was succeeded by showers of mud, and by 5 there followed a fall of dry white ashes, which produced a very strong sulphurous smell. Our ship was covered with mud and ashes, which lay several inches thick on our decks. About midnight in the evening the commotion had pretty well subsided, but the mountains were still covered with a thick cloud and continued to burn. By a mathematical measurement, we were 10 miles in a horizontal direction from the summit of the mountain Paul. On the 16th, we had a light and easy westerly breeze which shot us out to sea. We observed the mountain Paul still emitting columns of smoke as was usual before, it being mold volcanic. We also observed the country all around within 30 miles to be covered with ashes, which being of a light color looked very much like a new fallen snow. We also found the surface of the sea impregnated with mud and ashes for 10 leagues off the land. There is another volcano in this bay which sometimes has its eruptions. The village called Peter and Paul is situated in latitude 53 degrees 15 north longitude, 158 degrees east. On the 17th, continued our course to the northward. End of a journal of Captain Cook's last voyage to the Pacific Ocean and in quest of a northwest passage between Asia and America, performed in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, and 1779 by John Ledyard. Thank you for listening.